2023 season.
We need to see IG paying that respect over to Fnatic. Fnatic have clearly shown they can not only win, but dominate against IG. And IG is going to have to play a much more clean game if they want to come out first in this group.
And as the analyst desk kind of talked about, these Akali and Aurelia bans maybe not showing up in this one. They're still going to put that Camille ban against Ning, move some of his earlier options there as Invictus start dropping tanks off the table. And we'll see what this draft actually looks like. There are so many things to consider here. I know that Fnatic probably have to blind pick one of their solos, and I'm curious what that matchup then looks like if IG goes for a counter pick.
I mean, that is a story. You know, you talked about it both games. It had been Caps with the blind pick and Rookie winning the laning phase very heavily up in farm. And again, now they are on the red side, so we could be seeing another Rookie counter pick in mid lane. And if he has that, we may see Fnatic go back to the same strategy, attacking that mid lane, attacking and grouping up with Caps to try to get him in.
And I'm really interested that they forced this Urgot Aatrox trade here on Fnatic side. And I was going to say it must be because they want the Akali. Interested to see if that is a blind pick mid lane Akali and Caps is trying to do like a great Perks impression here, who had probably the most impressive Akali game I think I've ever seen, or whether this is going to be Whippo in the top lane trying to play it into something like an Ornn and try and style on that matchup.
Yeah, I mean, bringing out a flex pick is one of the ways to sometimes hurt that red side advantage of having mid lane counter pick. But if you are willing to play the Aurelia into this matchup, if you say, hey, Aurelia is good in this matchup, you can flex that as well. So we have to see where IG does take us in this next couple picks.
Now, another criticism that was leveled at Jackie Love is the fact that he keeps going back to this Kai'Sa. I saw, you know, Rusty on social media saying this is a guy that has played much more lane-dominant AD carries, giving something like a Xayah, giving something like a Draven even in a counter pick, and let the young man go to work. Glad to see that they've done it this time around.
I do like Jackie Love on a slightly stronger laner, though still, of course, a great team fighter as well on this Xayah. The Rakan pairing is there, though Hylissang can obviously grab that himself earlier on.
And that is something that is pretty hotly debated these days, is it worth taking away the Rakan and making your bot lane 2v2 worse to deny it from the opponent having that Xayah Rakan? And that's what Fnatic is going to have to decide, and it looks like they're going to make the call that it is worth that. But then you can look for a more preferential 2v2 matchup here. You already have a fairly lane-dominant marksman with the Xayah, and if you pair that with another advantageous support, something like Leona can pair up well and look for kills against the Rakan, that could be a way for IG to look for a winning lane.
That's what I was going to say. This trade just seems to have not worked out the way a lot of teams thought it was going to because of the popularity of Leona to not be punished, honestly, this World's run so far. So I think that that would be a nice pick to go towards. Also the fact that, you know, now with Ezreal, you don't really have to worry about lane presence. Maybe you just drop the priority of that, pick up a best jungler, ban two of those away, make Broxah suffer for kind of his bottom lane wanting to go towards those picks.
But instead, they don't want to get pinched off of the possible Leona pick. Obviously, cream of the crop once you see the Rakan here. Of course, the Ezreal was picked knowing that was coming in. You want to be safe against Leona, against Aurelia. Reckless should feel fairly safe and should not require attention, nor the babysitting. However, bot lane push should go to Invictus, and now Hylissang cannot roam out nearly as much.
Yeah, and you have to remember that pushing bot lane is Fnatic's bread and butter. That is always what they want to go towards. Rush the Zerkagrees for Reckless. Shove in your opponents. Deny them the ability to make plays on the map, and this is certainly not the lane to really do it.
And you can see Lissandra banned away. That can be a soft counter pick in the mid lane. If the Aurelia ever goes in, just hit the root, get your Aftershock, walk away. In case that Akali does get flexed over, keep in mind, IG get last say on the matchup. They're willing to pick the Aurelia into the Akali, and they're going to watch as Whippo picks his top lane champion as well, or moves the Akali, and we see Cap pick the mid lane champion. And IG are going to get those solo lane counter picks.
And now to really open up that flex, I actually want to see Ning to go back to something like a Zac. I know it's not all that popular, but you've already got a pushing bottom lane. You have yourself the ability to put Aurelia, one of the strongest champions, into the mid lane. Zac can be protected in this draft, and it does allow Duke, if he wants to play a carry up in the top lane while still having great engage, something that Ning played against G-Rex, I believe, and played it to a tremendous level.
And I think if they could get through the early game with a pick like that, can be very strong, but then you do have to worry about the fact that Broxah has had some very strong early game performances. A couple of Lee Sins that he's turned in have looked really, really good, and we know that Zac can be punished early sometimes, and if you fall behind due to that Lee Sin, maybe you never really get the chance to get those even scaled team fights.
Olaf, Lee Sin, Trundle even are still plenty popular, plenty powerful jungle picks available. The Zac is left up as well, and Invictus, now Gragas probably And it makes even more sense there as a good damage, a good early game frontline jungler.
Not only that, it actually really mucks up the Lee Sin combo. When Lee Sin goes in, if you just body slam back towards it, makes the kick a little bit harder to execute upon. So it is the safer pick. It's also kind of that pseudo tank. So once again, you can do exactly what we said with the Zac pick. But this is more throwing the gauntlet, fight fire with style, fire style. And I don't think Ning has really excelled against Broxah in that way.
The final pick for Fnatic. What is Whippo going to play? Will he keep the Akali, or do they lock in a top laner and put that win in towards mid? They lock in a tank for him, so Whippo will go back onto that Ornn. He played it before. And we have the Akali in the mid lane, immediately answered by LeBlanc here for Rookie. The Irelia will go top. They will play Fighter in a tank top lane, and LeBlanc versus Akali in the mid lane.
And this is another advantageous matchup for Rookie. This is one of the matchups that a lot of people had been looking at as an answer to Akali in the mid lane. One in which you can have kill pressure, one in which you can attack the Akali in the Shroud, hitting her with those distortions and looking to dominate that lane, as Rookie has been known to do.
And this is also one of the mind games that IG has done multiple times now, where they play Shy the first game, he plays a carry, they sub Duke in, they pick themselves something that is flexible, and then all of a sudden, Duke ends up playing a carry as well. You can see that his tank champion pool was attacked. You know, they take Ornn away from him. IG had to ban the Sion because they didn't want to give away one of the safest top/mid laners in the game right now. But I think the flexibility of this has really helped IG in the past.
And while it is a carry champion, it's certainly not the Fiora where you have to commit to the split push. This is much more of a team fighting carry. This is a composition that certainly can look to scrap with Fnatic if they try to draw them into that 5v5.
So it's going to be a very exciting game. Now, the battle for the first seed on the line. If you're seed 1 coming out of this group, you're playing Edward Gaming, Cloud9, or G2 Esports in the quarterfinals. We know Fnatic have already beaten G2 this year. We watched the EULCS, but if you're seed 2, if you do lose this game, your battles are KT Rolster, the Korean champions, World Never Give Up, the LPL and MSI champions, or Freak of Freaks, no slouch in their own right, the only other Korean team remaining in this tournament. Definitely things to play for in this tiebreaker. They're in the quarterfinals, but who their opponents will be are going to be decided now over the next half hour of League of Legends. Fnatic and Invictus Gaming on the Rift, the battle for the top spot in their group.
And we'll see whether Fnatic can continue that momentum. That was such an impressive victory. It would still be fresh on IG's mind, and things need to change for the Invictus lineup.
What do they do? And Fnatic is setting up for a bit of a cheeky level 1, but Rekkles has been spotted.
Ooh, they try to find out Rookie. That was cute. I like that. If he was in that brush a little bit longer, a little bit farther forward, that could have been a knock-up. Able to get away, no problem, though, and it will be a fairly uneventful early game. Ooh, free gold on a Rekkles, lands the Q.
It doesn't result in anything, but I like the attempt, right? You know, going for these pre-planned level 1s, there's very little drawback to them most of the time, and sometimes it is going to get you a kill, sometimes it is going to get you a summoner, and at the very least, it will show your opponents that, hey, we can mix it up in the early game, and you have to play knowing that we could be waiting in any bush.
And I think this is 2 games in a row, actually, where Fnatic's had a good read on the early game. We mentioned the fact that Whippo leashed, then pulled his wave, got pushed in, allowed himself to scale up. Never really won the lane versus the Shy, but certainly was more relevant as the game progressed and was more of a team fighting threat. This time around, we'll see whether he is able to do the same thing. He's going for a little bit of a cheeky peek into the top side of the map. Now would know where Ning is starting.
And I like that ward that IG puts down. It shows they're trying to push early game. There's the early Q as well. It should track most of Brox's possible gank paths, and IG should be able to shove without too many difficulties. Hylissang going to even be rooted in place. Take a little bit of damage, but this trade's not going to mean too much. Either way, though, it is IG getting the shove down here. They're going to put Fnatic under the turret, and it will lock Hylissang up.
This is already Broxah moving down, though, and if he comes around this way, down, he will not be spotted by the ward, so he could be going in.
Well, he's only going to be level 2 on this one. He's going to walk forward, gets a safeguard, he's going to land the Q, and Jackulov going to flash to pull him forward. That's a little bit early, but still a route to behind the flash. Into the knock-up and ignited. Fnatic in first blood in 2 minutes.
And they fail the flash there from Jackulov, flashing too late. He brings Lee Sin straight to him, and Broxah, another game, another first blood on the bot side.
And you can look at it 2 ways. Either flash the initial Q and just admit that you messed up. If it gets hit, you kind of have to hold firm. You have to flash much later in between the landing of the Q and the first auto attack that comes out, because otherwise, red buff applied, you're just a sitting duck. But once again, you got to applaud the smart early game play style of Fnatic. That is 2 games in a row that they have been able to execute on something like this.
They certainly have, and this is avoiding where that vision was placed. It's smart pathing from Broxa. It should have perhaps just been a summoner, but even then, it would have been worthwhile, and instead, it is a first blood for Broxa, 2 games in a row. Incredible start for Fnatic.
Of course, that is beautiful right there from Fnatic. They saw the ward come down. They knew the route Broxa had to take, and they executed very, very nicely there. So a 400 gold lead for Fnatic, making this surge late in the group stage. They had lost to IG back in the first round robin, but might find themselves 2 wins in a row now in the back half as once again Engage coming forward. Some damage in the Hillsong. Doesn't mean too much.
And I'm just sitting here thinking, you know, people saying Caps versus Rookie, this is the lane matchup to watch. This is 3 games in a row where Caps has taken his mid laner before Rookie, where he's been willing to either first pick or early rotate the mid lane and give a lot of tools to his bottom side of the map to be able to win out. And I think that, you know, game 1 obviously it wasn't successful, but game number 2 was. And now that puts a lot of pressure on Rookie because he is saying, I need to smash this lane, I'm in the counter pick. And with your bottom lane going poorly, if they lose control, then we have the potential for a repeat of, you know, all of those roams going into the mid lane from bottom lane. This time it's going to be a Rakan, arguably even more successful at doing that.
Yeah, definitely agree. And I think it is encouraging for the side of Fnatic to think, hey, it doesn't always have to be about Caps, right? You can have carry threats from the other lanes. You can have Rek'A stepping up like he did in the first game. You can have Broxa having these incredible games to carry you through, even against these top-level opponents. So certainly encouraging things for them moving forward towards those quarterfinals.
And Broxa's just shown that he's an out-and-out superstar. This guy is having a very good tournament. Has been definitely the best jungler in this group, I would say, and, you know, has relieved a lot of pressure with some smart early game play.
Definitely good stuff from him, and of course, as one of the newcomers to Fnatic, he has been huge for this squad. And let's see what can be next for these players. We know they're going to the quarterfinals. The question is at what seed and what their opponent will be. Of course, that draw will be right after the games conclude, so we'll know these answers very, very soon. 2 separate answers coming in as Caps is trying to suffer through this mid lane matchup once again. Has had to blind pick against Rookie. He's never had the chance for a fair fight. Every single game he's faced off, Rookie gets counterpicked. Every single time, Rookie gets the CS lead. But Caps does very good at losing the minimum, not usually giving away kills, and if the ganks do come through, often does convert.
And hybrid assassins have historically beaten LeBlanc. I'm thinking back to when Katarina was first changed around. Where they all did it was either rushing early Merc treads if there's more magic, if there's not any more magic damage, but there's CC, or you can even go things like Hex Drinker. So this lane can potentially get better depending on Caps' itemization if he's really willing to invest in the 1v1.
And they're going to try for the double knockup now into Broxa joining Ward. Hubson looks for a bit of a slow, and Jackie Love doesn't have a way out. Reckless finds the first kill, and they will continue on to Baolan. One more shot as Hillsong gets the kill, but watch out as Caps gets out of the shroud. He's ignited. He goes down, a trade kill in the mid lane.
Trade kill in the mid lane, but it's 2 kills on the bottom side for Fnatic. Broxa has been everywhere at the start of this game, making so much happen for Fnatic, and this time it's Reckless who gets one of the kills, which is huge for them.
And it's a stacking creep wave without any teleport response coming down. So this is going to be Ezreal coming online sooner than his opponent. Went the Sheen, went for the aggressive route. You can see very nice by Bwipo.
And they're going to try now on the top side, level 6. Can they interrupt the ult? He's going to flash away, look at the knockup, but is he at the damage? He's close, and yes, in the 1v2, Bwipo finds a solo kill, but he's flashless, and it will be the trade.
Yeah, Ning trying to make things happen around the map, knows his team is falling behind, so he makes the play happen in the mid lane, but had no flash off that and was a little bit low. So it was a good counter kill from Bwipo in the 1v2, and now it's Broxa's turn to make something happen here once again.
And they might have it. Distortion's on cooldown, but Caps, the health bar so low. Oh, the Q jukes away, and Rookie is incredible. Finds that kill, being
he can get Broxa
has
too.
to run. The clone is to block. He's got to walk out from this one. And that's going to be the Q getting juked away from Rookie, able to just stay alive. What a play out of the Invictus mid laner.
And look at the confidence that Rookie plays with. Every opportunity he can look to turn that around, he goes for it.
That's not going to mean much. Don't worry about it.
Nothing happening on the top lane, but you could see that Rookie wanted that 2v1 one more time.
Yeah, and I mean, he might have actually had Broxa had Hylissang not shown up, so a good roam to make sure bad did not go to worse for Hylissang, but it is an outplay for Rookie, and Ning once again on the top side. No flash from Whippo.
No ult as well, means no way out. First stun's going to land. Ning does not have flash, but he's gonna get these.
Oh, sidestep!
Whippo is sick, gets away from the cask and walks away with his life.
What an outplay there from Whippo, getting a 1v2 kill, then dodging the next gank that looked like a sure thing.
Yeah, that was pretty nasty because he just also did the little pause afterwards and just still was like, yeah, that one didn't hit me, fellas. Better luck next time.
Oh, Ning going for round 2, though. Broxa, however, is right behind. That sweeper knows his ward.
Spotted, though.
And they're going to try anyway. They're going to pop the spells here. Now, Whippo, can he get the outplay? Keep in mind his jungler's nearby. And yeah, Ning predators and goes, never mind, this is not for me.
Yeah, because the Akali was rotating up as well. You can see Caps had inside track. Rookie said, do not give him a kill this time around. I've got him isolated. I've got a 20 CS lead. I've got the kill and the assist. Just let me have my 1v1.
Here is this play one more time. Ning coming in. This was the initial 2v1 kill to trade back, and Flash came out. Caps, trying to get the trade kill back onto Ning, and then the eventual 1v2 that Rookie was looking at.
Yeah, you can see Caps is trying his best to bait, but the double distort in, and then it's the juke. Last auto attack. Broxa takes an extra turret shot. You can just see the experience, the ability to kite back. Caps' face there kind of tells the whole tale. As you mentioned, if it wasn't for Hilly showing up in that middle lane, probably could have been the 2-for-1 there.
And we know last game, how Fnatic got Caps back into the lane was these roams. They want to make sure that he is relevant. He is a superstar, but down here on the bot lane, Rookie's roaming.
And it's a 3v2, and Hylissang's going to try to jump backwards. He's going to try to get away, but it is not going to happen. Rookie gets his second kill of the game.
The distortion to keep the chain there was sick from Rookie, and you can see why this guy is considered the best mid laner in the world.
This game really is a tale of two lanes. Fnatic smashing the bottom lane. They got a few ganks, but they're doing so well down here. But the mid lane, again, Rookie with the counter pick. 3 games in a row. Every single time winning lane, this time getting his lead elsewhere, and smashes Hylissang with his roam.
And the coordination's very good because as soon as Rookie shows, Baolan is going, lands the chain, distorts forward as he battle dances away. Nothing you can do there if you're Hylissang. You just kind of have to sit back and marvel at it.
Yeah, just a really well coordinated engage there. The stun from Leona guaranteed the initial hit on the chain, and then the follow doesn't give Hylissang the chance to get out. So now Hylissang on the roam, looking to try to get Caps going here.
Well, they can try, of course. He just killed a control ward, so this movement is known, and we are in a game that is only 300 gold apart. Neck and neck here. Brock's going to try for this Infernal Drake, but the teleport is coming down. This is going to be the fight, though, quickly picked up on the one side, but now battle ensues as it's a 3v3, and Broxton needs to find his way out. He has flash if he needs it, and doesn't burn it for a very... No, it was on cooldown, sorry. Did not have the way out, and does go down to a body slam in the Blade Caller. So now Jackie Love on the board with his first kill.
Still, I'm going to call that, worthwhile there for Fnatic. They get the Infernal. They do give up 1 kill. It's just about, can IG get anything more after it? Because 1 kill for the Dragons looking pretty good.
And I also love this play from Ning because Hylissang is just not being punished for setting up the swag in the mid lane. So instead, they say, you know what? We're just going to push bottom lane as fast as possible. We're going to look to open up the map. We have the team fighting team this time around. Let's go
turn on
for it.
him.
And that's a good word by Hylissang. He knows he can walk through, but yeah, this is still an outnumbered
Everyone's
fight.
coming.
And this wave is not going to happen. First turret goes to IG, but now there could be a re-engage. Caps coming down, Hylissang flashing away, not going to find his way in. Now they can try again, but Rookie is here. Watch for this. Baolan going to whip the ult, and Caps just creating chaos. So for 1 for 0 is Fnatic jumping backwards. Caps may stay alive. Watch out for Rookie, though, and he's not going to find that kill. Fnatic, a flash to get out, but now the rest of the squad is in. Jackie Love going to ult to dodge 2 of them, and they're going to be able to disengage. But Rookie waiting in the wings, finds a roof, but he's knocked up. This could be assassination, and it is. Fnatic get 2 kills for the turret.
Yeah, it looked like IG had the play. They could have got out, but Rookie decides, I can go for the outplay. There's no need, though. 5 members from Fnatic in the bot side. Duke is pushing you, getting an advantage on the top. You didn't need to go for that play.
No, they're going to try for another one, though, and this one, Body Slam stops the queue. Here comes Baolan as well. 2v1. Broxa may have bit off more than he can chew. The health bar's running down. The kick, the Q, the second.
Get out.
That was gorgeous. And there's another one coming as Jackie Love also falls. Fnatic win the skirmish.
And Broxa is an absolute monster for Fnatic this game. Taking over 3-1-2. He gets the kill, gets out, baits in Jackie Love, and they take him down.
Listen to that crowd. Fnatic once again up in gold, 1,200 there, and the Infernal Drake. What an exciting game. A lot of entertainment provided for the fans here. The final game of the group stage, and once again, this fight by Broxa, incredible.
And you can see it stops the damage of the second Q, but he goes aggressive. I think he surprises the IG jungler. And then just the ability to know that there is no way out. The only way is forward.
Oh.
Styles on him.
I mean, the man had like 20 health and he goes in for the flash kick. He could have looked so silly had he gone down, but he makes it happen. And you gotta feel so good about that one.
I love
That's what our faces were looking like.
Reaction cam. I want him to play every game, not because I dislike Soaz, but because of those reaction cams. Whippo is the best hype man Fnatic could ever have.
It's like, that's my jungler.
He's so good.
My God. And I mean, Invictus right now just looks rocked. Because honestly, game number 1, Fnatic just beat him around the map. They beat him through team play. IG say, you know what? Enough of that, let's pick a little bit more fight. Now, Fnatic say, all right, let's go.
Yeah, they're scrapping right with them, but IG is still within about 1,000 gold here. The gold still fairly close, but you have to say, Jackie Love has not been having a very good series of games here against Fnatic. Getting picked off a couple times in game number 1, failing to flash the Lee Sin Q in the early gank this game. Now, trying to overcommit and try to kill Broxa there, gives away his flash and his life. He certainly has not been performing, but Fnatic are taking full advantage of it, and Broxa has been having such an incredible set of games.
He really has. Incredible situations and incredible awareness, and the mechanics have all been there as well. So Fnatic still holding on to this 1,400 gold lead. We'll wait for the next big play here. IG certainly not out, but they are down.
And I just really appreciate Brox's decision making, because he knows that one of the ways this game gets worse is if Rookie explodes in a side lane. So they're giving up priority on the top side. Instead, they're looking to try and dive him. Time and time again, he is just putting pressure on the key members of the IG lineup.
Yeah, doing a very, very good job with that, but IG may think they have Whippo caught out here. We'll see if they actually go for the play.
Oh, they seal away the Gromp. They're going to have a chain stun. Here comes Ning as well. Over the wall, he goes to the flash. That's an easy chase in for the rest of the squad. This 3v1 is going nowhere for Whippo. A knockup, but there is the kill. Duke on the board with his second, already the 20 CS lead. IG close the gap to 500, and with this turret, it will be tied.
And that's a nice play. They catch the weak side of the map. Whippo thinks he's done the right thing by backing into the jungle, but hadn't gone far enough away. Also might mean the Rift Herald. 10 seconds, and there is a teleport available. Could still be a risky play.
Yeah, the gold is dead even now. We'll see if they want to start it up. Rookie is starting to move up towards that side of the map. Duke has his TP, but as you said, Whippo coming up has teleport available.
Wait to see if he channels. That will tell you from Fnatic really want to fight this one. Oh, he gets the kick on. Ning pops a stopwatch, and that is Broxa dying in the face of 2. Another kill on the board for Jackie Love as the team rejoins, but it's 5v4, favor of Invictus. The jump forward, they find the root, they get the stun. Can they kill him before the Ornn ultimate? And he gets a knockup. What's the re-engage look like as Caps comes in? Reckless gets an answer, but look at this as Duke is burning down, tries to heal. Caps is not going to get that one any farther as he gets that knockdown rather, and the Herald will go over to Fnatic.
Yeah, Fnatic gonna come out on top with the Rift Herald on top of that as well, but some shutdowns going over to IG. And this game is neck and neck.
Once again, they go for the play. You know, you see Broxa and he's like, I can see another montage moment. Instead, he gets blown up and taken down, which is a great response out of IG. But the fact that he put Ning in the middle of the fight bought a little bit more time, missed the ultimate there as well. And I think, Freak, that you had the right call here. If they had have killed Whippo before he got the knockup, it looked like a good fight. But he got 3 members as he died. The base damage is still super high for the tank, and it allowed the rest of the Fnatic lineup to clean up.
Yeah, it gave time for Caps to arrive. He had just come off of a bye. He gets into the fight, picks up a shutdown, which is going to be so nice for him in this game. Was behind Rookie, but now certainly starting to catch up.
Yeah, I gotta say the support that Caps got throughout this game allowed him to catch up in CS. At one point it was like 18 to 31. It was up most of the time. And now again, what had been happening all game was Rookie jumping in, but Reckless will stay alive, and there's not gonna be the re-engage. Rookie kites away, but you can see how explosive this LeBlanc can still be.
Yeah, definitely the case, but a nice sidestep on the chains from Reckless, and it ends up being the trade of flashes there. So we'll have to see if either team can capitalize on those summoners being down for these really key members. Reckless, he's already on his 2 items. He is at a very strong point in the game for the Ezreal. Likewise, Rookie has been the catalyst for a lot of the positive plays here from IG.
Oh, they're going to find it again. Now Hillsong able to kite away, but half HP. And this will be a quick ceasefire now again in the mid lane. 300 gold puts Fnatic ahead. We'll wait to see what the next big play is. The Drake is up. Cloud this time around. Invictus can tie the Drake score. It looks like Fnatic are not willing to fight for this one. Cloud Drake's pretty low priority in pro play. And no problems there. 25 gold to Jacula.
And I think that IG just wanted to turn the Drake over. They wanted to see, can we top deck an Infernal off the back end of it? Can we try and equalize? Because right now we feel pretty good with where Duke is at in this game. However, earlier spikes for the Ezreal. He's sitting right now at probably 40% cooldown reduction with his rune choice as well. And just has the mobility around these fights. We've seen how dangerous Ezreals can be. 3-0-5. Reckless once again having a fantastic performance.
Yeah, he really has been. And finally, as you pointed out, Duke is doing very well himself, right? He is already on his Triforce Tiamat, sitting at 3-1-1, farming very well on the top side. So there is a lot of dive and threat onto this backline here. Reckless certainly has the mobility to escape a lot of the initiation, but we'll see if he can make it happen, because if you mess up once and you get caught by a Gragas engage, the Aurelia, the LeBlanc, everyone piling onto you can mean you go down very quickly.
They have this mid lane actually in a fantastic position right now because they've stopped the recall. They're going to get the teleport out, but they call in the Ornhorn.
They're going to find this knockup towards Jacula, a trade for the ultimate now. Leona ult, I think he was expecting some kind of hard engagement. The knockback in towards Reckless. Can they knock him down? And they will, but it could be a trade of bot laners as Jacula is assassinated by Caps. The turret's still alive, still can fire towards his champions as Caps jumps the wall. But Rookie is here, look for the blast cone, gets over though, and there's not going to be the chase. Caps flashes and gets away from the tether. IG. Looking forward.
Want the chase here. You can see still aggressing forward, and that is just a 1-for-1 trade. But Reckless was the shutdown on the back end of that.
Yeah, and you see if he gets caught for 1 second, they can burst him out, and they're going to take the turret off of the back of this. So certainly a good fight there for IG.
And it's once again Invictus tying the gold in this game. Jacula is on 2 items now and beginning towards that next one. Caps, the split push might come close to answering the turret. Depends how well Rookie does here. What this fight looks like, equal level on these players. The minions are gone, and Caps actually not going to be rooted up. It was the snap back for Rookie.
Yeah, he landed the chains. I think he thought it missed in saying that Broxah once again is just sitting in that brush. So maybe Rookie just with the sixth sense saying he's been there so much of the game, he's probably there now.
Yeah, and he would be right on that. Broxah's still certainly sitting behind him, and he's giving the respect that he could be there. So Rookie, I think, is kind of checking that box, playing a lot more intelligently around where the pressure could be coming from Fnatic. But here it is one more time. You see they decide to make the call to go for Reckless as the ultimate misses from Baolan, but nice ultimate there from Nick.
And I mean, that was a little bit unlucky from Reckless because he drew turret aggro at the same time with a Q. However, really got to respect the dive on the backline that Fnatic has. You can see they aggress forward and Caps just flies in, picks up the kill, darts back out. There's just so many threats. These are both, very low tank lineups, and I think both of the aggression is starting to kind of play on the minds of the players.
It really is, and you have to say these kills going the way of Caps has been so helpful for them because he had to start with such a defensive build from so far behind, and now he has been able to get the gold to get an Oblivion Orb and the spell.
Looking at the re-engage indeed. The stun's going to land on the front line. Explosive Caps, but it cannot quite kill Reckless. Instead, it's Baolan who falls and Ming's at 5 HP. Rookie drops as well. 3 for 0 Fnatic. Duke's got to make it all happen himself. Does he have the damage? Get the double trades. Duke is huge. Shows why he's a world champion and walks right back out.
He pulls the victory out of the jaws of defeat there. It looked like that was going to be potentially an ace.
You can see Jackie Love trying to kite back.
Yeah, it's still 3v2. Fnatic have the crowd control. Beppo finally rooted up, but he's still walking forward for the slow, but the stun might disengage still. Fnatic go +1, but as you mentioned, Duke pulling back those 2 kills stopped Baron.
Still a good fight from Fnatic, but as you say, that would have been Baron. That would have been the straw that broke the camel's back. And look at the start of this fight. Duke is still so far away, but IG decided to go for the play. Very preemptive from Baolan.
Yeah, it certainly is. You can see that they flash over the wall as well. It just looks like on different pages.
Yeah.
Cap Caps' threat on the backline cannot be understated in this game. And given the fact that he went double MR items early, was very good.
And look at the use of the resets. Gets double stun, uses both resets, then ultimates to get double resets again, then flashes in range to get the Q onto Reckless. That was insane from Duke.
Triple stun on the way out as well. Otherwise, they were right on his heels.
Insane.
Everything he could have done in that fight, he pretty much did, and it still wasn't enough for IG to get a positive result.
Well, that you kind of have to put on the initial engage, right? They're diving on. Baolan's looking for Reckless, but Rookie is not there to follow up. Duke has not even entered the fight yet. That needs to be there when your soul laners can follow up, and Baolan needs to make sure he's on point with the engages.
And Rookie just can't blow up Caps anymore. He's got a Hex Trigger, he's got Merc Turrets. He's fine in these fights. You have a look at the top lane. Whippo right now has himself a wall mog. He's got 30% cooldown reduction. He's fine as well. So it really is just Reckless that is the priority target, and he's just so slippery.
Yeah, he really is. I mean, you can look to Broxa as well, perhaps try to take him or Hillisang down, but those are not the priority targets you really want to be committing to. So IG going to have to execute very, very well in these fights. But Jackie Love, the good news for them is that he is getting close to this IE. He is getting to this stage where the crit scaling becomes very, very relevant.
And it would allow IG to play a more standard team fight where they don't have to dive. Certainly with Aurelia and LeBlanc and a bit of ability power, including Sork Shoes on Ning, you can reach backline. Reckless, of course, safe TPing back in, and that is Ruin King done. So third item, spiked first for the Fnatic bot laner. Infernal is now alive. The next team fight about to start. Baolan a bit late to the party, walking down from that top jungle. Will be here in time, though, as Fnatic going slowly for this one.
Yeah, and this time Duke is here, but the bot lane is split off from IG, and Fnatic look like they're just going to try to rush it down.
And the Orin ult just to zone them away. This will be a clean pickup on the red. And now the fight starts. Duke is low. Ult comes across. Cannot reset. 1-for-0 Fnatic, and the answering damage is not here. Caps goes in for another 3 kills for Fnatic.
And Fnatic is absolutely popping off right now. You can see individual outplays across the board, and now they might look at the Baron.
They're the ones turning up the pace, and IG just can't keep up right now. That's a second Infernal. That's 3 more kills, and they're going to get the Baron.
This is looking good for them. IG only have the dual lane to stop them. This seems so unlikely. Hillisang can find the engage, Reckless can find the damage, and IG says, you know what, you're right. We don't have a chance here. And at 25 minutes from a 3,000 gold lead, Fnatic pick up Baron.
And in game number 1, Fnatic says, we will beat you around the map. In game number 2, they just say, we'll beat you.
They're just straight up out team fighting them, and IG looking pretty out of sorts. They're posturing so aggressively. Look where Jackie Love is on the map. Jackie Love and Baolan are not anywhere close. There is no chance that IG can win this team fight, and they're straight onto Duke. Duke is basically dead before Jackie Love has even gotten an auto attack off, and this is just so much better team play, much better team fighting from Fnatic. As you said, individual outplays across the map as Caps chasing down and taking out Rookie, and this gold lead is getting very big.
5,000 gold, Baron buff for 3 minutes, double Infernal. This could be the push that ends the game if all goes right. Fnatic are certainly getting mid lane tier 2. The question is, when do they stop? When does IG threaten them? The Orinhorn gets the knockup, but only on the Duke. Aurelia, not your ideal target yet. Still waiting on the IE for Jackie Love. That might temper this a little bit, but it's not here yet.
And they already just grabbed the Baron and just pushed straight down mid lane. Now they have the capability of sending Caps towards the side lane or just doing the same thing top. Right now, Fnatic have all the options open to them, and IG backs against the wall.
They really do have all the options, as you say, and it feels like IG needs to find some sort of a flank. They need to have someone starting behind the fight. You cannot see a fight in which Rookie and Duke are able to run straight through Broxa and Whippo and Caps and everyone to get to Reckless, and that is the situation that Fnatic is trying to force them into. They're trying to make them group up and come straight at them.
And in this situation, you're going to have 2 teams trying to dive Caps. Don't go in there.
They can look for the chain, not going to find that though. Caps disengages. That could have been an opening. If you can explosive cast him out of the shroud, that could have been a kill, but it's not there. IG may have to give up more of this one as this turret is injured. And they've got the buff, they've got another turret. Fnatic on 5 now.
the experience leads are getting enormous as well. 2 levels for Reckless, 2 levels for Caps. Whippo is up a level, Broxa is up a level, and there's so much extra power in even just the experience beyond the double Infernal, beyond the gold.
And not only that, just at this stage of the game, the team fight is just much easier to execute upon. You've got the True Shroud down in the back line. Jackie Love can't approach. He's not an Ezreal. He doesn't have, you know, the 3-second arcane shift at this stage of the game. You've got Caps, who's just much better at diving right now than Rookie, given how squishy Rookie is. Now has to go back and get a stopwatch. And then just meatball tank in the top lane versus jungle. The top lane tank always eventually comes out ahead. So it has to be, you know, an aggressive flank. It has to be the use of the teleports, but they just have no tools to be able to get in behind the Fnatic lineup.
Look at Fnatic's vision. They are doing their due diligence. They're clearing out all the wards. IG has no vision on the map whatsoever. You see, as they were pushing top lane, they dropped multiple pigs to cover that. Now they're sweeping out and clearing out the wards on the bottom side of the map, trying to make sure that IG can't get anything done.
Threat towards Caps, but gets away from the stun, means no engage. They're not going to go for that one much anymore. Bot lane now being sieged up. And look how far up Fnatic gets to play. They are playing without fear. There is so little threat on them.
Oh!
Can try. He's injured. Ignite is on. Can there be the re-engage, though? They're going to try to defend him now. The Ornhorn comes up, and he misses. Caps, and he's not going to be ulted. Duke can't land it, and bot lane was already under fire. Another turret falls.
Caps versus Rookie is not even close at this point. Rookie goes in, hits all his skills, looks for the trade, and just about dies straight up to Caps there. Caps is doing so much damage and really not threatened at all in the 1v1 at this point, and could have even been a kill had Whippo been able to connect with the ultimate.
Yeah, now level 16 as well, so just able to toy with the mid laner of Invictus, able to drag him around the map. Reckless now a full item ahead of his counterpart. Just everywhere they're winning out, and it's becoming alarm bell. Because I don't know, as this map gets smaller, whether IG gets more choices. Normally when you get pushed in your base, you can look to make a last stand, but just front to back is not the way they want to do this.
No, it's not at all. And Fnatic are going to get the best dragon spawn for themselves as well. Another Infernal coming out on the map, which IG may feel pressured to try to contest for. That third Infernal going to be even more damage.
I think it'd be the wrong choice to try, though. They are almost assuredly losing a fight in the river here with this 8,000 gold deficit. Just give up that 8% more stats. I think it's the best chance to win is hole up in your base and wait for the gold to come to you. But Fnatic playing for ward control, playing to look for that last fight that might close them the game and win their group stage 6-1 after the tiebreaker. Europe has never lost a tiebreaker at Worlds. Fnatic looking to extend that legacy and pull a top seed into the quarterfinals.
And you made the call, Freak. They have to give it up. They realize that they don't have the vision. They don't have the items to look for the team fights. And it's going to be Fnatic with triple Infernal and a massive gold lead. It's hard to see a world in which they lose from here.
And even though there's a crit 80 carry on the other team, I don't think this is a situation where you're like, we're getting outscaled. It's just going to be such an easier time for Reckless in these team fights. And you just have a Rakan on engage while they're trapped in the base. You know, they can wait the minute. They can allow the next Baron to come up and available. And Invictus, you know, don't have the easy play to make.
Yeah, I mean, for IG, it has to be the outplay. It has to be the incredible engage where you kill someone right off the bat, where you catch Reckless. But with the QSS there, it gets harder and harder and harder. And he's really the only target that it seems there isn't even a chance of killing off that fast when you think of the Hex Drinker on Caps, the Shroud, the Stopwatch, everything there to keep him alive.
So the climactic moment comes in about 1 minute. Baron spawns in 43 seconds, and Fnatic are crossing their T's, dotting their I's, and making sure they've got the vision control to make a free Baron pickup into a game-ending push. 31:30 on the map, 30 seconds till Baron spawns, and they're just making sure this jungle belongs to them, the river belongs to them, and then the game will follow right afterwards like so many dominoes. Invictus Gaming, when do you choose your risky play? No matter what you do, it's risky to come back in. Do you fight for Baron? Do you fight for a ward? Or do you sit in your base? They've got to choose. Right now, they've been spotted. Whippo is going to call the Ornhorn now because they chose to fight in the jungle. They found the first engage, and Duke is low but walks away. Now land the first to fall, make it a second as the top laner is dead, and Jackie Love has to run. but Caps buys time. Rookie next to the chopping block. Caps might fall, the shields are on, and he will survive the ignite. So 5v3, the fight continues. Reckless gets away, and no one yet dies. Fnatic hold 5 strong.
And that was probably the best team fight that IG could get. They kept Duke alive for the longest time, and then they were underneath the turret, but the tanks are too strong. Fnatic still win, and they're going to get themselves the Baron.
Jackilo so close to perhaps turning that one around, but not able to do it, and it's looking like it will be Fnatic's Baron, but Ning, Jackie Love, they're closing in. They're looking for any potential miracle steal, but it's not to be.
Ning has 5 health here. Getting a steal would be almost impossible. Cursory damage would kill him. Rookie might try. He spots it. Knows the health bar is too low. Ning cannot grab this. And it will be the quick reset. One more time. Just fill in the punctuation. Make sure your penmanship is ready. Fnatic just here to sign this one over. This is certainly their game.
And this is why lane wards are so important. They see them approach it, and then Ornn's ultimate is such a crucial late game tool. Hilly flies in for the follow-up, and after this point, it looked okay. You can see Duke kiting away, has to get the ultimate out of Caps, and they fight the rest of it underneath the turret, but they just don't have the damage.
Yeah, Jackie Love's so close to getting so many of these kills, but not quite able to do it. Caps getting out with so little HP. And then look at Bwipo tanking the turret for his team so they can potentially get something done. Hylissang gets out low. You see Broxa get out low. They all are walking out, and if Jackie Love weren't so far behind, perhaps he could have turned it, but he is, and Fnatic are closing in on shutting this game out.
Surely this is theirs. 11,000 gold lead for the EULCS #1. A knockup on 2 backliners. The first kill, not yet. That was a clone. And IG will simply give up their 2 inhibitors. Mid lane and bot lane will fall, but there's still plenty of resources for Fnatic to use, waiting just to close this one out, to do what many thought was impossible and knock down IG in this group.
But they don't even have to fight. They can just recall, they can go do the same thing top lane, and they can close this one out tutorial style. Love the patience shown by Fnatic. This is the biggest game they will play in the group stages. This secures them first seed. Do not give anything back to the LPL squad.
The only glimmer of hope for IG, perhaps, that the QSS was used by Reckless in that bottom lane. The fact that it is down means maybe, just maybe, with a perfect engage, you could take down that AD carry. But Fnatic, as you say, checking all the boxes, playing so safe, so smart. They may even wait until it is back up.
It is purely the smallest of margins. Zonya is on cooldown for Caps because he's already used up these stopwatch there and has not replaced it. But these are tiny. These are 1 in a million. Invictus are so unlikely. They just hope they have that one chance, that unlikely play that catches them back up. But here comes the last lane to fall. 35 minutes in. Baron still on for a minute. Triple Infernal and a 12,000 gold lead. Fnatic have one last lane to push until the Nexus is theirs. Rookie finds some poke. Bwipo pops the ult. They're going for the dive. A double knock up there, but Jackie Love kites away. They don't get a whole lot. Invictus, and none of the health bars are yet low, but Caps is fine in the front line, gets the shield, and now it's time for the turret to fall as Baoland drops as well. 5v4. Only the Nexus has defense itself as Duke pops the stopwatch, but he's sure to go down. The knockup and a double kill for Caps. The kickback for Broxa. Make it 3 and a 5 versus 1. Jackie Love versus the world, and he simply cannot do it. And Fnatic will fell Invictus. They will take the #1 seed into the quarterfinal.
Thank you for watching Match History. Every single week, new moments and legends are born, and today's action is just about to begin. Stay tuned.
moving. When did we stop doing it? When did we settle for technology that keeps us still?
So move me, baby, like you've nothing left to prove.
The Kia electric range. Technology that moves you. Kia. Movement that inspires.
Where legends have walked, and even bigger legends will continue to make their name.
You're gonna make it. You're gonna make it, dude. Come on. Stay with. Work with me here. Work with me. We're nearly there. We're nearly there. Come on, let's go.
Oh, Trev. Help.
Mark, you've done too much, dude. What can I get you?
Give me that.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Are you guys being weird again?
let you go.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Will you turn and run from what's to come? Will you face it all? Or will you fall away again? What's calling out to be found when the time is right? When the time is right. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Feel the rush, feel the taste. Wash away what used to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it right. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash
on to week 2 of the LEC 2023 Spring Group Stage. Today we'll have an action-packed day with 2 elimination matches, kicking off with Mad Lions and Fnatic fighting for survival. I'm Laure, joined by Roxa and GB in this very Danish desk. I'm really not
Jamen,
used
så det
to.
føles fantastisk, at vi endelig giver. Altså, der er choksnakket en helvedes masse fransk sidste gang, så det er fantastisk, jeg har en fra mit eget land, der kan være her til at give mig lidt underholdning også.
Ja, jeg synes også, det er ved at være på tide, du får lidt støtte, og ja, nu har vi jo et lille sjovt spil lige om lidt, så må vi se, hvilken dansker, der er den bedste i dag.
Okay, jeg skal lige se, om jeg kan få dig ned med nakken, men ellers så ja.
Pulse. Thank you guys. Payback, I guess, for last
Clearly
week.
fluent.
But okay, we're going to assume you didn't flame anyone here. But to kick off the day here, we're going to play a small game of Who Am I? Here on the analyst desk, you may remember this one from your childhood. Or maybe kids don't play this day. We'll see. GB and Roxa have 2 boards with pictures of LEC players here. We will give them a few hints for one certain players. You can guess anytime, but only time you can guess just once per round. And first one to answer correctly gets the point. You guys can play at home and in the studio, of course. First player here and first hint we have: never made first all-pro team. Which player never made first all-pro team?
Oh, get down.
Get rid
Goodbye,
of
Mad
them.
Lions.
Eat them away. Oh my god. Eat them away. You can bring them back, of course, if you
Interesting, actually. This is...
Any guesses on
Sure
this
he
side?
did, for sure. I mean, he... no.
GB, Roxa, any guess?
There's no guesses
No,
so
no,
far.
not
The
yet, not
field
yet.
is too huge.
Second hint then. It's a professional rower during mid-lane school. Wow.
Mid-lane school.
Middle school. Yeah, middle school. Mid-lane school.
No, that's what
Middle
I'm
school,
going to call it now.
mid-lane?
Mid-lane school, middle school.
What's that, a leak?
Actually.
I'm intentionally leaking the game. Do you guys have any guesses so far? With
just
the players
not
going down
really.
here?
I don't even know what to put down just by that
Yeah,
hint.
that's-
It's like,
They're not giving us much here.
who would look like
Okay,
a
next
rower?
hint, next hint.
Okay.
Okay.
Won an LEC title. Which of the guys you have?
Won
that
an
this
LEC
allows me to
title.
remove a few pieces here at least.
They're not on the same page here, as you guys can see.
No, I mean...
Any guesses?
No,
No?
not really yet.
GB?
Not winded, not winded, not winded, not winded.
Oh. Yeah, okay, last hint here. Has more than 1 pentakill in the LEC, of course. More than 1 pentakill in the LEC, of course. Who do you have?
I got it. I'm ready.
Ooh.
Oh no.
I know.
Okay,
It's comp.
correct. First one goes.
Easy game.
Roxa.
Oh, damn it. I was looking at Reckless,
I
but
would
then I
like
was
to
like,
say-
no,
okay,
he played football,
resets
and then...
I would like to get you guys to know at home that the LEC control room bets on whoever was going to win, and no one bet on GB. So GB, you're the underdog here. You have everything to prove.
The pressure's on.
That's the problem.
Okay,
I don't
you know
work
what?
well under pressure. No.
No, wait. You can do it like this.
But I'm afraid of
There you
putting
go.
the...
No,
thank
worst case
you.
we can put it back. Okay, first hint, did not play in the LEC last year. Oh, okay, that's interesting.
Shoot.
He may have played elsewhere though.
They played.
We have returning
Did not
players.
play last year.
No,
They played.
did not play in the LEC last year. Any first guesses?
Oh, wait, did not.
Definitely not.
Definitely not.
They need to
Okay.
stay. God, what am I doing? Oh no.
Okay, next
This is
hint
okay.
then.
Oh
I feel like I'm really overthinking
oh,
this.
No.
This player loves eating very spicy food.
Okay.
That's an interesting
Oh,
trivia.
Okay.
Oh, well.
See, I don't know the players that well.
GB is
Lost.
running it down.
I'm really trying my hardest. I'm shaking. I'm nervous. I'm making mistakes.
Oh. Any guesses on your side? Maybe?
Yeah, a lot right now.
A lot, right?
Yeah, I have a lot of options over here, so
Yeah?
don't worry about it.
Okay, next hint then, if you guys don't know, has the most kill in his position this split. Huh.
Did not play the...
Okay, this should give you guys enough.
Oh god.
In this position. No, but...
Roxa, okay, what are you on to here? Like, what is the...
Well, I have...
Give us the thought process.
I have...
You can't say who you have. Okay, you guys can see.
I have
of course, who's left.
a few great options, and I'm just looking at the faces now and trying to figure out which one of these guys like spicy food. But I feel like it might be a little easier.
It cannot be him then if it's spicy food.
Okay, last hint. Played in a non-LEC major region before.
That's none of these. God damn it! What am I
Okay,
doing?
okay.
15 seconds on counter.
I'll snipe it. Wait.
10,
Okay,
9,
I got it.
8, 7. You got it?
No, well, give him time. He can have the first guess. I'm confident.
Look at him.
But
He's
he was not in a non.
He seems
So
a
you
little
have
confused.
Played a
running,
non-LEC
clearly
major
not. It
region,
was
but that was
Bo.
not. That was like.
It was
is it a-
Bo.
What? It was Bo?
Bo, yeah, you both lost. Okay, reset the board.
Oh, a non-LEC major region.
Yeah.
Why is Crowley left up? What am I doing?
Well, no matter
I was
what,
like,
you're doing better
Ellen-
than
Fine,
me,
you just
no
reset the
pressure.
board already. Okay, a player made playoffs in his last LEC split. He made playoffs in his last LEC split.
Okay, that's a trick question
Yeah,
because
it's a trick question.
that's not last year. I should
Which
not have said that out
format,
loud.
Ooh.
Oh,
Damn it.
okay. And
But,
if,
but this could be like almost every player, no?
I mean, no.
I mean, it's close.
So far, no.
But
Minus
everyone's
two
making
teams,
players
no?
nowadays.
Well, no,
Okay,
you
next
didn't.
hint
Did you?
then.
Yes, you did.
He was an MMORPG and FPS player before League. Oh, wow.
Oh,
What?
There's few of them, I think, who...
was an MMORPG.
Doesn't mean that
and
he played
it doesn't, yeah,
competitively,
it doesn't
though.
mean he was
He doesn't-
competitive,
yeah.
but he just played it.
Okay, next hint then. Only player of his nationality in groups.
Okay, we have multiple of
Wait,
you.
wait,
we have
wait,
multiple
wait.
of
Let me think,
you.
let me think.
We have. Okay, so we
It's
have.
not this
You're with
guy.
Labrov, you're with
Goes away so
Zagenda,
far.
you're with. You two are together. Then you are here.
I feel so lost right now.
You two.
I feel like I'm having a sneak peek into GDB's brain
I'm
here.
getting
Any guesses,
stressed out.
GB?
Multiple once again.
Multiple
yes.
once again. Roxa, nothing on
where
your
are you
side.
from?
Final guess then.
I'm completely
Won
lost.
EMEA Masters in 2019.
Wait,
Oh.
let me think.
Oh. Okay, I think
No,
I
that's not true
Well,
because
but
you have.
2019, that's such a long
2019
time ago, by the way.
2019,
Second
we went
left.
2019, Matt won in 2018, Misfits won in, was that 2019, but that has the spring, summer was...
10, 9.
No, that's not true.
8.
That's not true either.
Seven,
Wait, I'm so
6,
inting this
Okay.
game, man.
I have a,
All right, guesses
I have a
now
YOLO
on both
guess.
side because this was the last player.
This is completely random. El Yoya.
Okay, incorrect. And GB?
2019. You did not win. You did
GB
not win
for the
either.
tie.
You did not win.
Full panic.
Okay, leader. Whatever. No, it's not leader because Jack Spectre is here too, so it's not leader.
The answer is leader.
What? You sniped it? Damn it. Are you
Does
kidding
this
me?
count? Okay, that's a tie. And that's all for us here. Now,
How did you
we
snipe them?
got this Broxa.
What?
Broxa versus GB, Danish, 1v1 settled. Our pros also participated in some battles on the Rift. Let's see how this one went. Give me the boards now.
But it was the only of nationality. We have two.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, it's lost. Actually, you took the insta jump, man. Yeah. I wanted to actually. Okay. That's you're this kind of Z player. Okay, I understand. You insta W forward. Okay. Okay.
Oi.
Ah, I f***ed up level 1, man.
I mean, that's how this matchup is in 1v1. You f once and it's over. As long as I don't int it back now.
Okay, we're getting there.
Oi. Oh.
Oh my god. What?
Oh, it's over.
You wanna flash on me?
You're level 5. I can't kill you. What if I put 2 points in W here? What happens then?
What?
Oh my god.
Whoa!
10 HP! Ah, whatever, man. Unfortunate.
GG, man.
Yeah, GG.
We could do Cartus, because I'm really bad at the champ.
Okay, I'm down. I'm really bad as well. I'm down. Doran string and amplifying tone?
Yeah, 2 points Q and
W.
W, I guess, yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Oh my god.
I'm the worst Cartus ever, by the way.
Same. Where are you?
Okay.
Bro, you're way too good. What?
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh shit, that was crazy.
But that's why I hate this champion. This champion makes me feel so bad.
a bit of panic here and there. Still less than GB during the
God damn it, I'm not going to live that down.
Back to League of Legends topic, because during this week, the EMEA Masters group stage concluded and 8 teams advanced to the knockout stage starting on Tuesday. Let's recap the few upsets we had here with the group stage results. I think, for me, it has to be Italy once again rising, because they've been an emerging region for the past 2 years, but topping their group B, GB, that was insane.
I've always loved Italy for many reasons. The food, their willingness to import Scandinavian players into their league as well, and for some of their League of Legends at European Masters. We've seen it before with MCUS as well. We've seen it with Samsung Morning Stars back in the day, where they took games of LDLC, albeit not making it to quarters. Matchco now doing it again, and in a group that was so stacked against their favor, it was super impressive the way they did
Insane pentakill from their bot laner. For me, these are one of the most bot lanes to watch here. But Broxa, maybe you have another favorite player in this team.
Well, obviously, there's a certain Danish jungler on this particular Italian team, so I am going to be slightly biased. I have a feeling GB is not biased at all.
Oh no, I mean, I've not casted him since I started my career either, anything like that. Se Bamsen, jeg elsker dig derude, fortsæt med det. Men outside of that, yeah, really a lot of reason to watch this team.
What did you just call it?
Se Bamsen.
One of the teams to watch, of course. And on Group C of Unicorns of Love, topping their group over LDLC, LFL, one of the most expected region here to perform, but Sheepy leading his army once again to success.
Yeah, Sheepy has proven so many times in the past that it doesn't really matter what year it is, what lineup he has, it's always year of the sheep, I guess. So, all in all, really impressive team. That jungler has been looking amazing this entire year, got the Prime League MVP, now continuing to step it up massively in EMEA Masters, maybe an upcoming LEC player.
It's great to see this brand as well just standing high for so long. Obviously, we used to be familiar with it from our own major region, but the fact that we continuously have to see it again and again also just speaks to the success of the team.
Absolutely, bringing success once again. Broxa, you were casting EMEA Masters here. Any player in particular that got your eye and that we should focus on for the rest of the tournament?
I think there was a lot of cool players. I think Ragnar from Team Geo is an obvious one because there's so few players who can actually play carries the way that he can. I think in general, most top laners in Europe are kind of weak side top laners. They opt into Sion, Cassandra, the boring route. Whenever you watch Ragnar, he's just going to get last pick, he's going to get a counter, and whether it's Kennen, Renekton, or something else, he always shows up.
Definitely want to play. We could expect to see in the LEC one day
for sure.
soon.
I mean, I had the pleasure of casting this guy in the LFL English broadcast we had last year too. And last year I thought to myself, there was 3 LFL top laners I could see make the jump to LEC. One was Kabashop making the step back, the other one was Sugenda, who we already see, and then the third one was actually Ragnar, for all the reason you mentioned as well, but also the fact that he has so much versatility around him. We've seen him on the likes of an Ornn, where he just said, first pick me on, let's go with it, and then just take it from there.
Honestly, props to LDLC once again for their scouting. He was playing with them last year, and they discovered players like Comp, Yag that we have in the LEC this year as well. I'm also talking about Exakick and thus the talent factory LDLC rebuilt completely this year, and we were not expecting to see them on the top of French League once again. But for me, the one I have my eyes on for this lineup is Zoelis, the support player for LDLC. He was the rookie of the split in France. He was the MVP of the finals also. He's a player that you want to keep your eyes on maybe for the rest of the competition in the hopes of finding the rookies of tomorrow in the LEC. Knockout stage starts Tuesday, April 18. Let's take a look at the bracket here and the quarterfinals we have lined up ahead of us. Any specific matchup you have in mind or you're looking forward to seeing GB first?
I mean, I have to go down the Matchco route again. They are facing up against SK Prime and 3-3 to qualify as second seed, so I still feel like maybe the chances are there to make it even further and make it till his first semi-final as well. And you know, I'm going where I see Danes. I only see one Dane in the entirety of playoffs right now. I have to go with the Italy right again.
Broxa, any spicy matchup ahead? I have my eyes on Geo and Heretics, of course, the defendants of the title for now.
Well, same actually. I think both of the LFL teams have really impressed me a lot so far this tournament. I think even Wildcats deserve a shout-out too. But Team Geo has been something special for me. I think their games have been really, really impressive. They had the one loss where they kind of messed up and things didn't really go their way. But for the most part, just looking super dominant. And I think Ragnar especially is going to be a real threat this tournament.
I like everything that I heard here. Of course, NFL domination once again. We hope that we will see that in a couple of weeks,
Swedish, right?
of course. I'm really hyped about seeing Flagged also perform again in the tournament. But back to the LEC though, because today we will have two big organizations in Mad Lions and Fnatic fighting in the lower bracket, trying to avoid a 8th place finish, elimination at the end of the night here. And it's interesting when you see that Hidisang is going to be competing against his whole team, Humanoid for the same thing, in the hope of eliminating either of them. But when you look at the bracket last week and how things played out, any things we can expect from these two teams? On the side of Mad Lions first, maybe, because GB, looking at international tournaments, they are not playing to the expectations we have for them.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? I'm not even sure at this point in time to actually know what to expect of Mad Lions. When we head into the last week of regular season, I thought to myself, out of all the teams fighting for the last playoff spot or group stages spot, Mad Lions would be one of the ones that would get in for sure, and the others were the one where I'm like, I'm not really sure. When they play up against Team Heretics in the tiebreaker, even then it looks like they were going to lose for a second. Then when they were playing up against Vitality, they never really got an inch in that matchup either. So it just feels like it's a bit disappointing. We always keep having high expectations, and must be disappointing for them as well, because we know they can do better.
And on the side of Fnatic, coming from not qualifying to finally making it thus far, rebuilding the team, trying to find an identity. Roxa, what do we make of Fnatic so far in the last chance that they have today?
So while Fnatic has made playoffs this time around, I have to say, watching them, they're still a very questionable team in a lot of ways. Obviously, the Fnatic fans might come after me for saying this, but like, their performances have just been so disappointing up until this point. I think they've now started to find their style kind of slowly, with Reckless just sitting bot lane like he used to back in the day. We see Advi and Razok roaming. Razok has some synergy going with Humanoid. But all in all, they're just not a team. And I think for me, that's the big difference between these two. Mad Lions are over-aggressive and make a lot of mistakes, sure, but they do it as 5. Fnatic, it feels like watching a solo queue game sometimes when they're on the Rift, I'm not going to lie.
I get that. I get that. We'll see that in a couple minutes, but I want to focus on the second match we have on our hands today, SK versus G2. G2 losing last week, GB, against Koi. What can we expect from the winter winners here? I don't think they're playing to the level we expected from them.
Yeah, I think for sure it's a disappointment to see G2 down there as well, and I think as well for the likes of Caps, who got kind of, wasn't really able to leave his impact in that series as well. Not often have we seen this happen without him being able to bounce back and actually come back and do better. So I'm expecting a G2 that's going to be fearful today and quite scary looking.
We'll see that in the remainder of the day. Roxa, maybe a couple words on this matchup before we...
Well, I do want to say that I think Caps in this situation is the most scary Caps you can ever find, because this guy thrives under the pressure, and when you make this guy angry, you better get out of his way. So I think as long as they manage to, get him going, maybe put him on some different picks, because he was spicing it up quite a bit last week, they're going to be fine.
All right, story for later today, because as of now, we have more on Fnatic as Yinsu is standing by with their head coach, Nightshare. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Law. I am joined now by the head coach of Fnatic. It is Nightshare. Thank you so much for joining me today. Now, I did watch some of the vlogs and voice comms as well, the content from the last game you played against Astralis. And you kind of identified some issues already after that game. You kind of said to your boys, the nerves got the better of you in game 1. Is this still kind of a persisting issue? And how do you fix that?
I mean, honestly, whoever was watching the game 1, right, could recognize that as well, because we had a hard-winning bot lane matchup and we kind of misplayed it in a way where we should not be allowed to play the first game, and we still came back and we still were pretty competitive and we could have actually won the game. And honestly, it was something we were again expecting, right? Because we had sickness, we didn't play much on the stage, and it's like no new environment. It's BO3 now. It's it's serious. So, yeah, I mean, even today, I feel like there will be jitters and people will be misplaying. But honestly, it will just get better with the time. And, maybe game 1 will be messy again. But I feel like that once they get into the game and they just realize, okay, it's just a game that we play from office, from home, then they'll be good.
It's one of the things that takes time, right? I think we were talking about this before. Now, let's talk about some of those misplays, because in the mid to late game, it gets a little bit scrappy. But surely there are a couple of players, at least you're looking to, for them to step up in those situations specifically to be able to fix things, right? So who are those players?
I think for us, it's mainly Humanoid, and then either Razork or Edwin. And lately, even Oscar was stepping up in voice comms. So I'm very happy that, you know, like whoever sees something, they're there to step up. Even Martin, you know, sometimes steps up and calls, and then people just respect, follow. And it's really nice to see that it's not just one person.
And lastly, I know you've had a lot of experience in your past as well, and dealing with these situations, some less experienced players. What is the identity that you guys are trying to carve out right now? How would you like other people to see you as a team?
I think I'll not speak like about the draft identity or how we play, but I honestly feel like teams should be wary or scared, because I feel like we're one of the biggest momentum teams. You know, when things are going really great, then we play insanely well. On the other hand, if things are not doing good, then we are not doing great. But now we're in the losers bracket, and I honestly feel like losers bracket is OP, or you know, it is really strong, because then you can actually build up the momentum. You have a lot of series to play. You have a lot of things to like realize in the what's working on stage, what's not, because again, it's a bit different what's working on stage and scrims.
Well, hopefully today's going to be that day that you guys make that statement. And thank you so much for joining me. And I'm going to throw this back to the desk.
Thank you so much, Yunsu. As he said, grabbing the momentum has to be today, as both teams face elimination here. And I'm going to talk about the Fnatic side of the story for now. We said it in winter, they didn't pass the regular season. They tried to rebuild. They're trying to look like a team who has a glimpse of an identity, but is it gonna be enough? What is Fnatic's struggles for now, Broxau? And what is their game plan, if you can find one in the games we've seen?
So I think, like we talked about briefly earlier, they are starting to have an identity. And if we look at Reckless, for example, he's starting to play a bit like 2018, 2019 Reckless, where he's kind of being left on his own island, but he still does well on his own. He doesn't really die randomly. Advian and Razork roam around mid lane to set up Humanoid. Oscar once in a while gets some attention. So really, the playstyle is kind of set in stone in the early game, but the problems come around in mid and late game. Because while early game seems pretty good for the most part, once the objective fights come around, when you see them grouping around the dragon, like, it's very likely someone is going to get caught out. And it can be anyone. Oscar just going in alone as Mordecai, so Humanoid overextending with Lissandra. Reckless often not getting peel and just standing there as Varus trying to fight back when he's getting run down by the enemy front line. And I think them having that synergy on point is the key part and the one thing they need to do if they are to be competitive.
Yeah, but I actually also think from the side of Fnatic, at times, especially against one of the games against Astralis, it was their strength when they played this absorb composition that they had with Lissandra and Tahm Kench too. I think in regards to Fnatic, it becomes really difficult, if you want to be more specific, when the game slows down, when nothing is happening on the map, when you're not fighting and you're utilizing the fact that you still have very mechanically good players, the games become difficult for them, and that's why we see them slow down the most.
And I was wondering, because of the interview Yunsu had with Nightshare, they were talking about communication and how to set it up. A lot of voices, of course, within this Fnatic lineup from the answers we got. But Broxai, you've been in this situation when a team is trying to build itself like this. Who should have the stronger voice? Who should be the leader? And who should step in? And who do you expect to step in for the team like this?
So it, of course, depends a little bit on the team dynamic. It depends on the personalities of the players. But usually it has to be the veterans. That's what they're for, right? Veterans are supposed to be teaching the newer players and kind of always play the same way, always communicate the same way, and just be like stable rocks that the teams can rely on. So for Fnatic in particular, it would have to be Reckless, it would have to be Humanoid, it would have to be Razork, because Oscar and Advian, they haven't been in this position that much, and the pressure might, not necessarily, but it might get to them a little more than the rest. So these are the three guys that need to step up and that need to have an impact in comms today.
Yeah, absolutely. Talking about Reckless, though, there's some improvements since winter, since spring even, and a bit more room for him as Fnatic plays less for bot side than they used to, GB.
Yeah, I think it also just comes down to the way that the team kind of started becoming more comfortable with themselves and finding some identity in draft, because I actually think Fnatic has been really good at elevating themselves from game to game to game. Even in regular season, when their win streak started, when they got the first one against Team Heretics, that game was awful. And but it was the fact that they could build on it again and again and again and become better. And Reckless has also gotten better with time.
Roxa, you were saying that he looks a bit more like Reckless 2018 in that sense.
Well, I think even earlier the split, it's not like Reckless was bad or anything.
No.
I think he was playing more than fine, but it's really difficult to be an AD carry in a team that's kind of dysfunctional, that doesn't have synergy, because it doesn't really matter what you do in the laning phase if no one peels for you and assists you in mid and late game. Tanks are just going to jump into you and one-shot you. Tanks are so strong in the current meta, right? So I think it's something they've gotten a bit better at, but they still need to keep improving in this area for Reckless to really shine.
You see Reckless on stage right now, actually channeling the Boaster energy from Veterans. Of course, we'll see how this one plays out today. But focusing maybe on what can help them finding this stability, I think we have to look at Humanoid, the meta on the mid lane, and the versatility that he can bring to this team. But maybe sometimes it gets lost in Fnatic's game plan.
I mean, I think Humanoid has been the best performing member of Fnatic as well, and he's been doing it with different functions, how to do it as a team. I think he's the ace player because he's the one who kind of plays bandage duty. When we need someone to get priority in the mid lane, when we saw it in the Azir with the regular season, that was him on that. When we needed to have the absorption with the Lissandra, that was also him against Leader, while also having the most damage on that champion. And when they had to go for the LeBlanc, he was also doing super well in the early game, getting ahead early, but then come the Fnatic mid-game struggles, and when you have a LeBlanc that's not as easy to play around with as a control mage per se, the game became difficult for Fnatic. But I think the by far best performing member of Fnatic.
I think Fnatic needs Humanoid to perform to even be remotely close to winning today. The thing is, normally he's not the strongest laning phase player, and that's been one of the challenges for him, getting past the 15-20 minute mark. But once mid and late game comes around, he deals so much more damage than anyone else on the team. He has a very high kill participation, as we see here, and he's involved in every single play. So when Razork and Humanoid can group up and have good synergy in the game, and he gets set up for success, he can solo carry games.
Mid jungle is going to be a pivot here in this matchup anyway. But before that, I want to talk about Mad Lions and what's going wrong and right with them, because we knew Mad Lions at their peak when they were team fighting. But right now, they have a good plan. The execution, not so much.
Yeah, I actually think the first game they played against Vitality, they could have actually won it. I've brought some examples as well, because they decided to go for a skirmish composition that also allowed themselves to get leads. In the specific play we got here, as you can already see, War gets dropped down. Their first move with Niski as well, and Elyoya being able to come in. Hylissang has the first move over Kai'Sa. So the setup is here for any potential good counter jungling when you spot Bo here. If you want to go in and dive, right now Bo is channeling the Hex Flash. Niski's already ulted. He's failed it once, a little bit on the wall. No one's going to have the pillar is not in a position where you actually stop the Hex Flash either. So he's actually able to get out. Photon's not in a position where you actually get dove on the tower. And in the mid lane, Perkz has now pushed in the wave that suddenly Niski had to move on. So they've actually lost more from a play they should have gained more at. This one's super important too, because they want to skirmish around Rift Herald. Right now, Elyoya has a level advantage. Crucially, he also has a flash. And with that level 6, when the skirmish breaks out, Mad Lions should just win this and pick up the Rift Herald. But let's see how it actually pans out, because when the Malphite comes in and he's going to look for the ultimate, at first you're going to think he's going to flash that, but he doesn't. And because he doesn't get the ultimate off, he doesn't get to be a champion. Look at all these low HP bars. This should have been a clean-up for Mad Lion. This should have been them getting the Herald. They don't. So after as well, when Bo comes in, and Mad Lions didn't get it. Mad Lions never got the Rift Herald in this scenario either. And this could have been something that really would have accelerated their game plan too. And there's loads of different examples with this in this game where they're looking for a skirmish, but it's actually the mechanics that goes wrong. And it's a bit sad because, as you said, the idea is there, but clicking the right buttons just wasn't.
And that's the thing. I think the series last week was highly dictated by the mid jungle from Vitality. I think it's going to be the same story here as well for the Mad Lions. And we know that when Yoya and Niski click, they click good. But is it going to come out this way, Broxa?
Well, we'll see. One thing that I like about Mad is that while they've been extremely over-aggressive, which has led to them dying constantly, they're actually playing as a team. And if we look at the 5-man unit, these guys have better coordination and Sunju than Fnatic. They just have to tone down the int a little bit, so to speak. Just calm down, take it slow, and then they're going to be fine.
Take it slow, and they're going to be fine. There's no more second chances here for both of these teams as they face elimination in the spring split. It's time to find out who will stay alive and who will fail.
Big lights, big stadium, big arenas. It gets no bigger.
113 jumps in as we can see Photon with the Counter-Strike. It's a 4-man knock-up. They can continue to CC everybody down. And Bo is just taking everyone out on a silver platter. Triple kill for Bo.
Are ramping up right now during playoffs, and we should be a scary team to play against. I'm kind of amazed and surprised at the same time, but now I'm pretty confident because I know what we're able to do.
He's still full HP. He's dodging. He's dipping. It's all Crowny. Call him king, because he has been crowned with a pentakill!
I think Razork, for example, is playing way better right now. I want to get a rematch against him since it always feels good to beat Razork.
We've been shaky at some times, but we're figuring still some stuff out, and I think we're gonna come up strong. Doesn't matter what's your name, it's just all about the team synergy.
Maybe looking for a kick flash. Razor caught between the midst of the entire team to get over the wall. The flash out to safety, now trying to get the blast go, but Chasey's here again! This man, the perfect defender! The 3-man core, Ambient, Humor, and Reckless standing strong. Ilya coming in to finish the job, but it does not matter. Next kick still standing for now, flashing out of the range, trying to get away from the spears as much as he can. Oh, they're not getting anything back. There's no more Shroud to protect him. He's gonna get knocked back, he's gonna get eaten alive, and the fight will keep going as Broken Blade manages to find the feast onto Irrelevant. Oh, he's dancing, hit him with it!
I really want to try again and give it another shot and show how good we can be.
We actually went far in the regular season and we're not planning to stop. Maybe we got too overconfident after beating supposedly the best team in the league, and then you play versus BTS and you just think of the name BTS. In the end, I definitely think we can beat anyone.
Trippy flash forward on the hook. He is going to connect on the Broken Blade, and that is massive. That could be fight deciding, but now there's a TP in the middle of the pit. They're trying to turn and burn. Yike throwing out the ultimate caps. Taken out. Double for Comp and an ace for Koi.
The last 2 steps and really showing that we are the best team. We just actually want to win everything.
And welcome to week 5 of the LEC. I'm Medic, joined by Dagda and Vedi, and we see Reckless here with Boaster's headband on. A headband that is infamous in the Valorant scene for the Fnatic team. Undefeated are Fnatic Valorant, while their in-game leader Boaster has been wearing that orange headband.
Yeah, so for those that don't know, Boaster, professional Valorant player.
That's why he plays for the Fnatic Valorant team, that I mentioned a couple of times.
But during their run, I forget the name of the tournament. It was the Lock-in tournament? Yeah, the Lock-in tournament. It wasn't best of.
Were you not
He's
on
still lost
Valorant
individual
and he's doing
games.
better?
Yeah, I'm just saying, but in terms of individual games, while there have been losses for Boaster,
They haven't lost a
he
map.
hasn't lost a single series.
They're like 18-2, I think, across the last 18 games
So
they've played.
Reckless hoping to rub off some of that luck. We'll see if it pans out.
And of course, this best of 3 is an elimination game between these two teams. The loser is out of Spring Split and possibly out of contention for MSI as well. Fnatic wouldn't be able to make it. Mad, there's still a couple of ways they can make it via championship points, but obviously you want to take the title and take that first seed going into MSI. We're into draft. Fnatic elected red side for this first game, and Olaf, Zaya, and Annie are already banned away.
Yeah, I mean, it worked out pretty well for them previously. I think the red side works out because they can go for things like the Varus, which I think was a massive pick for Reckless. But I'm also kind of curious to see things like the LeBlanc and the Jace that were perma-banned in their last series now being left open here as well.
I'm interested in this Olaf ban. Mad Lions last split, when they were successful during the best of 5s and the best of 3s, it was largely because they were able to successfully play through Chasey. And we've seen from recent weeks Oscar Rinnan playing a lot more carries, being willing to fight you toe-to-toe in the top side of the map. We saw him bringing out this Olaf against Finn's Ilaoi, and he had a lot of success on it, so showcasing that respect towards Oscarinen in the top side of the map, with Fnatic mainly just targeting away some of the strong bot side picks with Annie and Rakan, but there's that Jace, that top side focus once again. We'll see what Mad focus now as we move into the picks.
Also, a lot of respect given to Humanoid on the Lissandra. He had a phenomenal 2 games coming into that pick and really did give a lot towards Razork and Humanoid playing through that mid-jungle, so not surprised to see that taken away. The blind Vi, though, does mean that potentially we're going to see Vi on the other side.
Okay, just so people understand, it's not Vi. It's not that. Just so people are aware.
Okay, season 2,
no, okay, there's also okay, so just just letting people know. So Vi, Gragas, and Zeri have been locked in for Mad Lions, with Fnatic locking in Ahri, Wukong, and Sivir now on the red side. So we're looking to get that rectified as quickly as possible, but what a twist that would be in Arcane Season 2, right?
It's 2 Vi's, actually just 12.
Yeah.
Pretty sure it's Stranger Things, right?
Stop it.
It's just Stranger Things, yeah, as you say. Vi, Gragas, Zeri for the Mad Lions, Ahri, Wukong, and Sivir locked in now for Fnatic.
And that's why I haven't been the biggest fan of this first pick 5 pretty much across the board. Like Sivir, Spell Shield, Shield's going to be totally fine. Same you look at Ahri, you will try and ult Ahri, she just goes the other direction, brings you with her. So I think teams have started to adapt away from the Vi in a lot of situations, but we'll have to see how comfortable they're going to be now with this Gragas being paired with it towards the mid lane.
So yeah, you can see the picks behind the players. Ahri, Wukong, and Sivir, of course, locked in for Fnatic so far. Veigar has now been banned away on the side of Fnatic, with Malphite coming out from the side of Mad Lions. We saw this a lot from LPL, we've seen it from LCK. Malphite just being a generic ban now, considering its strength, the great itemized, the build options that it does have now, along with just how well it does into so many different champions. The respect being shown once again towards that top side of the map, with Pyke being taken away from Hylissang. But many know how terrifying he can be on the champion.
I mean, Fnatic know firsthand how terrifying he can be on the champion. So many times he was able to carry them to victories here, playing up against his old former team and his old AD carry duo. Last time Fnatic actually picked up a win in the LEC was back in 2018 when it was Reckless and Hylissang in the bottom lane for them. There's the Lulu ban to round things out for Mad Lions. Fnatic now probably going to look towards... you could go blind top, or you could look and pick your support right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of the thought process here is like you compare the Lulu with the Sivir, so instead of going with the Zeri, they're going to take it away. But the biggest problem is like, what do you try and go with? Nautilus or something like that? You could try, but it's great, not that great into the Sivir, also not great into a lot of what Fnatic have on the opposite side. So I'm actually pretty curious as to exactly what Hilly's going to play, especially with the Renata locked in here. You know Mad Lions want to dive in on top of you if you kind of want more engaged to feed into that, but it feels like Fnatic have a great composition here to deal with it.
And the issue is Renata really stops a lot of that engage in the bottom lane. Like I was thinking maybe something like the Rel, which is going to get locked in, but Renata can stop that possible engage. There's the Kennen though, and you see Mad Lions. This is a press R comp if I've ever seen one. Gragas, Vi, Kennen, and Rel all just jumping in on that target.
But that's the big problem here, right? Mad, with your first pick 5, kind of just given away the playbook. We're like, hey, we want to play for dive, we want to play short range, and I think Fnatic have just responded well. You've got great disengage with the Wukong, you've even got the Jarvan, which is the counter into the Kennen that we've seen come up, so good engage, great disengage, and also you've got the ability to just kind of wait for that Sivir to scale into the late game. So I think there's going to be a lot of execution here on Mad Lions, and when you've got so much zone control that Fnatic bring to the board, it's not going to be an easy task to try and play these team fights.
Yeah, I feel like the Mads are still showing what they showed us in Winter, frankly. We're still seeing this high priority on the Gragas. This mid-jungle duo actually benefited them a lot in Winter, but teams have gotten a lot better at playing through their top side of the map and shutting down something that separated Mad from the rest of the pack last split. They have brought out the Kennen. I am excited to see Chasey on this Kennen, and as you've highlighted, a lot of team fighting potential here, but Dagda, I think you summarized it really well with Fnatic having just strong disengage, a lot of mobility, a lot of pick potential, a lot of team fighting tools. It's going to be interesting. I expect these dragon fights to be bloody.
And I think that's where a lot of this is going to come down to. Maybe with the extra little bit of push that you have with the Ahri in the mid lane, you can try and play down in those early levels, try and set up for the dragon. But I mean, either way, it feels like you're going to have very much a case of, can you find a quick pick, maybe through mid, maybe with the jungles, to try and give yourself an advantage toward dragon. But in these early skirmishes, it can really go either direction depending on how teams approach these dragons.
Huge series for both these teams. Fnatic, after missing the group stage in the winter, now looking to try and make it into our top 4. Still Astralis standing in both of these teams' way. Let's see who can strike first in Fnatic versus Mad. Mad, 5-player strong down towards this bottom side to start off. You can see Advienne just placing the more defensive ward. You can step forward and try and get a deeper ward into that second bush, but this ward just allows you to back away, especially when the rest of your team isn't here. It's the one we see most commonly. Sweeper used by Elioya to get rid of it. But importantly, this means that Humanoid has time to step in and get a ward of his own around the Razor Beaks.
It should give you a little bit of information as to what exactly Elioya is doing. I think Mad would love to try and get control of this bot side, which is why you can kind of see them here. And maybe they have Elioya move up towards this top side so they can try and play for the 2v2. But I'm actually glancing at Elioya. It looks like he is going to move over towards his red buff. So with the range advantage Fnatic have in the bot lane, they should get control in that lane.
I'm interested to see how some of these early plays kind of work out. This mid lane matchup in particular, in terms of getting that early push. Oh. Well played there by Reckless, securing that early ward. The mid matchup can be pretty interesting because Ari's wave clear at the start, not the strongest, but Gragas can be so annoying with his W in particular. He can like soak up a lot of the trade tools that actually give you the ability to actually maintain push in a wave like this, especially when Ari doesn't have many points in her queue. Naturally, as the levels come through, Ari will have a little bit more control in the matchup, but you were talking about the bot lane matchup earlier, Dagday. We can see early on, Kazi and Hylissang, the reason why they wanted to cut off Reckless and Advienne's route into the lane was so that they could get to the wave first. And now Hylissang is in a great position where he can start threatening on the 2 versus 2, and it will give them that early push. So for the time being, Chasey would push up top, Mad with push down bot, and Humanoid with slow push in the mid lane.
Yeah, the wave isn't in a great spot in this bot lane though, because you're not really going to be able to push too hard here as Hilly, and you can freeze it as Advienne and Reckless. You got to watch out. Razork has gone from red down towards this bottom side, so they really need to get this crash and make sure the Reckless and Advienne are keeping this wave just in reach of the jungler.
Of course, they will have that additional bit of information. Razork will be spotted out on a ward. I imagine that Elioya also spotted. Remember that early vision invested by Humanoid. I didn't quite catch if he was spotted on the ward, unfortunately, but Kazi going to use his pressure to drop a bit of early vision as Elioya looks for a gank in mid.
Looking for it. Niski going in with a flash as well. Humanoid going to try and get away. Does still have the flash. Elioya flashes over the wall. Humanoid flashes back. Elioya with the red buff slow. Can't quite catch out Humanoid. Elioya predicting and Humanoid with the patience to hold his summoner spell.
Yeah, Elioya thinking too many steps ahead as Hylissang now looks for a fight.
Yeah, but Advienne can just handshake Kazi back. Gets the shield as well. The Ignite goes down onto Kazi. No vision in the bush for Fnatic, but that Ignite helping them, giving them that little bit extra awareness so they could still put the damage down onto Kazi.
They know Razork's on this bottom side, so Mad really want to try and get this wave pushed in. Healy trying to play aggressive with the level 3, but Razork on the way has been spotted on that ward that Kazi placed earlier.
They've got to back away, but the handshake's going to pull Hylissang back. Still flashes available for Hylissang and for Kazi. Hylissang uses the Ferromancy to try and get a shield. Won't be able to get away from this one as Razork claims first blood.
And they already knew that this was going to happen. Mad already spotted Razork on that the bot side jungle. They knew everything, but trying to take that aggressive trade really came back to hurt them. And it's first blood over towards Fnatic.
Ultimately, a big blunder from the bot lane of Mad Lions. You can see that the idea is to push another wave in as you are highlighting Dagda so that they can then get a good reset off. But it took them too long. They took too much damage and they had no way of escaping. Hylissang held onto his flash for now because he realized even if he did flash, it likely would have still resulted in his death. So Fnatic, they will draw first blood, get a small lead. Let's see if they can punish Humanoid.
Great charm from Humanoid as Elioya was going in with a Vault Breaker. Obviously, a very powerful ability from the Ari. Advienne here coming to try and help Humanoid push out the wave, but with 3 members of Mad, might be a little bit tricky to get it all the way under that tower.
Humanoid trading incredibly well against Niski in this early game. He's landed almost every single Q onto Niski, and it's just allowed him to chip away at the HP bar of the Gragas and allow him to get this early push. And just really great awareness. We saw strong performance from him last week on the Lissandra. We're continuing to see him off to a good start here against against Mad, rather.
And both mid laners up against their former teams as well. So definitely want to try and make that that little bit of a grudge match go in their favor. And right now, Humanoid has been able to come out on top several times. Still not really able to get control on the spot side, though, are Fnatic with at least the roam coming up from Hylissang. So curious to see now what does happen with these early dragons. You're still getting Cardi and Hilly pushing very aggressive in that bot side, and Chasey trying to get vision on the top end. So pretty much full control when you look over towards Mad Lions on exact information on where Razork is.
I will say we've talked a lot about this mid and bot side of the map, and the person that's benefited the most from this has been Chasey. He's just been free to play the 1v1 matchup, and he has just been bullying Oscarinin. The idea behind the Jarvan is that you can harass and farm from safety by maxing your E alongside the areas you can see right now. But level 6.
Slicing Maelstrom coming in. Oscarinen's going to have to flash. Burns it to get away. I think Chasey knew that if Oscarinin burnt his summoner, he would be able to escape. You can see Alioya on his way up here, perhaps looking to capitalize on the fact that Oscarinin no longer has that summoner.
Oscarinen's so close to the level 6, though. Just 1 or 2 more creeps that actually push him over the edge, but there it is.
There it is.
Just hit. Can Alioya actually make this play work? No flash available for the Vibe.
The wave is in such an awkward spot because of this cannon minion. There's another wave that's going to come through now, and so much time is being spent here. You can see a ping has even come down from Fnatic. They're suspicious that Alioya is very likely hovering around. Alioya making the decision, you know what, we just need to push this wave in, and while that's all happening, Fnatic secure the dragon.
And that's the thing, Fnatic, they had Oscarinin play that little bit more safe, backed away underneath the tower. They get the dragon now, and even though Mad Lions had the push in the bot lane, had a good position in mid, it's Fnatic who get the first neutral.
At least Skirnin gets to pick up this wave as well. So nicely done by Fnatic, really controlling this early stage of the game fantastically. And again, you've got opportunities now for Razork, who's going to be hitting level 6 fairly soon himself, to then start making more of these plays happen, especially if Humanoid wants to try and get this push in mid, roam down towards bot side, or even try and play up towards the Chasey on the top end, who'll be vulnerable with the everything the Jarvan has to offer.
If we also take a look at the minimap, you'll notice that the wards being invested from Fnatic around this bot side jungle gives so much more safety to Rekkles and Advien. And then Humanoid continuing to move into the Fog of War. Observers highlighting that vision for us right now. Thank you, Observers. But you can very clearly see what the game plan is for Fnatic. While some things change, others stay the same. And Fnatic playing for their bot lane. It's been a while since we've already seen this level of investment, but trying true to the old style of Fnatic, make sure Rekkles gets ahead. And Rekkles Sivir, he was the original 500 CS meme, you know what I mean? He was the guy that, don't worry guys, it doesn't matter how bad the game looks, as long as we can farm, we'll be fine. And we'll see if Fnatic can come out on top. So far this early game, very even overall.
And although Sivir and Navoy Quick Blades was actually nerfed on 13.5 or 13.6, Sivir is actually a great proponent of it, because if you use your W, you get so much more damage through the waves. Your Q as well with that enhanced damage can do a huge amount of work. And late game, it's very difficult to deal with the fact that Sivir can just AFK farm waves. How do you ever get underneath the tower? How do you ever push him for a siege? Especially with Mad's composition being such short range, they're going to have to try and isolate Rekkles, but there's so much disengage on Fnatic, and Rekkles has his spell shield. It's going to be very tricky for Mad if they do start falling behind in this game.
Yeah, it feels like you kind of got to rely on Alioya or Niski to get kind of a 1-2 punch to get the spell shield down and then follow up with one of those big ultimates. Might see it in a second here as both teams starting to move up towards this Rift Herald. Push for chasing the top side makes it very difficult for Fnatic to really have control, although, as I say that, might actually get caught out here.
Crushing blow just takes a little bit of his health, but not really going to do too much. Good charm into the body slam there. Advien coming across. Hylissang joining. Explosive cast. Humanoid flashes it. Kazi looking for a bit of damage, but Humanoid was able to escape. And with the help of Advien, can keep the Mad Lions at bay. Mad Lions up towards this top side, looking for Oscarinin. EQs away, buffers it, and escapes from the Vault Breaker. No stun landing either from Chasey. Didn't have the full 3 marks of the storm.
Now, Razor are going to move over to start up this Rift Herald. You're still, as you say, have all the ultimates and also the flashes available on this top side. Skirnin doesn't have his, so with Niski now starting to hoosh in,
don't fight this.
Going to be in trouble.
Like, both of your bot laners are bot, Mad Lions. If you take this fight, you are going to be undermanned. If Oscarinin comes down from that top lane, he's currently catching the wave. They're just looking to reset the patience, and they will manage to do that. You can see Hylissang slowly working his way up here, does have the level 6, so a slight advantage for Mad if they're able to take this fight.
The reset on the Rift Herald was huge, though. It actually bought time for Hilly to come in now, so it's still the potential here to look for a fight. Fnatic very split up. That was a smite from Alioya, though.
It's a very awkward situation for both teams right now, but Mad seem to be way more comfortable. Fnatic looking for the collapse.
Mad just willing to wait it out. Cease and desist goes in. Azog the one locked up. The Cataclysm blocks them, but there's the engage. Magnet Storm on 2 as Hylissang manages to find one. The second kill goes over to Chasey. Humanoid dashing in with a Spirit Rush, but Mad Lion's still very healthy. Can try and lock him down, slicing Maelstrom in. The double body bump, and there's the bomber they were looking for. Hylissang yoinks Oscarinin back, and even though Oscarinin is underneath his own tower, Niski will claim his life. A double for Mad Lions, a double for Niski, and a beautiful fight for them in the top side.
They bought the time that they needed for Mad Lions to collapse, and Fnatic completely spread out. Humanoid couldn't get involved, and a brilliant pickup for Mad Lions off the back of this.
I think Mad just made a great decision to force the engage. They saw that Fnatic was creating this collapse with Ahri coming in from the bottom of the river and the rest of Fnatic coming in through the top. And typically you would attack the weak side flanker, the single player trying to create the flank. But with Humanoid being on Ahri, the mobility could make it much harder for Alyoya to follow up, or the rest of the team to follow up rather. So Alyoya just says, you know what, I'm going to ult Razork, let's just collapse. In this choke point, Chasey is set up for success.
And the fact that Adivin hadn't hit level 6,
so big.
Huge, but Humanoid.
The fact he didn't have that hostile takeover as Humanoid caught out in the mid lane, he's going to fall as well. And it's beginning to look a little bit pear-shaped for Fnatic. 5 kills to 1, a 1.5k gold lead for Mad Lions, and the Rift Herald alongside it.
And this working through the top side of the map was what we saw from Mad Lions in the previous series. They worked really well together until it went a bit too far and it came back to bite them. So we'll have to see if Mad Lions can kind of keep up this pressure without overstepping. But right now, with 3 kills onto the Gragas, Kennen in control on the top side, it's looking damn good for the Mad Lions.
It certainly is. Mad Lions took a single fight and they were able to punish Fnatic, and one of the things that Fnatic have been criticized for is their coordination. This is one of the scary things about the Mad Lions, regardless of their performance. This player, or this team rather, has always consisted of some of the best team fighters in the league. You think of players like Alyoya, players like Kazi, these two won championships here in the LEC thanks to their miraculous team fights, and they're not afraid to go in for the fight. Now, of course, Kazi wasn't here, but Alyoya saw the window, finds it, makes it work. Now, the Dragon will be secured by Fnatic. They do definitely still have a win condition here, and I will add scaling for both teams is still very important. When you have Sivir and Zeri in the game, late game team fights is something that's always going to be a potential win condition for either side.
I will say it does become difficult for Fnatic though if they start to lose control of the game. If you're the one that's coming in dark into a potential flanking Kennen, Karagas on the sideline, hell even Hilly as well, that can be where you really start to fall apart in team fights. And you kind of hit the nail on the head, Betty. I think it's going to be a huge amount of coordination from Fnatic to make sure that Oscarinin is keeping one flank under control, Advian has the other. And that's where I think the big question mark is for Fnatic with this squad.
Feels like a lot of it comes down to the next Dragon fight as well. If Fnatic can be first on target, their disengage is very strong. The hostile takeover, the Cyclone, the Cataclysm works wonders if Mad are trying to invest everything on one target. But if Fnatic are the ones walking into the darkness, it becomes a lot trickier for them. Mad Lions, though, in prime form, it seems that one fight really rocketing them up in terms of gold lead and putting Niski in such a prime position to carry as well. This guy, remember, it was winter when his Gragas really came to the fore. We saw Faker play it once in the LCK, and then Niski's like, yeah, I can do that too. And teams started having to ban it against him. It was let through the draft this time, and I wonder if Fnatic are ruining that decision a little bit.
Well, I will say that Humanoid, for the most part, had control over the mid lane matchup. Yep. Like, things were going really well for Humanoid. Even after all the ganks were invested mid, we saw 2, 3 ganks committed. It wasn't until the 3rd gank where Humanoid had no flash or ultimate that he really ended up falling short. But I think the Humanoid really had Niski's number, but now that the itemization is so vastly different, Ahri's going to struggle to have the same level of control and basically trading tools that she had earlier in the lane.
And it does feel like the moment Mad Lions are trying to set up for a play on this bottom side with Niski, you can see a lot of vision invested onto that bot side. We'll need to clear out a lot of what Fnatic have kind of responded with there, but it definitely feels like they want to try and now repay Karzi for the time that the rest of the team has spent away from him.
Humanoid bot knocked back here. The stun's gonna land as well. Humanoid locked in with the Magnet Storm flashes. Charms the shield will get him to safety. But the ultimate and the flash have to be burnt to escape. The barrel goes behind the tower. Humanoid now is still able to walk away from that fight as the Slicing Maelstrom is used in the top lane just to chunk out Oscarinin. You can see Alyoya waiting just around the corner. Oscarinin goes in, Cataclysm locks him up, and Alyoya's tanking. And he's tanky enough to do this for a while. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Razork was looking for something, but couldn't find the engage that he wanted.
I mean, nice response from Alyoya. Sees how many members of Fnatic are hovering around mid. Is like, fantastic. Means there's nobody up in this top end. So immediately manages to work with Chasey, get that first turret for themselves as well. And now they will be able to just continue to put the vision down that they need, continue to keep this pressure up, and Mad Lions coming out swinging in this first game.
I think the biggest thing for me is that this now unlocks Chasey on the map, right? You funneled all this gold into him. You can see he has a 1.7k gold advantage over Oscar Rinin. This is a large part of the gold lead that Mad have over Fnatic for the time being. And being able to move him into mid and then have way more time that he can just spend mid, he can then push the top wave in and then move back to mid again. Having that mid presence then means that you can concentrate more members to the bot side of the map. And so now Mad can start looking to play for these bot towers, this mid tower, and more importantly, this third Drake.
And you have to feel that's where the battle lines will be drawn. 3 minutes on it. Mad Lions in very good form, especially considering over the course of Spring, they've really struggled to actually pick up too many kills, have one of the lowest KD ratios of any team in our league. And you can see have the highest average deaths per game as well. So they usually really struggle through this early game. It's a strong sign for them that they've been able to find a couple of fights here, been able to get this early lead.
Yeah, we wanted to highlight how much Mad have struggled in terms of just they're dying a lot. Like, they die way more than they typically have. And while this team historically has always been, I would say, a bloody team, like as we said, Mad Lions were known as one of the best team fighting teams in Europe. It's surprising to see them die so often while not being able to get those kills. And it's funny because expectations for Mad would be that when you have a Kazi Hylissang bot lane, that's what we were expecting. Yeah. So for them to start Winter with so much consistency and reliability was a surprise to many. Obviously, this split, though, has not been quite the same story for Mad Lions as they now find themselves in the face of elimination against Fnatic. The loser will, of course, be knocked out of their chance of winning the Spring Split.
Yeah, Fnatic trying to see if they can find that rematch against Astralis, but Mad Lions already kind of taking control over this bot side, now working to take that Dragon away from the hands of Fnatic, are definitely going to put up a very good fight. Chasey, TP going to be up momentarily, so can get down towards this Dragon just as it kicks off, but TP in behind Niski now.
So Niski has the flash, has the explosive cast. Humanoid goes in, looks for the Everfrost. Niski with the cast, knocks him back, but the charm lands, and that means Niski is in for a world of hurt. Looking for perhaps some damage on the tower before he does go down. Good reactions by Fnatic to pick up a kill in the bottom lane, but look at what Mad are doing in the mid. They're trying to open up the map.
Fnatic exploited the timing window. Chasey just not quite having that TP up and available, so they find that play onto the bottom side. Now, though, mid-turret taken, you're going to have another fight here for Mad Lions.
Timer in the top left is incorrect. As you can see, there is a dragon on your screens right now. Fnatic looking to secure it. Would be their third of the game. We put them on sole point. Mad Lions trying to play around at the Magnet Storm going in. Reckless trying to get away from the backline here. Chasey going in as well with the Cataclysm, the slicing maelstrom from Chasey. As you say, it's huge, but Reckless still alive, and he's opening up on this Sivir. He's done this so many times in the past. Reckless surviving. Chasey nullified. Fnatic find the fight, but Niski TPing in is going to try and take out Razork. He's the smite, remember. He dashes across the wall. The Dragon now secured for Fnatic. And even though the slicing maelstrom came in from Chasey, Fnatic was somehow able to survive.
And we talk about how the fights around Dragon are going to be so important. Let's just keep an eye on Reckless here. He gets engaged on by the entirety of Mad Lions, but he's able to get away to safety. Then the collapse from Chasey flashes out to safety. Meanwhile, Oscar Rinin just buying time with his ultimate on the backline, keeping Kazi and Elyoya locked up, which then allows Reckless to then re-engage on the fight, as Razork is doing so much damage alongside the rest of Fnatic. Niski then rejoins the fight, but ultimately the criticism for the failure of this fight needs to go towards Niski. The fact that he overstayed in the bot side of the map, the fact that Mad thought that he could just solo take that tower, he wasted so much time just as the Dragon was spawning. He ends up dying, and it gives Fnatic a window back into this game, and a very clean one at that. Third Dragon now on the board. Reckless now working towards his second major item. Fnatic definitely seems online.
Fnatic even had the opportunity to go up towards this Rift Herald as well if they want to. You can see Mad just kind of saying, hey, look, we don't really feel like we're in a position to fight. We're going to lean a lot down towards this bottom side. So definitely a Fnatic objective. We'll trade bot lane turret for it, but could definitely be worth it if they can try and crack open mid.
I think we've seen a sign of how Fnatic's perfect team fight would go, you know? Hostile takeover locks up the majority of the team. The Cataclysm follows up on top of that, and then even though the Slicing Maelstrom got the entirety of the backline, Reckless with the spell shield, with the flash, is able just to open up on Chasey. Mad Lions will have to navigate their way around teamfights to make sure that doesn't happen again.
And I think one of the biggest things you always have to think about, especially in Zeri Sivir matchups, is how much backline threat is there?
Yep.
How afraid are you for your AD carry? Niski going in, flash from AdVN because he was worried about getting knocked back. should be able to EQ out of this one. Oscar Renin, even though he's taking a lot of damage. Oh, that's
Chase is
Razor.
coming in as well. Razor will be able to escape the slicing mouse coming in. Niski gets the body bump across the wall, and Mad Lions decided to take the fight, but look at the hostile takeover. Everyone goes berserk. Oscar Renin EQ. It was stopped by the Magnet Storm. I think he was pulled out of the range, and that's going to be another fall. A fallen Fnatic player. 2 kills over to Mad, even though they lost the Herald.
Completely disjointed fight from Fnatic, though. You could see that Humanoid was still pushing in the bot side, didn't want to join into the play, but the rest of Fnatic were like, hey, we can take this once we got that big hostile takeover, kind of baited them in, and Mad Lions punish and pick up 2.
It did seem like they were indecisive in that moment, as you were highlighting, Dagda. Mad, all 5 members alive, Razor dead. I was wondering if they were going to consider the Baron there, but it looks like that they will not for now. So 3 members on the Herald. You can see Reckless using the Blast Gun to create a little bit more space between him. I thought it was Oscar Renin that got engaged on. My apologies. It was Razork. Gets locked up. He's trying to get close enough to the wall to be able to jump over it, but Chasey's cutting off his line of escape. So the moment that Razork does, well, there's nowhere left for him to go. He's then... And then you look at this hostile takeover that comes out from AdVN, lands on all 5 members, and Fnatic's like, oh, this is a really good fight. Wait, hang on a minute. No, it's not. And as you called, Medic, the Magnet Storm does pull him just out of range, which means that Oscar Renin also ends up losing his life. 2 quick picks for the Mad Lions. I think Fnatic, they did secure the Herald. Now we're looking for another fight.
Knock up onto Elioya. Double TP comes in. Chasey trying to fight this one as well. AdVN dashing forward, putting a bit of shielding in, and in the end, it's just teleport for teleport exchanged. Ultimate for ultimate exchanged between the junglers. And Mad Lions, even though they did lose out that fight around the Dragon, still have a 4,500 gold lead as we get ready to set up for what would be Chemtech Soul for Fnatic.
At least for Mad Lions, Chasey will have his TP up and available as that Dragon spawns, so should be able to reset, go up towards the top side if he wants to, as he actually is going to continue to push out bot lane, but at least try and create some pressure that Fnatic have to try and deal with before he comes into that fight. Looks like he isn't going to try and go for it, though. Instead, they just want to try and group up and make sure they can keep vision around the objective before it all kicks off.
I'm just having a look at how close we are in terms of item spikes. AdVN still yet to pick up his mythic. He's a while away. He needs about 400 more gold if he wants to get Shirelia's.
Navori for both AD carries.
Navori just finished on Reckless. Humanoid was sitting on about 1.5k as well, so I'm sure he'll want to get his next item in the next 40 seconds. Chasey's trying to stop him from being able to recall safely, but he will now manage to get his back off. Decides to cancel it. Mad Lions start up the Baron.
Humanoid has no TP,
as you say, Vetti, on Humanoid. No vision for Fnatic. Now they know. Far side alteration goes in. Niski acting as a bouncer, body blocking Fnatic from getting into the pit here. Razork, though, can just dash across the wall, but it looks like Mad just want to take the fight. TP comes forward. They're looking at Razork, and immediately he is shut out of the fight. The hostile takeover does nothing, and Mad Lions, after killing the jungler, turn their eyes back towards the Baron.
It's just such a clean play from Mad. They see Humanoid bot lane. He doesn't have the teleport. Chasey's TP is literally just about to come up, and in the chaos by starting the Baron, Fnatic panic, Razor gets too close, and Mad immediately turn it into a fight, and now they secured the objective without any contest. They have to rush towards the Dragon, but with no smite available on Razor, it should be easy pickings for Mad.
Yeah, and it makes it just a super nice play for Mad. Kind of highlight, I thought the Chasey would go top. Instead, he actually stays bot and then TP's to the top side. So nicely done there. Now Mad going to be able to steal away this first Dragon. They have a decent amount of push they can go for as well to start to crack open these outer structures and really start to accelerate the gold lead that's already opening up nicely for them.
We are 23 minutes into this game, and Mad Lions do have that 5,000 gold lead. There were a couple of fights that Fnatic looked like they were getting back into it, but moments like this is what Mad Lions did so well in winter, and they seem to have returned to that form.
Yeah, I mean, great to see Mad Lions, a draft that's working well for them, playing towards their strengths and being able to lean into now, hey, we can try play through the strong mid-jungle and lead that into the later team fights. Chasey will spot out Fnatic, but a great handshake will shut that play down.
And Yura can jump across this wall. The Attract Repel, the stun already on him as well. Hillisang will dash over with the Pheromancer crash down, and Oscar Renin the target. You can see AdVN going to be able to get the base off, but the cease and desist on Oscar Renin. He is popped on that job and not tanky at all. AdVN gets away.
Elioya didn't quite have the Q up. Niski now looking for a fight against Humanoids.
And even though Humanoid won the early laning phase, it becomes very difficult to deal with the Gragas when he does get to these 2 items. Humanoid going back in with a Spirit Rush, but Niski with the shield from the Seraphs makes him very difficult to deal with. Razork does manage to smite away the red, but it's a small mercy for them. The rest of the map very much in favor of the Mad Lions. You can see Niski flanked here in the bottom lane, but Razork just going to clear out, Reckless going to clear out the vision and then have to back away.
But both carries for Fnatic showing in the bot side means the Mad need get to push in on top. They're actually pushing in the mid as well because they know Fnatic are just going to spread too thin as Oscar Renin is only coming back onto the map.
And Lions pressuring multiple lanes now. Fnatic looking for a potential pick. And it was looking good in the early game for Fnatic, keeping in that neutral, relatively even game state by picking up these dragons. But it all came down to a very unfortunate fight for them. They're looking for a collapse onto Chasey. Level 15 Kennen. I don't know if they have the damage to kill him.
Humanoid has the ultimate. Oscarinin coming in here as well. There's no tower for Chasey. He'd have to get all the way back to the tier 2, and Humanoid dodging at the edge of the slicing maelstrom perfectly. Oscarinin won't invest the Cataclysm, but they will pick up the kill. Meanwhile, though, Mad Lions, they're like, okay, cool, you invest 5 people into the top lane. Your inhibitor is forfeit for that. Alongside your tier 2 in the bottom lane, Kazi and Aluria will at least be able to take the inhibitor tower. The recalls do come out from Fnatic, so the inhibitor won't go down. But Niski gets a tier 2 in the bottom lane as well. And in the end, the towers stand at 7-2 in favor of Mad Lions.
And that's the last few passages of play where Mad Lions have gone, cool, Fnatic, we can see exactly what you're doing, but we have a response. Chasey TP to the Baron, they get the Baron. Then you invest too many members onto bot side, they get top turret, they get mid turret, and then once more Fnatic overextend, and they get that inhibitor turret. Really nice job from Mad Lions to read the map.
It's ultimately just good lane assignments from the Mad Lions, right? Just having a really great awareness of like what they can and cannot do. The double TP they're using incredibly effectively. The fact that they can just send Niski or Chasey down towards that side lane, and Niski doesn't have to win the side lane. Just on the Gragas, he has a lot of safety overall. He did, of course, make that mistake earlier by overstaying on bot, where Fnatic, with a good TP of their own, was able to get a good pick onto him, convert it into their 3rd dragon. But aside of that, it's really been the Mad show. Kazi hasn't really had to do much this game. He's just been farming away. Is going to continue to be that damage threat now that his 3rd item is completed. The only real, what's the word for it, kind of saving grace potentially for Fnatic is still Reckless. 3 items finished for him, yet to die this game, has both summoners up, level 14. And remember, he can wave clear for days. Even if the super minions start sieging onto the base, as long as he is alive, Fnatic have a way to stall things out. And that's ultimately what Fnatic are waiting for. While the teamfight damage overall, I definitely think is in favor of Mad Lions, Fnatic have ways that they can win the fight. It ultimately comes down to execution.
And I'll have to see if you can find a position for Chasey to try and get that flank, see if he can come in, make it a little bit more creative, so it's not just an easy front to back. As Fnatic might be caught already. If Mad Lions just trying to push them back, make sure that they can't enter into their bot side jungle ahead of this dragon in a minute's time.
Niski ultimate around 60-second cooldown at this point in the game, so it doesn't really matter that he used the explosive cast there. You can see some Fnatic vision, but that is the Chem Soul warding Scryer's Bloom, that's what it's called. So it spots out all 3 of those wards around there now. Fnatic in darkness. The warding thing, man, you know? There's a few of them. I always call the Relic Shield Sightstone still, so I'm too used to that. But it looks like Fnatic actually might just give up any pretense of fighting towards that Drake. They know that they really don't have the stats to face Mad in a pure 5v5 right now. Chasey as well at 3 items with the Shadow Flame Void Staff finished as well.
16 just hit off there as well for the Kennen, so incredibly strong if they can try and fight, but I don't even think Fnatic want to touch it. Immediately they're like, hell no, we're moving up towards this top side. We're going to try and play for the Baron instead, see if we can get some push into that top lane, but Mad Lions, again, just they've been playing this so well when it comes towards controlling the space in the map, making sure Fnatic can't really find any opportunities, like even the push in top lane. When Niski's already reset, we'll be able to clear out the wave, so just really good job here from Mad.
Yep, they've kept mid and bot pushed in perfectly, and they've also timed the back so that the 2 members of Mad can secure the dragon. Ken can push in another wave on bot, which then creates this extra point of pressure, and with the Baron spawning again, it's again, like, you can just see the Mad Lions have a great awareness right now of what they should be doing on the map and how they just kind of force Fnatic to constantly answer to these waves that Mad are pushing in.
Yeah, the only thing I think they need to do now is just swap Niski and Chasey, because Niski has the TP available, so can actually try and push in that bot side, match Oscarinin in. Although you will have Humanoid's TP coming up in just a moment. Maybe they just try and go, hey, look, we pushed in bot lane enough, we don't mind giving up this tier 1. Let's just try and force a fight at Baron where they actually have the TP in and we can blow some of these summoners.
I was going to say, if I'm Mad Lions, I would just forget bot and I would look to try and force a fight, especially with this level 16 Kennen. Chasey feels so strong now. He's also grabbed the stopwatch. Fnatic doing what they can to stop Mad from getting into the river, but it's only going to stop them for so long.
Hilly's in a good flank position here if he can get in, but the crash down gets him out. Minions there as well, means that the charm goes wide. Hilly with the Magnus Storm, the Slice Magic coming out, but the explosive cast is anti-synergy. Hostile takeover coming out as well, and Reckless spell shields at the charm. Reckless surviving on the back line, but so is Kazi, and Kazi has a lot more health and a few more years under his belt. A triple for Kazi, the Zeri popping off, making a quadra, and one more to the list as Kazi wipes away the fight.
The bot lane for Mad Lions pop off in the end. Great engage from Hilly, and Kazi will happily claim the lives of Fnatic as they take game number 1.
I was concerned when I saw all of Fnatic being spread away from JC's ultimate. But Reckless, he'd taken so much damage at the start of the fight, it did not matter. Kazi and Hylissang come up clutch, and Mad are looking to take game 1.
And in the end, even though there was a bit of anti-synergy, the carry in the bot lane comes up trumps for the Mad Lions. Explosive cast to keep Fnatic on their fountain. They can only watch as their Nexus falls, and Mad go 1-0 up.
A much better game from Mad Lions. There's been a lot of questions around their draft, how they've been overextending through their mid jungle, but this was control. This actually looked like the Mad Lions we saw in winter, whereas we can get these early leads, play through our top half of the map, and then look to leverage that in towards team fights. And they looked absolutely spectacular doing it. The way they controlled the map, brilliant.
Yeah, I was really impressed with how Mad played the game overall. The decisiveness from Elyoya when it came to the actual forcing of the fights, their management overall the map, as you were highlighting. And we'll have to see how Fnatic adapt, because now that their backs are against the wall, they potentially only have 1 game left of spring. Yeah. And then they're going to be taking a break until
It's a
summer.
long break until summer as well. You know, mid-June we come back for things, so we'll have to see if any changes happen for the team, if they do end up losing this series. We're going to hand it over to the desk, who are standing by to break down that game.
Thank you very much, guys. Mad Lions take the game 1 here in this best of 3. And as the caster was saying, I think we got a glimpse of the Mad Lions we were used to seeing in the earliest stages of the year. And I want to talk about the draft here to open this series, because Nisqy back on Gragas. This is a champion that we've been waiting to see from him. But I really liked the answers coming from Fnatic here. Maybe a discussion to be had on the Jarvan last pick. But outside of this, what did you think of the draft, Broxa?
I think overall, on paper, like you said, aside from the Jarvan, it's a draft that both teams can be fairly happy with. I like seeing Nisqy on Gragas again. Last time I was here for the final in winter, he was just destroying people in Gragas. Reckless and Sivir, good team fighting for both sides. And at the end of the day, you know, it was a fairly close early game that just came down to execution around objectives.
Yeah, I agree. I actually think the way that Fnatic once again navigated their draft phase was fine for them. They see a B1 Vi. They still have the Sivir available going into second ban phase, get a good scaling lane with it. They also get their bot lane ahead in the early game. It seemed like even the Jarvan, although it didn't do too well, theoretically, is still a good pick into the cannon. And it is why we see it, but just didn't in this instance. And yeah, just from the way it passed out, it should look good for Fnatic.
It can work. It didn't here. And as we said before the series, sometimes for both these teams, it comes down to the execution rather than the game plan itself. Let's talk about the early game here, because Mad Lions play to their win conditions, focusing on the top lane here and moving as a team especially, and grabbing every opportunity they could, especially in this situation.
I like the way it's highlighted here. It's Kazi making his way up first. He's not going to be a part of the fight, but even if it becomes a longer fight, he will be there before Reckless. So Mad Lions already has the man advantage. They have the setup, and they can absolutely go for the play in the beginning. A better option for Fnatic in this scenario would have been, all right, we know Kazi's leaving. Reckless, you get played for free, and then you trade the gold that Reckless would have gotten for the turret with what they are potentially getting with the Herald. Instead, they opt to stick around, and that gives Mad Lions a huge lead in the early game.
And I think that's the key part. They can try to bait Mad Lions to bring their AD carry there, so Reckless gets an advantage in Sivir, but ending up in a fight, you know, where you just brute force a 4v5, really, like, that shouldn't be happening at this level.
But I think Mad Lions... I love this backstage moments, but Mad Lions got a bit hasty, I think, at one point as well, actually grabbing the advantage, having the early game in control, being proactive in the way we expected them to, but also picking the wrong fights when they don't have the perfect setup to do so.
That's why I absolutely love that Brox is saying you shouldn't take a 4v5 at this level, because the next clip is Mad Lions taking a 4 versus 5 at this level.
But look how it turns out.
Yeah.
Look how it turns out. My point is proven.
Analysis brought to you by us
Look
today.
at them.
You take a 4 versus 5. You probably lose.
But this was also the easiest fight for Reckless to play the entire game, because there were 4, they could never reach the Sivir, and Reckless was just killing everyone for free from the backline.
Yeah, so we had questions going into today as well. One thing was like, Fnatic, with the way they are evolving, they're starting to look better. And from the early game until they made the Herald, it looked like that as well. Good early pathing from Razork. Skip blue buff, came down to gank bot lane in the beginning. Should get ahead. They make a stake with Herald. And suddenly, it's actually Mad Lion with good setups. I'm like, wow, this was something you were really bad at last team. And now suddenly you have this setup. You make good plays. You make good decisions. And then I see the Drake fight. And then it's just straight back to, okay, I guess you don't.
And they stayed in control. Mad Lion stayed in control here. And what surprised me on the side of Fnatic is that I feel like they had some tools to fight back. And when I look at the Baron situation, for instance, with Mad Lions taking it, we don't see much fight on the side of Fnatic here in this setup. But for me, they had the tools to bounce back and maybe try and contest here.
I think for Fnatic, they're just really tunnel visioning on the fact that they have a soul fight coming up, and they just kind of forget about topside. They're a bit scared to walk in and get vision. You just saw how long Fnatic did actually not have vision.
It's also really important here that, you know, when you check the Baron, you don't check it right here. You need to go up, you know, around the red buff wall where there's a TP coming in right now. Because if you come from that angle, if you clear that ward and you have some defensive vision, you can actually walk in, place a ward pretty safely over the wall, but because Razork walked in, you know, in front of his team, in that specific area, he just dies for free. And you shouldn't even be sending in Razork to begin with. He's your jungler. Once he's dead, that Baron is a free for Mad Lions 100%.
Yeah, that should have been vision set up earlier, and I love the way that it's highlighted out here, how long that actually goes in a little time lapse here of the Summoner's Rift, where nothing is really happening. They're collecting waves, they're scared. Someone either needs to score that VN there just to get some vision in the beginning, drop a ward just around the area. You don't need to see the Baron, but you need to have it so you know when it gets cleared and he's on reset, you can try to set it up again. But they're too scared, and I understand why as well, because Mad Lions had majority of the control, but you can't just stand around doing nothing and then walk in with Razork, then you're just going to get blown apart, as we saw.
Yeah, absolutely, and some learnings to be taken now, actually, because if Mad Lions take the next game, Fnatic is out. This is the moment to come back for them. This is the moment they need to create the momentum we were talking about before the series. They chose the blue side going into the next game, Broxa. What kind of adaptation and improvements are we looking to see in the side of Fnatic? In the draft, I don't think so, but maybe more in-game in the way they approach things?
I think having blue side is always great. Like, there's barely ever been a meta that I can remember in the last 6 years where you would opt into red side, maybe aside from, you know, a few specific teams. Blue lets them control the pace of draft. They can kind of opt into whatever first pick they want. Mad Lions is going to have to adapt. But like you said, it's not all about draft, because they're going to play this game with whatever draft. If they play that way, they're going to lose. They're going to disappoint their fans. And they're going to have to step it up and actually play better, both individually and as a team, because a lot of the mistakes we saw should just not be happening in the LEC. It's the, you know, kind of obvious mistakes that we would expect in the first week and not now. So for Fnatic, I want to see them actually playing as a team. The individual play is okay for the most part, but be a team. Mad Lions showed that, sure, once in a while they're over-aggressive, they make mistakes, but at least they, you know, play as one. If Fnatic can't do the same thing, this is going to be a quick series.
Nacha was saying that you thrive under pressure and playing the lower bracket. This is do or die here, so Jimmy. Any last notes on Fnatic and the
this is really the majority of the pressure you're going to be feeling, isn't it? But I also think going into opting into this, I could easily see Fnatic either be like, well, we can get Saya on one. You're going to be forced to ban that. If you ban that, we're going to have priority on the Divide and Razork back on Comfort. We can look for something there. And then I really think if something humanoid, he can really have agency on, where he's good in a team fight too, that gives him the team fighting tools, because he really wasn't seen in this game. And I think he's a big part of Fnatic. And I agree with Brox as well. A lot of it came down to execution. For me, it wasn't really a big drafting either. It was a lot of the mistakes we went over earlier.
I also think it's really important now that they actually get Niski off of Gragas. Should be easier to accomplish that now being in blue side, but Humanoid needs to be able to step up in mid lane, and when he's up against Gragas, like, that champion is just not going to die. It's not going to happen. So they need, you know, Niski on a typical mid laner, mage, whatever. So Razork can play with Humanoid, try to shut down Niski, and then go from there. Because when Fnatic has looked at their best, they play through Humanoid throughout the entire game.
The team has to come together now, facing elimination on the side of Fnatic. Mad Lions lead game 1, and we'll see if Fnatic can turn it around after the break. See you soon.
for Hylissang and for Kazi. Hylissang uses the Pheromancy to try and get a shield. Won't be able to get away from this one as Razork claims first blood.
Okay, flash Renata. I mean, we can hog on the...
Yeah, we can
Maybe Sivir is split here somewhere. Okay, I'm looking. Okay, Sivir is there, Sivir is there.
Walk on.
Yeah, he's jumping. No flash.
Go forward, guys, I think, no?
Oh,
okay.
Out. Okay, look German. Okay, we go forward.
Go. Renata no flash.
Yeah, German factors.
Oh, RTP. Good job, guys.
Good to hear from the Mad Lions in that previous game. You see, Rek was taking the stage, still with the Boaster headband. I was going to call it a band-aid, which obviously...
The Boaster band?
Maybe they need a band-aid to fix some of the problems that they had in Game 1. Felt very much that Rift Herald fight was the crux of the matchup.
I agree. When I kind of look at the drafts, I think both were fine. I think both had clear win conditions. Yep. I think it was possible for either team to win, but as you rightly said, that first Herald was chaotic, to say the very least. Really everything about the setup around it was also like very stressful for both sides, and it was Mad that ended up coming out on top. Props to Elyoya for being decisive enough to find that fight. But we'll see how things pivot in Game 2. Of course, the teams will now swap sides. Mad Lions find themselves on red with Fnatic on blue. What will the priority be? What are they going to do about that cannon? Do they consider it a big enough of a risk? Is it something that you want to try and shut down or just ban away? Maybe even pick yourself? The Olaf ban makes a lot of sense to me now because it very clearly shows that Mad do have this high priority on the cannon and it's something that they're willing to first pick. And over in the LPL and the LCK, this is something that they would just first pick, right? Cannon seems safe enough and strong enough into many matchups that teams don't really care. So we'll see how what adaptations rather both these teams make as we move into Game 2.
I'm curious if we get the Gragas again coming through for Niski. It's just such a strong pick for him, so much comfort, an 83% win rate over the course of his career. It feels like just giving that over to Mad Lions is a bit of a mistake, so we'll have to see if they decide to change it up as Mad Lions move over to the red side.
Yeah, Fnatic electing blue side is important to note. The loser gets to decide what side they are on. Rakan banned away once again. No real surprises with Hylissang as your opposing support. There's the Olaf ban, Annie as well. Expect Mad Lions will go Xayah as well.
I feel like, I don't know, maybe you disagree, Dagda, but I feel like Annie should be a red side ban. You know? Yeah. I feel like that just because of how powerful the pick is, everyone around the world all agrees, super strong. If you're being forced to ban it on the blue side, I feel like that it kind of showcases some of the limitations of Fnatic's draft.
Yeah, and I think the thing is they kind of want Humanoid to be on something that's a little bit more roam heavy. I think that's when they look most successful, like the Lissandra that we saw banned away in the last game, where he can actually have an impact towards sides, towards early team fights, and he can do some of that. It's just not as easy to get a roam off on her, so I can kind of understand where they're coming from, but we'll have to see is the LeBlanc, the Lissandra, a lot of the picks that Humanoid likes are still up and available.
Jack's the final ban here, so Xayah makes her way through, Jace as well, and alongside that cannon, all sneak through the draft. There's the Jace immediately for Oscarinin in the top lane we expect.
All right, Chase, now just insta-lock Aurelia, and I'll be happy. Thank you very much. Sejuani already locked in. Great, that's perfect. Sejuani, Aurelia, love that combo. We have seen Chase's Aurelia before. We know it can be a good matchup into the Jace, but I would be surprised to see it this early in the draft. Instead, something like the Zeri, maybe the Xayah, just something relatively safe to put in the hands of Kazi, makes a lot of sense right now.
Yeah, with the Viband, I think going towards the Zeri makes a lot of sense, gives you that just monstrous late game scaling in the bot side, great skirmish potential, and you have the opportunity as well to maybe even look for the Lulu, but maybe Chasing wants to try and bring out something a little bit funky like the Aurelia in that next pick, but I think just getting a solid bot lane here for Mad Lions, probably going to be your best bet.
With the Maokai and the Xayah locked in, Fnatic have shown their hand, shown exactly what they want to do through this game. A little bit of poke, some safety for Reckless once again. And now Mad Lions will look towards their next pick.
I really think Silas could be a good pick here. Not only do I love it into Maokai, but I also think that given you're picking it now, you have the ability to ban away a lot of the matchups that you could be worried about.
Also, just the fact that you see a lot of long range, stealing away that Maokai ultimate can do a lot of work for you and just trying to help with some of these engages. But Renekton immediately going to be taken for Chasing the top side, which is kind of surprising, but does say that more than likely Elyoya is going to be willing to play around this top side to make sure that Renekton gets an okay time against the Jace.
Yeah, it does have a similar idea as the Aurelia with the ability to proc that passive from the Sejuani very quickly. You can permafrost people, you can get them stunned up. But now we look towards the support in terms of ban. Mad Lions trying to remove some of the engaged potential, Fnatic trying to remove some of the disengaged potential, and expectations are that we'll see probably a relatively similar support pool to Game 1.
I'm curious if they actually go for the Nada ban here for Mad Lions. I think, again, you've got a ton of range that you could potentially play with here, with the Jace, with the Xayah, and just make it a little bit uncomfortable for Mad Lions to try and fully engage and buy space. But we'll have to see exactly what the game plan is here. I think either way, Mad Lions, with that Lulu gone, not really going to be able to see a big pairing here. More than likely going to go for something a bit more engage-centric when it comes to Hilly in that bot lane.
Talia ban. I'm trying to think of what they could be thinking of by taking away the Talia. Maybe they're worried about... Maybe Mad want to pick the Ahri themselves. Yeah. Maybe the... could even be the Sylas still that they're thinking about.
I think it's the Lissandra, because obviously you're very telegraphed with it when you go in. You've got the shove back as well that can come through. But also, I think it's just, you know that you probably need some sort of engage here. Okay.
I
mean,
mean,
mid lane Malphite
I
or
will
mid
say,
lane Renekton.
Jace, you always have to remember that Jace can be flexed.
Yeah.
That's always one of the risks, right? So
technically Renekton as well.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing, right? So clearly still worried about this Malphite and where it could go. Fnatic likely wanting to keep their options open. I think this next pick will be the support. Soraka. Hilly. Soraka.
I mean, they're not synonymous.
Hilly, Soraka.
Yeah, it feels weird to say that.
Trying to think if I've ever said that before.
Have you heard of Battle Sage in Valorant? This is Battle Soraka. Flash forward silence. Let's go.
Yeah. I need to look that up. I need to find out if he's ever played. I can't think of a time Hylissang's played Soraka. He must have in his long career at some point.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, Advian going to go towards the Blitzcrank. We've seen this pop up a lot in several different games, even here in the LEC. But I think, I was about to say, it seems a bit of a weird one to lock in here, because you're kind of going, hey, look, we want to set up for big team fights, but we're going to be looking to go in with the Maokai, the Kennen. You got a ton of AD damage coming through from your Jace and your Xayah. The pull will work in lane, just seems a bit anti-synergistic as you start to move in towards the actual team fights.
Hilly has 3 Soraka games in his history, Veddy.
Yeah, what?
1 at Worlds last year against Cloud9, and then 2 at Rift Rivals.
What? 2 at Rift Rivals?
1 in 2019 Rift Rivals and 1 in 2018 Rift Rivals.
Hey,
he lost the Worlds one, but he won both the Rift Rivals one. So.
It's just crazy to me that in his near, from what I can tell, what, 600, 700 games? Only 3 Soraka games, 2 of which were Rift Rivals. So, yeah, a rare sight to see for Hylissang for sure. But there is that Sylas pick. Happy to see that it did come through for Mad Lions, and I think it is fantastic into what they're going up against. Kennen, the Maokai. There are situational uses as well for Blitzcrank with the Silence AoE, the fact that you also get additional scaling with the AP. Like, I think that the Sylas pick makes a lot of sense and you have a lot of options. The matchup in mid will be a little bit trickier. But overall, looking good for the Sylas pick.
I think their topside skirmishes are incredibly strong, though. When you got the Sylas, Sejuani, the Renekton, a lot of opportunities to try and look for plays up there, particularly around Rift Herald. And that's kind of where you see, especially in the LPL, the Renekton saves Flash, they go ham on the Rift Herald play, try and secure that, and see if you can snowball that topside through that early advantage.
We hear the Fnatic fans in the audience, joined by that singular Eintracht Spandau fan. And some Carmine Core fans, unsurprisingly. The blue wall is here. We're going to get into our game 2. Mad Lions taking on Fnatic.
Okay, this Soraka skin does not look like Soraka. Okay.
I mean, that one looks like Sejuani.
That one looks like Sejuani, but when I saw Soraka running down bot lane, my immediate thought was, kind of looks like Jace. Right? with the color scheme, it kind of, it looked like she had a hammer. It looked like she had a hammer. I'm just saying, man. That skin
we
is
need to
wild.
get your eyes checked.
That
Yeah.
skin
You've been
is
to
wild,
Specsavers
man.
recently?
I'm telling you, man. That skin is wild to me. Anyway.
Well.
Random sidetrack, but I'm sad not to see any crazy level 1 Blitzcrank. My solo queue games, I've always been invaded by a Blitzcrank.
But it's kind of predictable at this point. Yeah. So to truly out-mind game your opponents, you don't invade.
You don't do anything.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe a delayed invade even. I know delayed invades with Blitzcrank can be pretty effective, but for the time being, looks like nothing too crazy. A bit of early vision invested from Razork to get some information on where Elyoya is. Oh, and Elyoya going to sweep that one away. He's still likely going to start on his top side. But something that we saw from 113 last time that Fnatic played this matchup specifically was 113 cleared his bot side and then immediately invaded onto the Maokai and used the bot prio to basically make his life miserable because the Sejuani has so much more trading power than the Maokai does in the early laning phase. I don't expect that to happen this game. This Hilly does get hooked in. Don't think Hilly's going to be too upset about that though, as both Kazi and Hilly walk up. Now that the hook is gone, there's nothing that they need to be afraid of. But yeah, it looks like full topside clear for Elyoya, likely pathing towards bot. May look for an early level 3 gank top though. We'll keep our eyes on him. Same thing for Razork as he clears out his bot side camps.
He is moving down towards this, the Krogs on the bottom side here for Razork though, which makes sense. He's probably going to try and make some sort of play onto this bottom side. Maybe that hook at level 1 to see, hey, can I burn a summoner spell if Hilly panics or anything? But kind of low. I don't know if he fully wants to commit to this bot side.
We'll heal up a little bit as he takes down the Krogs, and his vision here for Mad Lions. Wave pushing in. They fell foul of this a little bit in game 1 when they were trying to crash the wave, but with them actually managing to get the wave towards the tower, it becomes a little bit easier for them to dodge any possible gank. Elyoya looking towards this mid lane though. Wave not in the best shapes for a Sejuani gank. Could have just been covering, perhaps, if Razork had decided to go from bot to mid.
Yeah, I think it was just in case the Razork went for some sort of transitional gank in mid lane. He's there just to cover, and now he'll fall back into his own jungle. Knows he didn't really have to worry about timing because he'd spotted Razork after clearing 3 of his camps on bot side. And just looks, 3x4 is 12, so you can tell fairly quickly what sort of camps have been done on the bot end.
Once again, we see the Kennen getting ahead in the matchup. This time, though, in Oscar Rinnan's favor. Chasey kind of getting a taste of his own medicine here in this matchup. Kind of to be expected. Kennen is just so oppressive in the laning phase. A lot of it does come from his W. The fact that on your 5th auto attack, you do get that additional charge auto attack that then apply that 1 stack, and then you hit them with the W, and it's really easy trading. And if you can land the Q as well, stun them up, extra auto, and that's largely why they also go for that Doran's played in the early laning phase. And again, it's obnoxious, it's a pain, and you generally just have to go Doran Shield to mitigate as much of the harassment as possible.
Yeah, and it is a bit of a skill matchup in the top side where it's about trying to balance the ability to, hey, am I going to be in range to auto attack versus potentially Renekton just diving in on top of me, and it's very much that back and forth. So at the moment, Oscarinen doing a good job of keeping Chasey in check and not really giving that opportunity for the Renekton to all in. Razork even deciding to move up here to make sure that Oscarinen can keep that control by trying to spot out where Elyoya is, but I would love if he could get a slightly deeper ward there, because you see Elyoya moving back up towards this top side, could try and make a play on Oscarinen as this wave starts to go in.
Yeah, just as you call it, Dagda, the ward will be dropped. I thought he was going to drop it in the tri-bush, but I think he's worried about Sejuani going over the wall, which Elyoya right now is about to do. In theory, he should be spotted, but there is that pocket of vision where you don't get spotted, isn't there? Yep, and that's it. Elyoya will navigate his way through it.
Okay, so he's now going to Arctic Assault
into
the bush. Unless the wave is pushing in which case you can just go for a full tower dive, but he can Q over into that bush.
Are they going to dive? They're going to dive!
Elyoya takes the tower, there's the stun, there's the CC. Oscarinen flashes, but Chasey flashes to chase him. And Mad Lions dive the rat in the top lane and get first blood.
Unbelievable awareness from Elyoya. The fact that Oscarinen knew that he would try and go over the Baron wall, and he still gets around that. So impressive from Elyoya, so incredibly impressive. They find first blood onto Oscarinen. He gets Chasey ahead once again, and Medic, when we last cast the Mad Lions, we talked about how this team has struggled to get Chasey ahead. This was a team that they tried to, in their last best of 3, even bring Niski up to top side and play through him, and against Vitality, they just couldn't do it. Now, though, against Fnatic, they're finding so much success, and they're really enabling their top laner.
Advian is left, Reckless, all by his lonesome down towards this bottom lane for a while here. Razork coming in, Elyoya does manage to secure some, but there's the twisted advance. The hook has to be flashed by Elyoya. And it is part of the difficulty with like a Soraka Zeri lane is you don't really ever have kill threat on the Xayah if she just stands back. So Advian can take all the time in the world that he wants just to be anywhere else on the map.
Now moving up towards this top side, they want to make a play happen. Chasey gonna just hit level 6 as this comes through. No flash available though. This is dangerous.
Yeah, Humanoid's on his way up here as well. Advian just enough mana for the Q. Chasey, no flash as you say. There's the Dominus early. Razork looks to take the tower. Aggro slicing Maelstrom coming in as well. The knock up, and at the end takes it. Not who you want, but Fnatic will be happy for the kill.
They really wanted to kill Chasey on that one. The entire squad nearly making their way up towards that top end. Mad respond well though. Niski pushes in mid. They get Dragon, and now potentially looking for the play into Reckless, who's still level 5.
TP available for Humanoid, so if Reckless can survive for a couple of seconds, maybe he can do something. Flashes away. There's the TP. The wave tanked by Hylissang. The tower, in fact, there was 1 minion left in that wave. Mad Lions able to get out, just getting the TP from Humanoid.
So Fnatic get an advantage top. They don't lose anything, but Reckless continues to farm alone. He is a little bit behind in gold, but this wave should help him out. Overall, though, Fnatic, that sequence of events was very clean. The fact that they invaded on Tolyoya together, forced him to go back to base, and then converted that into a top lane play off the back of Humanoid pushing Niski underneath this tower and forcing him to go back to base so that he also has to TP back into lane, means that they can dive top and then also react to the cross-map play bot, even though Humanoid knows that he's going to be behind in tempo, thanks to the fact that he keeps that TP. So overall, just a really smart sequence of events from Fnatic.
I actually really like this from Fnatic as well. Advient popped the Scryer's Bloom to force Niski to think the top side was safe. Niski then passed towards the top side. Razork comes in, and Niski falls in the mid lane. Really intelligent stuff from the Fnatic support and jungle.
And now the Soraka response.
Let's go, bananas!
So it's an actual silence for Haley in the top lane.
It is. Oscar is able to dash his way away from that one with the Lightning Rush. There is a huge wave stacked up here, and he doesn't have the Slicing Maelstrom, nor does he have Flash, and because of that, kind of has to respect the fact that Mad Lions are in the area. Lightning rushes away once again. Hylissang's bone plating is propped, but the wave is dying to the tower. 1 plate so far over to Mad as Fnatic look to react.
So you can see that Mad lost a massive wave top lane as a result of that dive that happened. And Mad now trying to do the same thing where you can't necessarily get kills onto Oscarinin, but you can force him to lose farm, which will inevitably help close the gap between the two top laners. You can see now only a 200 gold gap between Chasey and Oscarin. So even though he did lose so much farm, he's still in a comfortable position thanks to being able to pick up those plates.
Niski, no ultimate for this, and Chasey not having Flash means that this is actually a bit of a dangerous one for Mad Lions, especially if Advient can pick someone off, but...
Glacial Prison just wide, Advient looking for something. Nature's Grass coming out as well from Razork, but at the moment they're in a 4v5. The hook only onto Elioya, the Rift Herald secured by the Mad Lions. Advient still chasing forward, Humanoid a little late to the party. Oscar Rinnick can slice his way through them. There's the stun, good shot blast for some extra damage. Twisted advanced in by Razork, but they don't have the damage to solidify any kills. In the end, Mad get out and get the Rift Herald.
Just about. Unfortunately, Oscar not quite able to get into position. You even got Karzi pushing in the spot side as well, so nice job by Mad Lions to get in and get out. And this is kind of where, again, we see Fnatic starting off the bat well, but when it comes to these objectives, not quite able to get themselves in position, and it's been heartbreaking to see. Like, with every time Fnatic seem to look so good, they just can't quite get 1 or 2 more things going their way.
It's a very scrappy game between the two teams. Every time it feels like Fnatic.
Yes, Fnatic.
Every time Fnatic are able to make a smart move on the map, Mad are able to make a smart move of their own. And both teams going toe-to-toe in this early game. Small gold lead for now in favor of Fnatic. The Dragon is spawning in about 1:30 will be the next major objective you have to keep your eyes on. But Chasey, with this Herald, will be looking to, understandably, use it in the top lane. There is a world where he could hold on to it, perhaps look to group with his team in mid, and then drop it mid lane instead to help them secure priority, which then gives them access into the river. And as he's resetting, it looks like that he will be pathing back up to top. Let me have a quick look at the cooldown on his TP. Looks like that he's got... Oh, the observers will do it for me. 62 seconds, so it will be up before the Dragon spawns.
It looks like Oscar Rinnins is about the same timer as well.
About the same timer. Thank you very much, observers.
I think the big thing, though, is the Flash has been available for both these top laners. Like, your impact on Renekton and Kennen can be so prevalent on whether you have that summoner spell available. And Oscar Rinnin, though, isn't going to be as strong as you typically expect. Is going that Riftmaker build, so going to take a bit of delay on getting to, like, Riftmaker into Cosmic Drive. But once you have those 2 items, you hit people 3 times, you proc your Cosmic Drive, proc your Riftmaker, and you do so much damage. So wait a little bit until this Kennen properly comes online, but when he does, he's going to hit hard.
It really is, and Humanoid currently the big beneficiary of gold. You saw Chasey taking a few tower shots down towards up towards the top lane, but Humanoid's about to back. He's 1.3k ahead I wonder if this is first item completion for him. Kraken Slayer finished on Reckless. Humanoid's going to go back and get an Eclipse, and with 14 seconds on a Dragon, what a perfect time to start getting your mythics in order.
The only problem is, I was going to say Fnatic going to be late to the play, but Razork has seen an overextended Niski.
Hylissang's here though. Razork is going to get the knockback onto Niski. Nature's Grasp, his ultimate available to him, decides not to use it for the moment. And I really think this next fight could be dictated by how the Equinox is used. It's so easy to catch out a carry if you stun them with the Renekton, put the Equinox down. They can't flash, they can't dash, they can't get away, and you can lock them up for a very long time. But Advien trying to lock up Niski, pulls him back with the hook, flashes away. That's the Silas Summoner down for the time being.
And this, to me, suggests that Mad Lions are willing to concede the Dragon. They're going to drop the Herald top, maintain this point of pressure in the top side of the map. Teleport has been used by Oscar Rinin, which means that Mad actually have numbers advantage. Niski has his TP up as well. But I'm seeing the movement of Elyoya, and it is away from the Dragon. So this suggests that they're looking at a dive top lane right now.
I'm kind of surprised, especially when you had Niski with his own TP to get back. JC could even walk down towards that bot lane because the Rift Herald charge and then look for the Dragon play, but instead decide not to go for it. Can't really go for a dive either with where the wave's positioned in top.
I wonder if they'd had the Awaken TPs, maybe it would have been more favorable, but because you have to TP to the tower, I wonder if Mad was saying, we don't, even if we TP in, like how much of an positional advantage is it actually going to give us?
Yeah, I think with Chasey having the push on top, he was literally already halfway down towards mid lane, so I think he could have just walked towards there and then caught wave top for TP. But yeah, I mean, Mad Lions end up giving it up, give control again towards Fnatic on towards the Infernal Dragon, and Elyoya now trying to see if he can get this dive.
Oscar has flash, has ult, but the Glacial Prism will lock him up for the moment. Slicing Maelstrom coming out as well. There's the flash away. In the end, 2 ultimates for an ultimate and a summoner burn. You can actually see Razork with the Hex Gates looking for this flank position. The tower still stands. Razork has the Nature's Grasp, but with a minion wave coming in, it'll be very tricky for Advien to find a hook.
Advien and Razork have been a consistent roaming duo this game. I think Advien has spent, well, a very little time bot lane. Chasey's back, gonna get interrupted once again. The ultimate comes through, Chasey no ult.
And Yoyo on his way. Chasey, tank the tower. Razork looking for something, twisted advance. Chasey flashes forward, dashes in and gets the kill! Beautiful stuff from Chasey, absolutely isolates Oscar Rinin. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, you can see Hylissang and Kazi taking that tower in Reckless's face.
The ultimate from Hylissang was so crucial in turning that play around for Chasey. He just needed to build up that fury so that he could commit to the play. Earlier, he had skills on cooldown, which is why he couldn't secure that kill underneath the tower onto Oscar Rinin. This time around, though, he was ready, and they were able to get a punish. 2-2 is the kill score. Razork and the TP now coming in from Humanoid.
No ultimate for the Maokai. Chasey has the slice and the dice. Can try and use it through Razork. There's the twisted advance. Slices gets knocked back with the Bramble Smash. That's the power of Renekton. Can always just dash through you and get away from these sticky situations.
Timing there was very nice from Chasey.
Yeah, Matt have been doing a brilliant job of playing around Chasey this top side, actually getting control now for the Renekton. 1,000 gold lead, keeping Oscar in check. We'll have to see if they can try and keep this one up as Gore Drinker now completed. Humanoid, going to see if he can get the tower, but Chasey here to clear out the wave.
So when we kind of look at the game in its entirety, Chasey, once again, looking to get attacked. Oh, perhaps not. Razork actually just stealing away some of those camps. We can see that heavy investment from Mad Lions towards the bot lane. Overall goal looking in favor of Humanoid, but Kazi and Chasey hot on his heels. Niski, very poor right now. Really has struggled in terms of some of the pressure that's been thrown down, but also Humanoid securing so many plates in the 1v1 matchup has really benefited the Fnatic mid laner. He's going to have to, right now, be the big carry in this mid game. His poke is going to be important, as Oscar Rinin is the target once again.
It's like week 1 all over again. Constantly Oscar Rinin the target. Dodges everything, though. The lightning crash coming out. Kazi tanking the tower now. Elyoya is going to do it afterwards. Radiant Virtue giving him a little bit of healing as Oscar Rinin looks for the trade. The permafrost that Oscar Rinin going a little bit too deep as he thought he could take out the 1v1. Meanwhile, Reckless coming in looking for a little bit more for himself. Elyoya, flash available to him. Rooted up, gets to the blast cone. Won't get away. Reckless with a double. At the end, chasing Kazi down. Pulls him in, hooks him up. Could have gifted the kill, but sometimes you got to take those as a support.
It doesn't matter who takes them. Fnatic fight back against Mad Lions, getting themselves 3 kills on that bot lane. And we were talking about, hey, look, you need Humanoid to step up, but in this potential elimination game for Fnatic, it looks like everyone is stepping up to take the place.
I think it was just such an overzealous dive from the Mad Lions. They saw Oscar Rinin with no flash. They thought that, hey, this is easy pickings. This Kennen is incredibly weak, but Let's have a look. Was it dodges or was it misses?
He dodges so much.
So, initially, the exhaust does come down onto Oscar, and the ultimate goes very wide, I feel.
Okay, maybe it was a miss.
And it's Hylissang tanking the tower initially, but you can see they just don't have the CC. I think this is a bit of a misplay from Oscar Ridden. I guess he kind of gets funneled into an awkward spot, but at the end of the day, he buys time. And that's all he needed to do, to wait for the rest of Fnatic to collapse. Reckless then comes in from mid lane, able to secure the kill onto Hylissang and Elyoya. And I agree, Medic. I think that this gold could have been funneled over, but you know what? At the end.
Oh, the hook God hand himself. Reckless on a killing spree now.
He makes up for it.
He makes up for it. Exactly that. He's like, oh, you wanted that? Let me just get you another one. Let me get you another one. Great hook comes in from Advien. And Fnatic now break open the mid tower. And just like that, it feels like that the momentum has quickly shifted in Fnatic's favor.
With Dragon in 20 seconds as well. They can try and keep this one up. Looking for Niski. Doesn't realize that there's a ward just there.
X-Flash. Nature's Grass stolen away by Niski. Kazi will be up in 5 seconds time. Fnatic only 3 players actually in the river right now. You can see Oscar Ridden pushing in the bot lane. Wants to get that tower down as well if he can. Humanoid is answering Chasey, the 2 most fed players on either team, although I think Reckless might be moving up towards a pretty high gold total himself. Humanoid has TP, but now he's worked his way from the mid lane down towards joining his team. Looks like Mad Lions won't contest the 3rd dragon of the game. Fnatic will get it, their first Hex Drake, and puts them on 2 in total.
But Mad Lions have committed a lot of members down towards this bottom side, so I'm curious to see if they're trying to respond to Fnatic as they start to shift into this bot lane, because JC, in theory, could have been threatening that tier 2, but instead, looking for Oscarinen once more.
It's week 1 vibes, is what it is. Just everyone's like, okay, this guy's a rookie, we can isolate him, we can catch him out. And of course, Oscarinen, since that point, has shown why Fnatic have put favor into him, why they put trust into him. But here, he steps up without the vision line, dashes away with the lightning rush. Elyoya on the chase! Okay, Oscarinen didn't dodge that one either. They're still going to be able to get him with the permafrost, but the slicing mouse are coming out as Humanoid knocks Elyoya back underneath the tower. Mad Lions trying to put some more damage down. They do have the wish from Soraka. Humanoid flashes a good double stun, but there's the wish. And a little bit of healing on Chasey keeps him topped up for the moment as the shock blast is just a little bit short. Advien coming in from the side here. Reckless going to use the Hex Gates to try and join with his team. But with there being a tower still standing here, it feels a little bit greedy to go deeper, Fnatic. Razor caught out by Kazi. Reckless diving in as well. There's the twisted advance. And Kazi dashes over the wall. Reckless, you flashing for it! Into the lightning rush. The immortal shield bow is not there at all. Razor onto Hylissang. Pulled underneath the tower's grasp, but the Nature's Grasp comes out. Flash away from Niski. Hooked in once again. And Fnatic find the fight.
Fnatic are coming alive in this game, saying here, this is how you use the ultimates, my friends. Immediately get the kills. Terror on bot side, Rift Herald's here. That's going to be both in favor of Fnatic.
Wow, and this play all started off with Mad attacking Oscar Ridden. And you know what the difference between week 1 and now is, Medic? The boys are here for their top laner, all right? Very quickly, Fnatic was ready to support their top laner. Humanoid was quick to respond, and in a 2 versus 3, they held their own, right? We saw them going in this back and forth skirmish where, like, the second that he's getting collapsed on, you can see Humanoid saying, hey, you know what? I actually think we can fight this. Oscar Ridden does what he can to create space. The damage is good from Humanoid. Niski is a little hesitant because the ultimate comes out from Oscar Ridden. And Niski not having that ultimate means that a lot of damage is unavailable for him. The flash comes out from Humanoid, the flash from Elyoya, and then the collapse as we see in number 5.
Elyoya hook back once again. TP's coming in from both sides, and actually that TP's going to be very deep from Oscar Ridden. They dive immediately onto Razor. He's fallen. The slicing mouse coming out as well, but Oscar Ridden doesn't quite have the damage. Humanoid trying to trade back in at the end, putting his body in the way, but his body is melted through, and Mad Lions turning around in a heartbeat.
It just looks so good, and then Fnatic toss it all away.
Fnatic, Reckless wasn't there. He has 4 kills. He is so strong, and you just picked a fight without him. Fnatic, this coordination issue is something that we have seen from them time and time again. It feels like that the game... How does the game get away from you? Like, you were in such a good position.
You've heard of a Lee Sin call of the queue. This is the call of the hook.
But just look
as
at the
soon
map.
as you land it, you gotta go.
Kennen is going top. Reckless is nowhere near this fight. And like they're saying, oh, we've got to pick on Sejuani? That's who we've got to pick on? Like, Elyoya immediately turns this one around. They melt through Razork, and then the TP comes in from Oscar as he's making his way top. But again, this fight is still at a numbers disadvantage. It goes from 3v5 to 3v5. And Fnatic, you were in a great position to turn this game in your favor, equalize the score 1-1, and now you've given a Baron over to Mad.
Yeah, Hook with an F in that case, and now you got Mad Lions who are going to get to push in. You got already Chasey down on this bottom side, trying to make sure he can keep up this pressure. So get the vision on bot, immediately push in, collapse on towards mid. It becomes very easy now for Mad Lions to get a lot of these outer structures down.
And a little bit of over-eagerness there from Fnatic. Immediately pounced on by the Lions. Still a lot of standing gold for Mad, only taking 2 towers so far. They'll try and use this Baron to its full effect.
I think it's important to recognize that given the deficit that Mad Lions were in, the fact that they got a bunch of shutdowns, they got a bunch of gold back thanks to the Baron, you can see that Kazi is 500 gold ahead, and now Humanoid, he's likely to lose his life.
Nature's Gas coming out. Will it get there in time? The Everboss does its work. And Humanoid, I said it in 2019 in a side lane, Humanoid dies.
That he does, Medic. That he does. A quick collapse from Mad. You have to acknowledge, maybe they can't contest the Dragon, but it is spawning in 30 seconds. The teleport is available for Niski. Humanoid has just spent his, which means that Fnatic likely going to concede this one. Not the end of the world to them, though, as it will just equalize the Dragons 2-2.
Yeah, the reset's coming through. You have the Hex Gates to get into position as well, so Mad Lions going to be able to get back out onto the map. I like that Niski stuck around in topside, though. Yes, it would have been nice to spend that goal, but I think actually getting potentially a bit more pressure here could be worthwhile, but is now going to actually take the reset and make sure they can keep the pressure up.
Obviously, Baron recall's helping them out a little bit in terms of getting back in those Hex Gates as well, a possibility. Niski, he almost walked past it. I was looking at the minimap that I do it all the time in my solo queue games. He's like, oh, I just passed down mid. Nope. Goes back, gets the Hex Gate, and as you say, Fnatic won't fight this straight. No real point for them to do so. And Honor's even now, basically in every metric between these two teams. Same kills, same dragons, basically the same gold as well.
But I think that the gold at the top is very deceptive. You need to look at the gold differences in the bottom of your screen, yeah, because Kazi has so much gold now. He's basically on par with Reckless, if not ahead. And then also in the top lane, Chasey is just so rich. He is so much stronger. The only real advantage that Fnatic have is their mid laner over Niski, who has gone for a very low damage build. But his responsibility in this game right now is to just steal away Maokai ultimate, steal away Kennen ultimate, and just be a massive CC bot to allow Kazi and Chasey to be the big carries in the fights.
Yeah, the fact that Kazi is near on those 3 items is going to be absolutely terrifying. And unless Oskirnan gets access to him, he's going to have a lot of free reign. It's kind of difficult for Razork to really be able to find access to the Zeri in that back line when you've got so many members that would be able to tank up the ultimate that comes through from the Maokai. Resets coming through here with the Baron buff now falling off. It's a case again, I think, wait until we actually get these dragons up and available, get that Baron up and available before we see any real action from Mad Lions. But I think Advian will be trying to see if he can get his hands on anyone to look for a quick pick.
It's crazy to think former champions now find themselves in an elimination match. Mad Lions are more recent champions, as Fnatic, I believe what you said, Medic, 5 years ago was the last time this team hoisted a trophy, to find themselves battling to avoid being, what, 8th place here in the LEC?
Yeah, Mad would get 8th if they lose. Fnatic could get 7th, I think, or would they still get 8th?
But,
yeah,
it's
7th or 8th.
For these two teams, former title holders, to be in this position, you can see how much the league has evolved and how much harder it is to go on top of the LEC.
I mean, the last time Fnatic won, Hilly and Reckless were playing on the same team, right? The only time that Hilly has actually won the LEC was with Reckless, and now going up against each other, trying to see if they can knock out their former teammate.
Of course, winner of this plays up against Astralis tomorrow to make it into our top 4. Humanoid trying to defend this bot wave as it does push in. Still a minute and a half before we get that Baron, so probably a minute and a half before we see a real fight erupt. This is more just poking, seeing if there's a weakness in the armor of your enemy, seeing if perhaps someone overstays, and of course, Blitzcrank very good at finding those picks in these sorts of situations. The issue always is, with Blitzcrank, vision is the name of the game. Vision is king, and if you can deny vision from your opponents, it makes it a lot harder to track where that Blitzcrank hook can come from.
Grievous wounds being picked up for Fnatic members to help mitigate some of the healing, as Razork going full healing himself.
Yep.
That is, he's basically like, I'm Soraka, but budget.
And with more CC.
Yeah, and with more CC.
And I don't look like Jace.
True. Those at the beginning of the cast.
Well, we haven't seen all of his skins yet.
Yeah. But right now, Mad is setting up around the Baron. Spawning in 35 seconds. this will be a big point of contention. Nisqy steals the ult.
There's the Glacial Tomb as well as they look to lock up Razork. He does have to flash away, tanks the Nature's Grasp.
I will say, though, overall, not bad for Fnatic. Yeah. While they do lose the flash from Razork, they haven't lost any ultis. Whereas Mad have now invested 2 with the Baron spawning in 15 seconds. Now, Fnatic will have to make their way back into the river, but there's a real possibility here for Fnatic to be the team to force this fight.
Yeah, I think, though, that with Nisqy going to have his ultimate back up in a little bit, there's nice words behind. Yeah, for Fnatic as well. You still have to be very, very careful. And Razork now potentially in trouble, but he goes in.
Advance going in, Fnatic trying to just jump in as quickly as they can. They get it through the wish. Fnatic kill off the enemy jungler. And again, it was Mad Lions a little bit split. They were trying a pincer maneuver from mid, push that through, come in through the top side of the jungle, but they couldn't actually enact it in time. Oscarinin now still has that slicing maelstrom, has the flash as well. The Baron secured for Fnatic at the end. The hook on Hilly pulls him back in, straight to his demise.
Great play there from Fnatic. They pick off Elyoya, they get the support, and now they'll get the resets in just in time for this Dragon as well, and make sure the Mad Lions can't really contest it. Brilliant stuff from Fnatic.
I think Fnatic just used Mad's aggression against them. The fact that they did commit those 2 ultimates meant that Fnatic had a very clear window. Mad, after securing that control, immediately reset, and they were saying, you know what, we can't afford to fight right now, let's just wait. And in that window, Fnatic gained control, and it was a bit of a mistake from Elyoya to believe that he could move back to that space without his team, as it was Fnatic's opportunity to claim control. They find the pick, they find the Baron, and now it's Mad who's on the run.
Flash for flash, that's the trade you want. Makes it a lot more difficult for Nisqy to actually play this next fight, but in fact, it looks like Mad Lions aren't even going to play around this Dragon. It is the only sole point for Fnatic, wouldn't be the soul itself. And with it being up in 8 seconds and all of Mad retreating, looks like it should be Fnatic's to secure.
There's not a huge amount that Mad Lions can really get on these side lanes, though. Sure, Zeri can push in, but... Oh, we go!
What? Wow!
They extended the range of Blitzcrank hook a while ago, and it still surprises me that it gets the edge of the hitbox there. Huge hook from AdVN. His last few moments in this game have been absolutely top-notch. Spotted Nisqy when he was waiting around the red buff, burnt his flash, then lands the hook on Hilly. And now 2 inhibitors, their prize. Fnatic probably won't play for the win here. We'll just play double inhib base or use the Hex Gate out. Razork, though, wait a sec, with a Glacial Prison. Goes in with a Twisted Advance. Redemption coming out as well. Chasey Low has that GA to bring him back, though. TP coming in from Oscarinin. Is he Hex Gated out? The stopwatch. So much damage from Oscar as well. And Mad, again, their aggression thrown back in their faces as Fnatic can look to end the game.
Kazi gets hooked once more by AdVN, and without the carry, Mad alive. Fnatic are looking to end the game.
Razork going in, Elyoya going low. Elyoya flashes out, Elyoya dies. And Fnatic will even in out 1 game between them and a matchup with Astralis.
Fnatic and Mad will equalize the series. And I gotta say, gentlemen, Fnatic definitely threw quite a few times that game, but to their credit, they found great windows to come back. In the early game, we saw some great map movements. The way in which they set up the dives towards the top side of the map, the way in which they punished Chasey was great to watch. And I think that in that small pocket of vision where they used to try and punish the Mad Lions, we saw it in the bot lane as well when Rekkles secured a bunch of kills. Like overall, I think that Fnatic found great windows to take advantage of Mad's over aggression, and they're able to win this game.
Yeah, I mean, even that last call, right? Who needs a Dragon when you can take the game? They say, hey, look, we see this area on top side. Let's just go and push mid. We get the pick onto Hilly very, very quickly, and then they can actually just snowball that into a big advantage. So great job from Fnatic.
It definitely helps when Elyoya then engages on you in their base and dies. It makes it a lot easier for you to close out the game. Good stuff from Fnatic all around, though, and I think it's going to be a very interesting game 3 because it's going to be it's a battle of the throws, really, isn't it? And that's quite exciting to watch. We'll be back after the break with a preview of the final game of the series, Fnatic versus Mad Lions. You stay tuned.
moving. When did we stop doing it? When did we settle for technology that keeps us still?
So move me, baby, like you've nothing left to prove.
The Kia electric range. Technology that moves you. Kia. Movement that inspires.
Where legends have walked, and even bigger legends will continue to make their name.
Razork looking for something, twisted advance. Chasey flashes forward, dashes in and gets the kill!
I can look.
You can look, yeah. No flash. You hooker, she dies.
They're pushing next weapon.
Oh, nice.
No flash, ghost. Nice. Good job.
I'm here. We can
I'm here.
Come on.
Wait.
Look more,
No flash, Kai.
Look more. Cannon. Look, Jace. I'm healing everyone, guys. Go.
Go, Jace. No flash.
And welcome back, everyone. Now I'm here to talk to you about this game, of course, but something very special happened. Now, usually I find that when I play solo queue and my support locks in Blitzcrank, for some reason they always go 0-10. For some reason they're not able to play the way Advian is. But what did Advian do so great? Well, let's have a look at it. So first of all, Advian is being a very smart boy. From his first base, he decides to roam. He bought boots, he's Blitzcrank, he wants to have an impact. So he walks through the top side, towards mid, instantly looks for a gank on Niski. Unfortunately for Advian, in that particular case, the smart viewer would notice that ward right there in the bush, spotting him. Niski was aware, he backs off. Advian then moves down towards bot side. And we're gonna pause here because now, Niski saw him leave to the bot side, he moves back up mid, he's in fog of war. Niski doesn't realize, he's grouping with Razork here, looking for a play on top. Humanoid is Jason to Silas, Niski's room, he's gonna have full prior mid. They push out Oya, he has to flash out. And now they look for the top play with Humanoid joining them. From the moment Advian based, he's just been roaming around, pushing, pressuring, and basically single-handed creating this advantage. You think he's done? Of course not, he's playing Blitzcrank. So once again, he's spotted, but he doesn't care. He keeps looking. Razork comes from the other side. Niski thought he was safe, thought he had vision on everything that was happening, but not the case. Advian and Razork strikes again. And just like that, you know, we have learned how to carry on Blitzcrank. Enjoy, support mains. That's all you need to do. It's that simple.
All I'm hearing is just leave your AD carry alone, and then that's just going to work out for you. And it also looked like that was going to be going well for him, but the game was,
Well, thank Mr. Broxa for the Telestrator segment here. But after this well-rounded, polished, organized early game, whatever you want to call it, what happened afterwards? What happened for both this team? Because we entered the Twilight Zone in mid-game, GB. We've been praising Mad Lions for their rigor in the first game, and then game 2 happens, and we're back to square one. Mayhem.
Honestly, I was just as confused as probably anyone else watching what was going on in this game, because from the way that Broxa laid it out and we were planning it, it was like, okay, listen here, look at Advian. He's doing so well. He's finding plays on the map. He's getting Fnatic back into a game that they initially lost on top side. Reckless is doing a good job being isolated by himself. And then all of a sudden, all these skirmishes just breaks out of nowhere.
How do you end up having such a chaotic mid-game, Broxa, given how Fnatic stepped onto the early game and took agency of what they were doing and with the composition they had?
It's all about the team play, the synergy. They were just over-aggressive, really. And I like aggression coming out of Fnatic, because they're usually a team that likes responding to their opponents. But this time, they got a lead, they went ham. As we can see here, Advian obviously finds a lot of openings, and he's really good at setting them up for success. And it's looking great. Like every single one of these clips is just Advian single-handedly taking over the game on Blitzcrank. And it lasted for a while until eventually they got a little over-eager, threw the game away. Mad Lions did them a favor and threw, you know, in return. At one point, I thought I was watching an Iron game, really. If I was the coach for any of these teams, like, I would have so many gray hairs. Holy moly.
Honestly, we were quite often in the back room talking about what is going on. We actually are quite confused to some of the calls. It's some of the willingness being made for especially Mad Lions to go ham, but also just the fact that they need someone to put them on a leash, because when they are unleashed like this, they are just going way too far forward, and Fnatic are welcoming that with open arms when they have a composition that can kite back, specifically Reckless with that Sire as well. Had such a good time whenever someone came, and huge credit to Oscar as well, because he was under a lot of pressure and he outplayed them every time, made them look silly.
I mean, Mad Lions over-diving here, I want to say, and not playing to what we were expecting from them, especially after the way they took game on. Broxa, you see these backstage shoots here, we're seeing some smiles, a good mood overall within Fnatic. Do you think when you come back after winning a game like this is what is going to set you up the best way for the third game?
I think Fnatic is aware they got away with murder. Obviously, in this particular case, Oscar Ridden looks like an absolute hero. The reality is that Ilioya missed his Q, he missed his ult, and there's just nothing Mad Lions can do. So they had great moments. That is something they're of course aware of. But at the end of the day, you know, this game could have gone either way, and I think Fnatic is just happy that they're still in it.
It's really the duality of Mad Lions as well from this series, because I go back to the first game as well, where they had the call around Baron, they had all the vision, and they just instantly say, all right, let's go for it, let's bait them in. this proactivity is really good for them, but it's also the duality of Mad Lions. There's a very thin line for them between this is a really good plan and this is a really bad plan. We should not go for it. And it's been what's been plaguing them for such a long time. We asked the questions earlier today, have they finally improved on some of the execution mistakes that they made last week? Some of them they have, but a lot of them still repeat themselves, if not to a greater extent, specifically with some of the overdives we saw.
And any conclusions we can draw from both this team as we're going into Game 3 here? From the side of Fnatic, we were expecting them to come together as a team. I think this is what we saw, especially in the early game here. But on the side of Mad Lions, did we see everything we expected from them?
Honestly, I don't even know what to say at this point. Like, if I am to predict this next one, I wish I had a coin here that I could flip.
Yeah.
I think overall, both of the teams have shown really great moments of promise. We've seen proactivity from both of them. We've seen ability to play from ahead, but we've also seen countless throws, so much chaos, and it just seems like the nerves and pressure are getting to them, because while these teams didn't look super dominant in the earlier stages of spring, like, they're for sure better than what we just witnessed.
And I mean, also just the fact that Fnatic throws his back, just as Mad Lions do as well. I'm thinking back to that one Baron. It's like, oh, Mad Lions now gets to play. They get Baron back. Now they're the one who's active with it again. Then suddenly Fnatic finds the pick and they get Baron and they have the game back again. Like, this game was just a roller coaster.
It's a lot of back and forth. And as Broxah was saying, I think you can feel the nerves on both these teams here facing elimination, getting ready for the third game.
Oh my God, look at that.
Yeah, I mean, see, you look at the goal graph here, and this is exactly what we were talking about. Next game is gonna be the last. Actually, Mad Lions will be back on blue side. How do they set themselves up for success? We said that we could actually flip a coin to decide who's gonna win this one. But what are we expecting in terms of strategy and drafting going into this Game 3?
I think it's do or die, and find the comfort again. Like, if it's full team fight that you need to go for, then for either team, that's what you need to settle on. Get Hylissang off these enchanters as well. The Soraka did not look as comfortable as it could. Some of the silent combo with the Leia and CC wasn't really there. I also think the Renekton was a bit random on 3 on red side into the cannon then afterwards, which they never really utilized fully with the Sejuani playing around it. And for Mad Lions, it's just really, don't be so over-eager. Start identifying the correct play, but that's been an issue that's been plaguing them for so long now that it's really not just that simple. It's something that's case by case, something that you get taught that becomes a habit in you. And right now, Mad Lions, unfortunately, have a bad habit of overextending. And for Fnatic, I mean,
I feel like we could make the same arguments about
it is,
Fnatic,
yeah.
Broxah, how do you expect this last one to go?
I want to see Hyli being unleashed. I think it's safe to say that Adrian pretty much solo carried that game, at least to an extent. It wasn't Adrian's show. He was the reason they got ahead. Putting Hyli on Soraka, like, what am I watching, you know? This guy is so good on all these playmakers, and I think if you put him on anything like Blitzcrank, Rakan, Pyke, Leona, the list goes on, he can really shine, he can make a difference, because he's so good when he can roam and make plays with Niski and with Ilioya. And I would love to see a game where both teams go for the style where there's so much roaming and playmaking, because then we're going to have a banger.
We want to see lane dominance. We want to see roaming. We want to see who will come out on top. And Vedius Dagda Meeting, take it away for Game 3.
Thank you very much, Law. Great to have you hosting the entire weekend. I want to give, just a quick shout out to Law. She's absolutely amazing. Analyst, interviewer, host, caster at times. I really want to have her on the desk one day. It would be great.
Can you cast in French?
No.
Oh.
Can she cast in English? No.
Yeah. She can cast in English.
I've never heard her cast in English. I mean, I could probably cast in French if I really tried. It just wouldn't make any sense.
Okay, fair enough.
Au chocolat.
Well,
bien
that
sûr.
weird tangent. Welcome back for Game 3 of Mad versus Fnatic.
How do you say throw in French?
That's
all I need.
I'm saying Matic again. God damn. Mad are on the blue side. Fnatic find themselves on red. So far, today, blue is 100% win rate.
Yep.
It seems that based on some of the conversations the players are having in chat, they're excited. They're talking about getting amped and ready, trying to get into each other's mental game right now. I think that they were surprised by some of the picks that showed up in last game. Some did, in fact, catch them off guard. We'll see how they adapt as we move into Game 3. What will be banned? And it looks like immediately the Mad Lions are going to continue to take that Olaf away, potentially for that Cannon blind pick once more.
Yeah, that Annie ban coming through again here on the red side, so Fnatic just keeping that one to themselves, making sure that it's not actually going to try and slip its way through the draft. I'm curious if we do end up of falling back to things like, well, with the Xayah being banned away, if we end up seeing the Vi first pick coming through once more, or what exactly the plan is going to be here.
For the moment, just Rakan Xayah. There's the Jace taken away by Mad Lions. Don't want to give Humanoid that power that he had in the last game. I wonder if Fnatic will look towards banning out the cannon or even the Gragas. We did see that obviously banned out in game 2 after it had such a big effect in game 1.
What I will say is that I think Humanoid so far in lane against Nisqy has been the benefit.
Yeah.
I feel like that he has just had Nisqy's number so far in this series, and I think that removing the Gragas makes the most sense because you want to give Humanoid the most favorable matchup that he can get, and I think the Gragas just neutralizes a lot of mid lane matchups. So I think it makes a lot of sense. The Vi continues to be the priority for Mad Lions. In game 1, we saw Ahri and we saw Wukong being the primary choice for both of these teams. I was wondering if Sejuani may be a pivot here for Razork, focusing more on the utility, but it seems that Fnatic is saying, you know what, no, we want to make sure that we have this strong mid-jungle duo in the form of the Wukong and the Ahri.
And more than likely you're going to see the Zeri picked up here as well, just because you're like, well, chances are we're going to see the Sivir on the opposite side, so we can kind of take the Zeri and play for those later game fights. And as well, I think you kind of got to go towards your mid laner here. Although it'd be nice to go like Zeri, Lulu, and secure that one for your bot lane.
Lulu? For Hilly? Nah.
Hey, it's happened before, all right? Oh, okay.
Oh, the pivot. All right, so we're going to be moving away from Zeri, and we're going to be locking in the Jinx for Kazi. Will we see the return of Nisqy's Twisted Fate? Something that he lent on a lot when Fnatic made that run towards, I believe it was in 2021 that they made that run. Nisqy's Twisted Fate was something that you couldn't really afford to do, and we have seen it popping up around the world here and there, but it's not really been a mainstay in the mid lane.
No, and I think it does make a little bit of sense if you want to try and play for the Jinx here, because we kind of just said, hey, look, Sivir more than likely going to be the pick here for Reckless in that bot side. So if, I mean, it works well against the TF, works well against the Jinx, just has a miserable time against the Jinx in lane. So I think the biggest one is now, okay, let's just lean in towards that, continuously try and play for the bot side, let Jinx start to get towers, and always have this TF in the back pocket who can show up at any moment if you ever try and contest the Jinx's push.
It's going to be Jax in the top lane for Oscar Inin. Picked up early in the draft here. It's a little unusual to neither see a bot laner or a support in the first set of rotations before we get to that second ban phase. There's the cannon ban. Can cause a few headaches for Jax up towards that top side. No real surprise that Fnatic want to take it away from Chasey's hands.
What this does do is it gives Fnatic the ability to counterpick support, which is not something that we've really seen from them so far in this series. We saw the blind Renata in game 1, and then we saw the Soraka in game 2. But now they can like make the matchup in the top side slightly easier, given the fact that Jace and Olaf already removed. Then they get to remove the Kennen and the Malphite. And now for Chasey, you're looking at something like a Gnar, right? This is usually his go-to in a matchup like this. He neutralizes the lane. And if Mad do want to try and play through bot, then I think that that is definitely an easy way for them to do it. But I will say that if you have Twisted Fate Vi, I really think that you should be looking at something slightly more carry-orientated towards the top side.
I don't think it's Fiora.
Yeah,
I mean, decent matchup into the Jax. I think you can play heavily there for chasing that top end if you want to. It does become a very much a skill matchup in that top lane with the Jax and Fiora, where it's a case of Jax starting to counter-strike, Fiora trying to find that timing window, because there is a little bit of an extra time for the Jax where he can hold on to the so he passes through the riposte or he pops it early. So a lot of mind games go into that lane, but makes it significantly easier if you just got a TF to kind of nullify all that.
So I was just about to say, the Blitzcrank ban suggested to me that Mad Lions were looking at a Jinx Thresh bot lane.
Yeah.
So in response, Fnatic was saying, well, you know what?
We take the Thresh.
Sure, we'll just take the Thresh, not a problem. Now, of course, Mad could still go for something like the Nautilus, but Nautilus Jinx is a bit of a weird bot lane for sure. So we'll see what direction they decide to go. Cassante is going to be the answer up towards the top side of the map. Something that we did often see used into the Jax. I remember when he was just the mainstay blind pick top laner, something that Chasey has played a fair amount of. But yeah, I think a little different from what we were all expecting here in the day.
Less exciting than the Fiora, to be honest. Although we could have had Vince Fiora again, and that would have been not the most exciting.
It depends on what year, you know. It's like
true.
a good wine. You get different years where it can make the difference. But
Mad Lions, though, look again towards an engaged support. Hilly is going to be put on the Rel. Does give you a good amount of lockdown. The cease and desist from the Vi, the gold card, Rel going in with the Magnet Storm, and we saw how experienced and how practiced Hylissang is on the Rel in game 1.
Now, Mad heard don't tease us. Come on, don't tease us.
You can condemn
It's gonna be
Rel out of her Pharaoh, Marty.
It's gonna be.
Could be Sivir. It's gonna be Sivir.
I mean, it's fine. I was really excited for the Aphelios though, because I was gonna make this great joke about how like everyone was really annoyed that the AD carry meta seems really stale. So let's go back to the last AD carry meta where everyone thought that was really stale. But no, it will be Reckless as Sivir. I would say you have somewhat like mismatched bot lanes in the sense that these aren't supports that you typically expect with these AD carries. And I basically expect that these supports to not really lane much.
Yeah.
I expect them to be roaming around the map a lot. We've been seeing Hylissang and Advienne roaming a huge amount with the Blitzcrank specifically and the Rel in game 1. Both these supports like to be active on the map and they like to work with their jungler whenever they see an opportunity to. But I think that Fnatic should have an advantage largely because of Nisqy on the Twisted Fate. The ability to attack side lanes, the ability to find picks is just so strong with this Mad Lions composition. But Fnatic's team fighting, I think, is where they have the edge. And when we think about how this series has played out, it's been all about the team fighting. So I'm quite optimistic for Fnatic coming into this game based on how we've seen this series go so far.
I think it's also just a case of where the hell does Nisqy play for? I don't really want to play Brandon Cassante top. You try and play around bot, you're playing into a Sivir. Like, she's just going to spell shield everything you do.
That's a great point, yeah.
I think the biggest problem is, how do you actually try and utilize Nisqy now with that Sivir going into the bot side? It kind of feels like you maybe look for picks into the jungle, but it's a big question mark. We'll have to see how Nisqy's going to overcome this.
Both these teams fighting for their lives in the LEC Spring Group Stage. Mad Lions versus Fnatic. One win between you and a matchup with Astralis.
The second that the teams got into the game, Humanoid typed in all chat, Nisqy TF, star, 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 star. Now, I'm not entirely sure what the stars mean, but it would suggest to me that Humanoid is now worried about Nisqy's TF.
Well, there are two words. There's one that starts with S, which implies he's a very bad TF player.
Right.
And one that starts with F, which implies, oh my goodness, we gave Nisqy TF.
I see.
I think it's the second.
I see.
But it could be either.
Well, we'll have to wait and find out which Nisqy TF it is. But yeah, it's exciting to see him back on the champion. A reminder for when Fnatic knocked G2 out of Worlds, it was Nisqy's TF that did it. it was the whole thread where everyone was like, G2, why do you keep giving Nisqy his TF? It was a very controversial time. Nisqy and Fnatic did end up representing Europe as their second seed. Going into the World Championship, and I believe that was back in 2021. So we'll see how he does. As I mentioned, I think Humanoid has gotten the better of him so far in this series in terms of the isolated mid. 1 versus 1, running the Electrocute on Ahri does give you a lot of power in the 1 versus 1, and already we can see Humanoid looking to try and leverage that.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for Nisqy here is a case of, hey, look, I want to try and use the minion dematerializers on the back minions. So then 1 red card, and the Q should be able to clear out the back wave. You reset at level 5, TP back into lane, and just then you're on your way, so you can hit that level 6 and immediately play for side lanes. The biggest problem that you are going to have is, as you rightly pointed out, the damage from Humanoid. Already trying to trade effectively, you bring Razork into the mix. If you can get Nisqy to reset early, it's a big win in this matchup against the TF.
Love the way Humanoid's playing this matchup as well. Kind of what you want to do on Ahri. The mana costs are so much lower than compared to what they used to be, which means that just spamming W is such an effective trading tool. You proc the Electrocute as well. Nisqy being forced to use his Corrupting Potions already. The most dangerous thing about this playstyle, this heavy aggressive constant push in, is that you are at risk of getting ganked. And against a Twisted Fate, that's something you have to be very cautious of. No cleanse, of course, on Humanoid. He is running that TP. So this is something that Razork is going to have to try and assist with in terms of vision. And already we see Elyoya making his way towards mid lane.
You see Hylissang making his way towards mid lane as well. He left the bot side of the map. Elyoya is here. Humanoid was pretty good with the charms in game 1. Elyoya stepping forward, flash away. It's got gold card locked in. Razork coming in from the side as well. Humanoid trying to do the damage. Hylissang here as well. Nisqy will fall. It's 1-for-1 so far, but now Razork is caught in the midst of Hylissang and Elyoya, and it's a double for the jungle.
Brilliant roam from Hilly to make sure that he could secure the victory in what turned out to be the 3v2. Now getting Nisqy able to reset. He's going to walk back to lane, hold on to that TP for that level 5, and rightly done by Mad Lions to get this early lead.
It's just a great awareness from Mad. Nisqy kind of allowing Humanoid to get that push in, but also, again, we've seen it this series. Humanoid has just been hyper aggressive in the 1v1, and I want to draw your attention to the minimap. All this vision is invested on the bot side river, and Elyoya comes in from the top side. Humanoid wants to try and flash early, but Nisqy with the follow-up flash stun. This is exactly what we were just talking about, which is that by playing this aggressive style, you have to be careful of a potential early gank, and Humanoid got caught off guard with Elyoya finding that initial pick.
Also, just a slight thing for Elyoya moving in behind the Ahri means that she's not getting pushed towards her tower, gets knocked back slightly away from the tower so they don't actually have to dive it. So just tiny little things there working out brilliantly for Mad Lions. And now we're pushing top side with a lot of control there. We'll see if Razork can try and disrupt it.
Oh, as you rightly said, Razork is looking for a play. I'll hold my tongue for a moment.
Chasey dashes away, Q3 expires. Razork hits him with a stick. Counter-strike coming out as well. There's the stun. Chasey still has the flash. Razork's tanking the tower here. Flash forward.
Always.
Oscar Rinning looking for a little bit more. Razork's going to take another tower shot. Oscar Rinning will jump away. It's an execute and a kill. In the end, yes, Razork dies, but no gold goes over to Chasey.
30 HP onto Oscarinin, though. That was so close to being a disaster. Unfortunately for Chasey, just doesn't quite time the invulnerability on the W with actually the CC coming through from Fnatic. So a little bit of a blunder, and it pays off.
Sang jumping forward. Good play back. Power of Thresh into Rel. You can just stop her in her tracks like that. Does stop the recall. That was beginning to come out from Reckless and Advien. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Chasey trading onto Oscar Rinning again, and Tofu strikes will bring him back to Sheen from Chasey, doing quite a lot of work here in the early game.
And, oh, hang on. I was going to talk about XP game state, but we don't have time because already
it's all top.
Nisqy already. Look at him moving into Fog of War. Good vision placement from Fnatic to keep eyes on what Nisqy is up to, but he's going to start clearing out some of that vision, and Mad. Okay, they're not going to threaten the dive for the time being. I think that makes the most sense right now. Elyoya just looking to steal away some of these camps as Razork is making his way towards mid. Humanoid just pinged level 6. The timing is great for Fnatic. And look at this wave for Nisqy. The thing that I wanted to talk about earlier was how Nisqy, even after getting that early play onto Humanoid, the wave was pushed underneath Humanoid's tower, and he could TP and catch the whole thing, creating this pretty big CS discrepancy between the two mid laners, meaning that Humanoid wasn't really put that far behind. He also has a decent XP advantage, which he's trying to take advantage or make the most of in this window. But Razork couldn't really find anything alongside Advien.
Nisqy would love to get a reset, though, for those Ionian Boots of Lucidity before he tries and goes to make that big play. So that's why I think there was a lot invested there by Mad Lions to get that push so Nisqy can reset, grab that, and then look to make his first play on the map. Dragon up and available, though, and without that reset coming through for Nisqy just yet, maybe they want to see if they can pick Fnatic off as they try to come in to contest River Vision.
Can look for Reckless in this bottom lane. At the moment, he's by himself. Advien working his way around. We'll be able to get to this tower relatively soon. Reckless pops the Ghost. There's the Lantern. Nisqy. Oh, wild cards first, so that if he had hit the stun card, it would have connected through the spell shield.
And that's what we were talking about there in the opening of the game was, what do you try and play for as Nisqy? You don't really want to play for Chase in the top side, and a great example of how it's very difficult to try and play around Reckless in this bot side. We'll get a little bit of presence here, so Karzi can get some turret plates, and maybe a bit more here.
Oh, Advien has to flash away from the Flame Chompers. He will escape. Humanoid on his way down here. Razork was spending some time with the topside Scuttle Crab, does secure it, now works his way down through the mid lane towards this bottom lane, but in the end, Mad got everything they wanted. They got a plate, they forced Reckless away from a few minions, and I wonder, actually, are they going to stay around here? They go back in, onto Advien, no flash on him. Karzi's going to flash away. There's the Lantern, and Hilly a little bit too deep here. His team had left, and Hilly went in. We've seen it before. Razork takes the kill, and Fnatic get their third of the game.
Terrible timing from Mad Lions. Humanoid had reset, bought, and had already made his way back out onto the map, whereas you had Nisqy, who hadn't reset at all, and was still trying to make his way back. So just Hilly overextending and giving that opportunity now for Fnatic to get the kill. Won't get Dragon, which I thought they would move over to immediately, but now Nisqy starting to leave towards this top end.
I mean, frankly, it's a comedy of errors on both sides. The fact that Fnatic was in nowhere near a position to punish anything on the map while they were setting up that dive, and then the reset comes through bot lane, then they engage when their mid laner and their jungler is resetting. It's just Mad were in a great position after threatening that dive because Fnatic got literally nothing anywhere on the map. So all Mad did was create a discrepancy between the two AD carries. He was starting to build up a pretty solid lead. There was like a 400 gold lead for Kazi, which is basically a kill. Even though they didn't get one, they basically get handed that amount of gold over to Kazi, and then they throw it away by trying to force a fight where they didn't need to. And so Mad Lions now find themselves, again, like not in the worst position ever. It's not the end of the world, but these type of errors you definitely don't want to be seeing when your split is on the line.
Humanoid there realizing he needed to go the long way around to get back towards his tower. Rift held a possibility as Elioya and Hylissang join up once again. Knock back into the all-out as Oscarinin is just caught unawares. Chasey takes him. Hylissang and Elioya there for the assist.
And I was about to say, Fnatic are in a really good spot now. It's hard to try and play for team fights when you can't find a pick with Niski beforehand. Well, Oscarinin just gives them that, so now Mad get to move over towards the Rift Herald. Potential response here as Razork starts to lead down towards that bottom side, though.
You see Kazi backing all the way away from the wave. He will lose at least a plate hit. Probably one wave as well. Hook wide there from Advien. Razork coming in from the side. There's the charm on Hylissang. Flash available for the Rel, but you're so slow as soon as you come off the horse. Attract Repel, not enough. And Razork kills Hylissang once again. And I've seen less throws in a baseball game.
Yeah. Fnatic, they find themselves another pick. Mad still in the gold lead for the time being. And again, it's an interesting situation where even though we're seeing a number of individual errors, the reality is they're not swinging the game either way. They haven't been dramatic enough to shift the game in either side. But you kind of look at Fnatic's comp and you realize that, hang on, but if we're in this even state where it's constantly like small advantages gained back and forth, I feel like it's Fnatic that's benefiting from this because Mad want to be leveraging their Twisted Fate to find picks. That's how they build leads in the early game. You kind of snowball off of repeatedly trying to shut down a single lane. And while Mad have found a pick here or there, Fnatic have done the same thing. Now again, it's not the end of the world for Mad Lions. We're still only 10 minutes into the game. Elioya will steal away that Gromp. And they're going to secure a couple of plates down towards the bot side. Niski has the ultimate as well, can threaten the dive, and with the Herald, this should be a big advantage gained for Mad Lions.
Niski just leaning into the fog of war there, gives enough control, but now he's going to go back towards mid, which means Fnatic feel comfortable to step up. Still a lot of gold going over in towards Karzi.
Oscarinin losing out on these 1v1s over and over. Grandmasters might for a little bit of extra resistances. In the end, can just dash away. Flash is still up for both the top laners. Chasey's ultimate about to come off cooldown though, and the Destiny always a possibility from Niski. Would have to start pathing up here pretty soon if he wants to use it. Chasey looks for the Demolish proc. Will get it on the tower alongside a plate.
Again, you're seeing the quicker reset for Humanoid though. I think they're a bit worried about going for the dive because he had the TP and a bot, but the Rocket, what can we get?
Oh, Chasey looked to keep Oscarinin around there for a second. You can see took quite a lot of his health to do so. Razork on his way up here now as Chasey does get the knockback once again, but tanks another tower shot to do so. Dashes away. Razork though now collapsing. Chasey has the flash, has the all out. Humanoid on his way up here as well. Chasey's going to try and get away. There's the Cyclone, the knockback underneath the tower. Razork locked up for the second cease and desist is flashed away from. Destiny coming out as well, but already Elioya has fallen. Niski joins the fray. Flash forward from Humanoid to get another in response. 2 for 1 for Fnatic in the top lane.
Wow, another skirmish happens on the top side, and Elioya, in trying to protect his top laner, who was successfully able to create space between the collapsing Fnatic, ended up dooming himself as he found himself in the middle of 3 Fnatic members. Niski, though, with a quick response, is able to get that kill into Oscarinin. But Humanoid, he did a play that Chasey was not expecting and ends up being a 2 for 1. Again, though, Mad is still continuing to find these edges when it comes to the gold. You can see in the top lane, thanks to all those plates that Chasey's been securing, Mad are slowly but surely getting slightly further and further ahead, which is definitely what they need as they continue to look for picks on the map.
The thing is, though, Fnatic are fully going to play for team fights, right? When you look at Humanoid's build, he's going for the Liandry's Anguish. He wants to be able to deal damage, even with the Electrocute. So you're still kind of waiting for Fnatic to go, cool, once we actually get to these full-on 5v5s, that's where we're going to be able to shine. And Hilly is not helping in the situation by getting very, very far forward every single time and nearly getting caught out by Fnatic.
Does make Reckless have to walk a little bit further through his jungle, so the tower does fall in that bottom lane. Oscarinin now trading onto Chasey once again. So far, has not been in Fnatic's favor, these 1v1s in the top lane. And the Q3 just short, but Chasey already finished his Iceborne Gauntlet, whereas Oscarinin is still waiting to complete that Divine Sundra.
Still, JC, the fact you have this much control makes it really difficult for Skirnin to actually try and push up far enough where you're not in danger of a dive from Niski or anything else coming through. At the moment though, with the way the map state is, with Fnatic having control over this mid wave, you still have Niski now exiting into the bot side. So it's going to be a little bit more about trying to get control over bot side jungle so Niski can lean in towards mid lane. But Rift Herald going to Fnatic is also going to be a big boon for them.
We take a moment of reprieve after both these teams have been battling back and forth in this early game. As we mentioned earlier, a small goal lead in favor of Mad, but nothing too insurmountable really for Fnatic to overcome. I'm looking at some of the items that have been completed. Kazi, after picking up that bot tower, was able to complete the Kraken Slayer, which means that with the Dragon spawning in a minute's time, we will have that item over Reckless.
Reckless just wanted to be full build. Had to fill up every slot before you can complete the Kraken Slayer. Yeah.
Makes sense, makes sense. Mad, though, moving into the top side of the map, threatening a dive. You can see all the pings. They will spot Razork out, and the rest of Fnatic are quickly on their way to support.
Humanoid's down in the bottom lane and doesn't have TP. We've seen Fnatic take fights at a numbers disadvantage, especially in game one. Here, they're looking to try and defend their top laner, but is it going to be the right play to make? Tower falling lower. Chasey stepping in. Tower will be forfeit. Chasey gets the knockback. There's the Lantern onto Oscar Winning to make sure that he is no longer isolated against the rest of Mad, but it's another tower that does go down in favor of Mad, and their gold lead extends to about 2.5k. Should be evened out a little bit as Humanoid will be able to take bot tier 1. But actually, Niski is on his way down here, so Humanoid might have to be a little bit cautious.
I'm surprised Fnatic invested so many resources towards the top end, though. They had a ton of vision up towards that Rift Herald, and the fact that you spotted Mad move the entire way up meant you could have just given the tower and tried to play for mids, play for Dragon Control, cross-map in any way, shape, or form. They do get the tower, but I think the fact you don't have vision now for this upcoming objective kind of sucks a little bit for Fnatic.
Yeah, it's a bit... The macro's a bit wonky this game. Typically, as you rightly said, you would expect a cross map, right? Oh, you're going to go take our top tower? That's fine. We'll take bot tower and we'll also take the dragon. And you think overall that that'd be a big win for Fnatic, but they're trying to match. You know, they're trying to follow, and they're just like a step behind Mad Lions. Now, you look at them again here, they can't contest this dragon. Why? Oh, because Oscar Renin needed to reset. He didn't have an opportunity to earlier because he was forced to catch this top wave. Like, Fnatic are... I think on the one hand, trying to mitigate the damage that Mad can do.
Yeah.
But in the same vein, like, they need to be aware of what advantages that they can gain on the map. And again, like, maybe in review, it showed that Fnatic didn't actually have a clear window to secure the dragon, but overall, like, Mad are the ones controlling the map right now.
But this is also going to bleed over now into the Rift Herald, right? Because you've only got Skirnin that's exiting into the bot side here. Niski gets the push in, he resets, now he can threaten the potential pick here if Fnatic try to go for this. They're moving Skirnin up, but they're very late.
And Niski at the tier 1 right now will have that destiny. The Rift Herald down to 2,500. Flame Choppers come out, Razork stepping forward, Rift Herald secured. Hylissang with a 2-man knock-up, there's the Destiny coming out as well. Hylissang locked up though, and he's already fallen. Niski Destiny's into the backline, Razork going forward, stun card on him, he's locked up, he's shut out of the fight. Kazi dashing, dodging, weaving, but he can't get away from Humanoid. Chasey now opening up, Reckless trying to do the same. At the moment, it's a 2 for 2. Reckless stunned up, the Rift Herald secured by Mad Lions, and in the end, both teams walk away.
Mad don't spot Skirnin moving up from the bot side, and it ends up going up, but Avian now calls.
Avian, flash gold card, no escape for him. Mad Lions come up trumps.
It ends up working out for the Mad Lions, but you have to wonder, Fnatic, there was a window again where you could have traded objectives. We kind of look at the map state once again like, mid is an opportunity for you to play for. Look to play for the mid tower. Instead, they look for a fight with which it is engaged by Hylissang. And that engage looks pretty promising at the start, but Reckless very quick to shut Hilly down. Great cleanse from Kazi as he's getting collapsed on. Humanoid committing all his resources to get down onto the AD carry as Eljoya makes a great play to lock up the jungle top laners of Fnatic to make it impossible for them to play the fight. It ends up being 3 for 3. A lot of summoners are burnt, and it would have been a pretty even fight overall with Mad walking away with the Herald, but then at the end gets caught out, doesn't expect this to collapse to come through from Mad, and it's an easy extra pick for Mad Lions with them ultimately winning out in the team fight.
And in theory, Fnatic should be able to win out those ones, but because Skirnin was set so far behind, you can see the difference in the damage. He's not really able to play frontline in these fights in the way you would really like him to, even being a big threat to the backline. So the Jax being behind kind of coming back to bite Fnatic in that equation. And now with that Rift Herald in tow, the side lane split push tempo team has full control over this.
I mean, I'll also say that Razork was completely shut down by Elyoya in that fight. The fact that Elyoya was able to ulti Razork immediately to prevent him from getting on top of his AD carry was just such a great decision, because it also then, he followed up with a Q and hit both Oscarinin and Razork together, and it just made that backline dive threat so much harder for Fnatic to execute. So huge props there to Elyoya. Mad have blown this into a 3k gold lead. They can now break open the mid tower using this Herald, and that's exactly what they're going to do right now. You can see Oscar sitting in the top lane, catching that wave, and once again, Mad dismantled Fnatic by playing the map very well in game 1, and they're looking to do the same here in game 3.
Rifthold does charge in. The tower does fall. Rifthold won't get a second charge. Fnatic should be able to stop this one before it gets towards their tier 2. Oscar in a little bit late. Gold card locked in for Niski. Counter-strike coming out as well as Humanoid looks for the flank, but the cease and desist immediately lands on him. Up towards the top side, though, the Cyclone coming out. Niski quite low already. Chasey down to half HP as well, with a knockback onto Razork is enough. Oscar in locked in the Magnet Storm. Super Mega Death Rocket does find his mark, but doesn't quite find the kill. All out across the wall as Oscar in will fall as well. Humanoid trading down towards the bottom side. Hylissang survives! Through it all, Hylissang still alive. Mad Lions absolutely clean up. Reckless dives and dies, and Mad Lions can push into tier 2.
Mad Lions refuse to be denied in this one. Another great fight for them, and now they get to take control over not only these turrets on the mid and top, but also Dragon in a minute's time. And the fact that they've so consistently managed to find these opportunities is incredible for this squad.
It's just Mad are playing so well around Kazi. They are protecting their AD carry incredibly well, and he's giving them so much team fighting power. I expected Fnatic to be favored in the 5v5, but watch how this fight plays out. You can see the engage initially starts with Humanoid trying to find a good flank, then a good hook onto Niski, but the immediate follow-up from Chasey and the Zonies as well. And just look at Kazi, under no threat whatsoever, completely on the back. Look at this wall that just sits in front of him as he is just free to dish out the damage, and Fnatic feels scattered. Kazi does get collapsed on by Oscarinin, but then immediately the top liner there to peel for him as well. It's like protect the president, you know what I mean? Every time anyone gets close to him, and we saw that in the last fight as well. Great team play from Mad Lions, and they end up coming out on top.
You can see the damage that Kazi put out there, almost 4k for him. That front line working wonders now. Dragon up in 1 second's time, in fact. Will be the second of the game for Mad Lions, and Fnatic very much on the ropes. They've been knocked to the floor. Let's see if they can get back up, because right now it's Mad Lions who have a date with Astralis. Best of 3s tomorrow for that playoff spot. On the hunt from Reckless, the Dragon taking out, Humanoid diving in as well. It's a meat grinder in the Dragon pit. Kazi trying to do it, the damage down. Kazi surviving in the end, he will fall to Reckless. Hylissang dies to the Ignite as well as Oscarinin trading on to Chasey down towards the bottom side. The counter-strike goes in, Chasey flashes forward for another kill. Reckless has to get away from the gold card. The great hook! Reckless trying to survive through it all. The spell shield, the stopwatch, the lantern, the stun card! And another hook! It's not enough to save at the end. Niski diving under the tower. A hook goes down, Niski takes another. Elyoya takes it. Niski falls.
The creeps! The creeps!
Does he die? 28 HP. He will not fall to the creeps autos.
Red Buff OP in that one. Holy moly.
Wow, and Mad Lions walk away victorious after another fight. It's Fnatic getting desperate. They see the Dragon. They want to contest it. Great placement of the Chompers. A flash is committed from Ransom, but look at the CC again. Kazi, he just... so much is thrown at him, but the combination of Elyoya and Hylissang to protect their AD carry for as long as possible. Kazi's able to get the kill onto Humanoid, who ends up getting traded back. But the damage is done. I'd love to see the damage after that fight, because what's incredible is Kazi, even though he was getting so focused down, was able to dish out so much damage, and so much credit needs to be given to his team. No spell shield means that Niski's able to lock down Reckless, and this dive was a little sketchy. The hook and the tower actually getting the kill onto Niski, but the heal came through, and Mad Lions walk away victorious.
I'm very happy with that one.
Chasey, though, caught up towards this bottom side. Cyclone coming out as Chasey tries to get away with the Pathfinder. Now has the all-out, can try and use it, but the Cyclone will lock him out, and Humanoid gets the shutdown. Meanwhile, the Baron has been begun. Humanoid does have the TP if he wants to come across to this. Advian puts the Lantern in to see that it's occurring. But I don't really think the Fnatic have a way into the pit. They don't have a smite, and they don't have a way to secure it. The Destiny, though, and Advian stayed around too long. You can see what he was thinking. Maybe I get it with a Q. Maybe I pull my team back into the game. But sometimes the maybes can bite you, and it does exactly that.
But you can see on top side, Oscarion's still sticking around, and it looks like maybe Mad Lion's thinking of going for a pick on him. They're kind of caught between both decisions. Do we push mid? Do we look for top? Hilly just watching Oscarion walk away. I don't know how much they can miss.
In 1 second, there's a ward there for him. He's going to TP in. I wondered if Elioyo and Hylissang could do it, just the both of them, but Chasey here as well will mean that Oscarinin should fall. Pops the counter-strike, trying to put the damage back down with the cease and desist. Will lock him up in time for Chasey. Humanoid goes in with a charm, that's going to land. Reckless trying to put the damage down as well as Razork is coming in from the flank. Fnatic feel that perhaps this is their moment to get back into the game. The flash away from Elioyo, he's down to 150, but a Magna Storm from Hylissang stops Fnatic in their tracks. He will pay for it with his life, but he gets his jungler out. Humanoid, though, dashing back forward with the Spear Rush. Kazi putting the damage down now. Kazi trying to trade in the Cyclone, not enough to keep him alive. He'll get one in response.
Overzealous from Kazi as Fnatic actually get 2 in exchange for 2. When you're this far behind, you'll take that trade as Niski secures another tower bot lane. Crazy back and forth. Mad, I think we're just a little too aggressive after securing the Baron. They will get themselves another tower though, and they will maintain control over this game. Oh, it's Elioyo looking once again.
Humanoid should just be able to take the lantern and get out of this. Now, Niski does have Destiny. Advian gonna back in this top bush and will be able to escape. Let's have another look at this fight in the top lane, because after Oscarion's caught, you can see Fnatic calling for reinforcements.
And you can see they're just waiting for Karzi to try and get into position here as they run away. They get the kill on Oscarion, and Humanoid with a good CC on towards Elioyo, but just not quite able to close the distance as quickly as they would like. Karzi does eventually get here, but actually positions himself in a bit of an awkward spot where, yes, he gets some good damage down as Hilly goes in, but as this fight starts to continue, he spends so much time dodging back and forth for Humanoid, he hasn't really got anywhere else to run as the rest of Fnatic close the distance. Just about managed to finish him off in time.
Man, every shot a crit there from the Jinx as well. It's truly a fancy for him. Chasey going in here, Advian trying to get away, the on the hunt popped. There's the super mega death rocket, and Reckless will fall caught out, it seems, as the fight begun. The cease and desist onto the backline, the Destiny in as well by Niski. He follows the gate, and Humanoid solo Spirit Rush is back in. They managed to get the shot down though. Niski going forward, Razor's going to try and lock him up, but Niski tanks the tower for a couple of shots, and now it's Hylissang's turn. At the end with the hook goes wide, Razor chasing on to Niski, needs another order, the tower will do its job. Razor falls, and in the end it's a 5-2 in favor of Mad.
Big team fight once again for Mad, and it all starts with getting a pick onto Reckless. Fnatic continue to try and fight back, but it is Mad that is winning out every time. The early fights, it felt like that Kazi was the main damage dealer, but now that Niski is unleashed, Niski coming in from multiple angles, Elioyo creating so much chaos, the entire team continues to come together. And look, this is just, hey, we can catch Chasey out, and then Chasey's like, no you can't. Niski and Hylissang collapse from the mid lane, the stun lands, and then it's a one team fight for Mad.
Yeah, I mean, this is the big fight that Mad want to try and play for, where Fnatic overextend just that little bit, you immediately get to collapse with the TF, and it's just phenomenal stuff. The fact they are able to so quickly get into position, and Karzi, again, free firing in the backline. And this was a very risky composition for Mad Lions to bring out in this game 3, the elimination game. And they rely on Karzi, and with Niski able to control on this Twisted Fate, maybe Humanoid was right in what he wrote at the start of this game.
147 damage for Reckless.
Just entirely locked up by Chasey, by the Destiny coming in. Basically made it impossible for him to play the team fight. He is at 3 items now, but so far it has been the Mad Lions show. It's been the Kazi show in this game in particular. The Attract Repel as well. Elioyo goes in, cease and desist. They're looking for the stun. The hook goes wide. There is the gold card as well, and you just don't get a chance to get out of the CC. 1-for-1 trade so far as Oscar and Razor might look for the backline. The all-out across the wall. Kazi already dead though. Reckless has fallen as well. So far, Fnatic winning out on this fight, but Elioyo and Chasey still alive.
Hang on a second. This is a one-team fight for Fnatic. Mad should be able to get away to safety. The flash also committed there from Chasey. But wow, it was a fight where basically 80 carries didn't get to play the game.
Chasey underneath the tower, he can't stay here. Is Razork and Oscar in on the chase? The gargoyles were a bit of shielding, but it's not enough to keep you alive. The tower falls in the mid lane, that tier 1 has gone down. Another will go alongside it, and Fnatic have started fighting back.
have Mad just thrown the game, gentlemen? Like, Mad, they tried to force a fight by locking down Humanoid. Humanoid has been a big threat in these fights, and look, the chain CC is good. You know, the stun comes through, the pullback, the stun card as well. But look at Razork on the backline here. He's kind of focusing down onto Niski. Hillasang is going to drop as well. And you're going to actually see Oscarina and Razork get onto the backline as Reckless is also focused. Double knockup from Razork. And Niski and Kazi, I feel like they're just not paying attention to him. They tunnel vision so much onto Reckless that they don't realize that Razork is still a damage threat that you have to respect.
Same with Elyoya, and now, I mean, things are heating up in the Battle of Winter Fails in the game of throws, but we'll have to see if Fnatic can now keep this one going.
Do you call it the Battle of Winter Fails? That's a good one.
That was a good one.
Before, yeah.
Baron is 13 seconds away. Chasing no TP, but it is Fnatic that have control over the Baron. This game felt like it was done and dusted, but now Fnatic have a chance.
Kazi's flash back up in 5 seconds. Reckless is still a quarter of its cooldown left. Humanoid the same. Razork the same. The ability to get on the backline, not that easy for Fnatic. Battle lines drawn. Destiny forward. Niski, gold card locked in. The Baron taken by Razork. The stun's going to land there as they look for a little bit more. Oscar locked down in the pit, and he will fall first. Kazi untouched, but Razork trying to get in the exhaust. The charm flashed away. Razork gets back into the GA. Reckless still untouched as well, though, and Chasey in the middle of the pit is going to fall. And Elyoya dies to a ricochet. Chasey falls as well, and Reckless starts to open up. It's a quadra for Reckless. Niski trying to get away, but Humanoid will not let him.
And Reckless just pops off. He gets a quadra kill in the middle of the chaos. Fnatic have turned the fight around.
Is that it?
Mad Lions, that single fight in the mid lane cost them everything. Fnatic are making a beeline for the Nexus.
The Madonna is real! It won't be denied! A victory here in the LEC, either Fnatic. They find their fight and they're going for the end.
There's some juju magic attached to that orange bandana that Reckless is wearing. A gift from Boaster and perhaps a gift from God for Fnatic as they look to close out this game. Hillasang's going to try and pull the wave.
5 seconds
but the Nexus
Kazi.
Tower's the target. Kazi 4, Elyoya 2, but the Nexus Towers will fall. And Fnatic are on the Nexus, but the chase goes on. Humanoid trying to survive. Oscar Winning trying to do what he can as well. Fnatic but Mad Lions slam the door in their face.
Oh my God! The Nexus was in their eyes! It was right there! And Mad Lions said not quite yet. Razork is still alive. He needs to clear these waves as much as possible because Mad are now making a beeline down the mid lane themselves.
30 seconds until Humanoid is up and available. Matt, how far can you push? That's the Destiny in from Niski. They want to try and end it here.
They have to keep the minions alive. They have to keep them alive as long as they can.
Razork, do you sacrifice it all to try and keep those minions away? Reckless 17 seconds, he gets the Cyclone, 1 more minute, he gets them all!
He's
and the backdoor bonus has been stopped, 20 seconds on Infernal Soul. But any wards in the base? No, Fnatic have tried that trick before and Mad Lions must have sweat them out. The Infernal Soul will be Mad's prize at the end of all this back and forth. But the game is not done yet.
Oh, it will be the Soul Dagda. You called it earlier. Mad will take this consolation prize, and Razork, he sacrificed his life to keep Fnatic in the game. And now we reset. Now both teams basically, well, not quite. I will say Mad's Nexus is slightly more exposed than Fnatic's is, but with Niski's Twisted Fate, this game could still go either way. Absolutely crazy. This game is anyone's to win.
Inferno Soul is huge for Mad. When they're playing such a single DPS composition, having that extra damage for Karzi is so damn important. 3 of those Inferno Dragons going to be doing so much. You can see there, total damage. Absolutely insane.
I was told they nerfed AD carries. Yeah. It doesn't seem like it.
Oh my word. So, gentlemen, when you're at this point in the game, traditional macro becomes a lot harder. You know, like there's a lot of variables you got to take into account, and single missed positions can be detrimental to either side. The pick potential for both Fnatic and Mad is very strong, but Mad with this Destiny is so terrifying. So you're likely going to see just a lot of grouping. It's likely going to come down to a single fight, and we're going to be waiting for these neutrals to spawn.
I think if you're Mad, you need to separate Niski though. Try and create some sort of side lane pressure. So if you can actually get Fnatic to pull apart, well, that's your moment to find a fight and end the game. Bot lane probably going to be your best bet playing off those 2 lanes. You've got a ton of vision already invested onto that bot side. That feels like where Mad should put a bit of their eggs.
I love the idea, Dacta, but have you heard of 5v5 mid lane, winner takes it all? I feel like that's what these 2 teams have decided to do. I have noticed that Kazi sold his Phantom Dancer to pick up a Runans, knowing that splash damage in fights could be a big difference. As the game goes on, Humanoid's going to catch his bot wave. Oscarinin just pinged over to level 16. And with Baron up in a minute 40, you have to feel that is our next battleground.
So right now, Mad are keeping good pressure on all 3 lanes. They've got bot pushed in, they've got top pushed in, and they're keeping control over the mid wave as well. We mentioned this in game 1, that Fnatic 500 CS win condition, you know, Reckless on the Civic can just perma-clear these waves. He is not worried about Mad getting into the base, and as long as he is alive, Fnatic will always have a way to defend. But Mad are playing the map just that bit better right now. They're just keeping Fnatic under pressure at all times. And if anyone from Fnatic oversteps, you can see, like, if Humanoid goes a little too far in the top lane, if Reckless oversteps a little in the mid lane, that is Mad's window to find that pick and look to win the game.
And now that we've hit late game, wards become such a privilege as well. Everyone's starting to get to their 6th item.
True.
So it's really difficult for Fnatic to hold on to vision as well. So it now comes down to, okay, a ward cleared suddenly takes a lot longer to come back, and that could give the opportunity for Niski to try and find these picks. Mad now pushing in mid, slowly but surely advancing that ward line and cleaning out what Fnatic have put down.
Yeah, 30 seconds on the Baron. You can see Oscarinin still sitting on his Wardem totem as well. Triple sweep up on the side of Mad just to deny any options for Fnatic, any way into their own jungle.
So what I will say now is that the dive from Humanoid and Razork is unbelievably lethal. Like Ahri, you know, when we've seen a lot of these Everfrost build, it gives great utility, but slightly less damage. With Deathcap, Void Staff, the Andries, you're going to one-shot the AD carry. A single combo will land. Of course, the cleanse is up for Kazi, but if Humanoid and Razork can get on top of that AD carry, he will die.
Don't forget, Cosmic Drive changed as well to be about all that. Hey, I want to be first, I want to do a lot of damage, so definitely going to help out Humanoid as well alongside that. Fnatic hiding in vision. Baron has spawned. This is what we're talking about. The map going very dark for Mad Lions, and you never know what's waiting around the corner.
Niski looking for a pick.
Just wide. Gets stunned up, and now on the back line, Yoga goes for the engagement. Lure already down to half HP. Oscar in with a great stun. Kazi has to pop the cleanse. Kazi, though, still surviving the Magna Storm. Separates Fnatic from their teammates. And Yoya, though, the Kazi flashes forward. Kazi with the triple. Kazi with the quadra. And Mad Lions with the win.
Hilly steals the penta, but I think there's smiles on Mad Lions' faces regardless, as they will work their way up the mid lane. Mad Lions found the fight they needed.
A chaotic fight that is finished by Kazi, the man with the confidence, the flash in for the quadra. It will be Mad moving forward in the spring group stage. A sigh of relief on Kazi's face after what was a crazy back and forth. But smiles on the faces of Mad Lions. They will continue to fight as Fnatic will be eliminated in the group stage of Spring.
So much pressure on Kazi in those fights. The so real DPS threat, and he stepped up massively again there. The flash forward at the end to secure that win for Mad Lions.
I will say, massive props to Humanoid to make that flash play. When you're in that stalemate, the level of confidence and conviction you have to be the one to make that play, it didn't work out. But it also could have been the play that won the whole game, right? And it was a massive gamble, it was a huge risk. He took that risk and it didn't work out. But you can't say that the man didn't try. He was so close to getting that pick and it would have been a kill. But in the end of the day, it ended up being that front-to-back team fight. It ended up being Kazi that cleaned up, and it ended up being a big victory for Mad.
It didn't. A big loss for Fnatic, obviously now eliminated from the spring split, eliminated from contention for MSI as well. It's a step better than they did in winter, but I'm sure they would have been hoping for a little bit more as an organization and as a, group of players.
I will say, though, you can kind of see the improvement from winter into spring, where it felt like they had a bit more of an identity, trying to play around Oskirnen and playing for those late game fights.
Sure.
But unfortunately, it is just that mid to late game macro that really came back to bite them. And Mad on the day knew how to exploit that at so many different turns.
Astralis is looking at this smiling, though. They are feeling confident right now. Mad only have a day to turn things around. I mean, I will say that Mads, they were in a similar situation where they went 5 games against SK last split, and then the day after, they immediately had a very convincing performance against Koi. We'll see if they can do the same thing against Astralis tomorrow, because their road is not an easy one.
No, it's not. You can vote for one of those Mad Lions players in your Player of the Series votes at LEC on Twitter. Chasey, Niski, and Kazi are your options. I think all 3 had great performances. I think Kazi especially, actually, this series really did what was needed of him.
Yeah, for sure. And massive shout out to Aljoya as well. I really think the unsung hero in this game in how well he set up so many team fights. His peel was truly incredible, and it was great to watch this team go in those 5v5s, because it was a very close back and forth that could have swung either way.
It really was. Do you want to do the handover to Yinsu?
Yeah, I mean, not really doing this a lot because I'm not a host, but Yinsu is standing by with Niski to take us through what was a bedlam of a game.
I was kind of hoping that Medic would do it since he's got the space buns and all, but I'll take it. Congratulations, Niski. Towards the end, there was going back and forth, back and forth. Tell me how you guys managed to stay calm and close it out.
I mean, to be fair, I don't know, the game was so rough. I felt like we were so ahead, and then we threw, and then they were like ahead or like even, and then we got Nash again, but then we threw again on top, so I feel like it was back and forth. And then I was like, okay, guys, now, when we fight, just don't scream and just play your fights. And then I think we didn't talk as much in fights, and it went kind of better. Also, I believe they could have ended the game if they just all hit, maybe. It was so because I was like, no way, I'm losing this game, right? And then they didn't end, and then we tried to end, and I don't know, it was just a mess. Yeah.
It's one of those days. It's one of those days. Now, I do want to, if you see that screen over there, I want to take you back to a dragon fight that happened earlier. There was a lot of fights, so I'm hoping you remember this one. But this is where afterwards, you know, there was a bit of flair from you as well. Couple of gold cards landing in a 2v2. As we get longer into this fight, I want to ask you if you thought a lawyer was going to stay alive towards
I mean,
the end.
here, first of all, Kazi trolled here. Like, he's not with us. I don't know what's doing with. And then I want to like chase them because I have like gold card, and we're like 2v2, and I believe we win. But it's just the stretch is a bit too good, I think, here on the tower, where I go on him and he like outplays us, and then I die for Yoya, which was fine at the end, but maybe it was a bit of a overchase, yeah.
It was a pretty stylistic gold card, though.
Yeah, not bad. I mean,
a really important one as well. But yeah, did you? Oh, we don't get to see it, but we thought maybe he was going to get hit by the tower, the minion shot.
I mean, we thought he was going to die. Yeah. Actually, even he said he was like, I'm dead, and then Hillsang was like, no, you're not dead, you know. And yeah.
It's his lucky day. I do want to ask you, you know, this is the first time you face Fnatic, your ex-team, in a best of 3, best of 5, best of anything, and you've eliminated them here. How good does that feel?
I mean, it feels pretty good. I don't know. I mean, I don't like have anything against them in general, but just usually beating your old team feels good. And yeah, also I think Humanoid wasn't mad before, and now he's like on Fnatic where I was before, so it's also like feels good, you know, to beat him. But I'm just glad that we made it as a team today, because I think we needed it very badly, yeah.
Do you think this is maybe going to change people's opinions going forward? Because I think a lot of people might have been favoring Fnatic in this scenario. It's got to be good to prove people wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I think with what we showed in the past few weeks, I agree, like we looked really boosted. But I think today, to be fair, Fnatic was actually pretty strong, and I think we also showed a good face. And what I like today is that we played as a 5-man unit. And usually when you play as a 5-man, you usually win the game, so yeah.
Well, congratulations so much,
Thank
Niski.
you.
We'll see you back here tomorrow as
Thank
well.
you.
I'm going to throw this to a break. Don't go anywhere, because G2 will be taking on SK right after this.
Look, all I want is to go on Twitter and just see how people are flaming my AD carry for getting out by Reckless, actually.
See how it began? Sejuani missing Q, ult,
my AD carry tanking T2 tower.
Play with Jinx, play with Jinx.
Wukong. I clean up.
Jax. Play with Kazi, guys. Ari wants me in the back. I get it. Let's go, Yoya.
Holy
bro. No flash on here.
I'm out.
You kill them. Nice, Martin. Kill them all. You can.
Have it. Mid. I don't care about the penta.
We don't end, by the way.
Only Nexus. All of them. Nexus. All of you. Please. No.
Oh, not again.
It's fine. Nice try.
You're gonna make it! You're gonna make it, dude! Come on! Work with me here! Work with me! We're nearly there! Come on, let's go!
Oh, Trev.
Oh.
Help.
Mark, you've done too much, dude. What can I get you?
Give me that.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Are you guys being weird again?
Down, 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 like I never met ya. Round, 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 but I can't forget ya. Sitting like I'm single on a Sunday night, trying to get you out of my head. I don't know her name, she didn't ask for mine, but I'm not here to talk. Another drink, I watch it go. Down, 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 like I never met ya. Round, 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 but I can't forget ya. Down, 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 like I never met ya. Round, round, round. Another drink, I watch it go. Down, 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 like I never met ya. Round, 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 but I can't forget ya. Down, 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 like I never met ya. Round, 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 but I can't forget ya. Wake up in the morning, it's already night. Think I'm hanging on by a thread. Don't know my own name, but yours is on my mind. I can barely walk. Another drink, I watch it go. Down, 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 like I never met ya. Round, 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 but I can't forget ya. Down, 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 like I never met ya. Round, round, round. Another drink, I watch it go. Down, 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 like I never met ya. Round, 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 but I can't forget ya. Down, 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 like I never met ya. Round, 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 but I can't forget ya. Down, 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 like I never met ya. Round, 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 but I can't forget ya. Down, 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 like I never met ya. Round, round, round. Another drink, I watch it go.
Welcome back, everybody. I am joined by Dylan Falco, the head coach of G2, ahead of the next match. Before we start the interview, I heard that you're wearing a new tie.
Yeah, actually, this one was actually gifted to me by Mickey X, I believe around Christmas. So we haven't determined how lucky the tie is yet, but we'll see today and as the playoffs progress.
Yeah, well, if you win, I guess you're going to be wearing this tie every day, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
This is going to be the go-to. Now, I do want to ask you about last game that you guys played, the Pantheon pick. Talk me through that, and do you still believe it in hindsight that it was the right decision?
Well, we won the first game with Pantheon. It's a very aggressive champion, ability to dive early, make a lot of plays, roam the map, has a global. So I think it really fits our playstyle to do that. It didn't work as well in the second game. I think the dive failed top lane. So when an early game aggressive plan fails like that early, it's always going to look really bad, and it's going to look like the plan is not good. Definitely still something we'd be willing to play in the right scenario.
Now, obviously, even if you don't win today, you will still be going to MSI. There's a bit of a safety net there. Would you say that a lot of the innovation and maybe risk-taking comes from the fact that you can actually afford to lose?
I think a lot of the innovation and risk-taking also just comes from confidence. I think we feel that we're still one of the strongest teams here in Europe. We won last split, and our scrims are still really, really good. Sometimes it doesn't work, right? And I'd rather be a team that's willing to take risks and innovate and draft aggressively and draft things that kind of need to be played a bit more aggressively early, rather than just falling back on safety.
At what point does the game plan change? Do you have kind of a protocol to maybe go back to that safety? What is the line that you have to cross in order for you to do that?
It's something we've talked about a bit. We definitely have some safer stuff we can play. I just want to do drafts that we think are good strategically, actually. I don't really care about how safe on paper something is.
And when it comes to those strategies, obviously, I know you watch a lot of the other regions as well, and they're doing very different things compared to LEC as a whole. How much inspiration do you take from those regions?
I think we take inspiration. Vipik is winning a lot and winning many, many games. I think that we're willing to give it a try, for sure. I also think that you also don't understand why things are being drafted a certain way. Like, a team will first pick a champion or pick a champion early in draft, and that doesn't necessarily mean that this champ should be picked early, given the champion pools and playstyle of the teams we're playing. I think it can be a bit of a trap to just like blindly copy. But yeah, we definitely do take inspiration from other regions, I'd say.
And lastly, of course, you guys have been playing so well in the winter as well. Yeah. But it does feel like the narrative is talking about how some of the individuals are not fulfilling expectations. Do you think that is fair?
I think like last split we were sitting in winners finals, right? Looking pretty dominant. So yeah, I think it's fair to have some criticism on our performances and maybe our drafts or preparation. If we find ourselves in the lower bracket so early, I think we're a much better team than, like, we shouldn't be here, for example. So yeah, and if we do end up not winning the split, I think we also deserve criticism. So I think it's fair.
Oh, thank you very much for joining me. I hope the tie is going to be a lucky one. We're going to see it in the future as well. And I'm going to throw this back to the desk and Law.
Thank you so much, Ian. So always nice hearing from Dylan, and especially after G2's struggle last week against Koi. They're looking to bounce back today, and they were talking about the draft and how maybe they didn't have enough agency to bounce back if things don't go well in the early game. But I also want to mention Caps underperforming. It's not the playoffs Caps we're used to seeing, but same case can be made for Hansama on the bot lane also.
Yeah, I genuinely felt like it was just different playstyles coming through. They challenged themselves and went for something that was a bit more top lane focused, but even then I thought Mickey had a lot of roams into the mid lane, which kind of set Hansama behind as well. In the entirety of the first game when he was on the Varus, much wasn't happening. And even when they were playing around Caps, there was a bit of a Nova extension coming through, and they didn't really hit the mark as they would usually have wanted to do.
I think part of it is just that draft experimentation with Yasuo mid, Cassandra mid, then Jarvan support, like every single one of the surprise picks, the one exception maybe being Pantheon top, like it all failed and they were experimenting every single game. So I think now they're probably gonna, you know, look into that, realize where the issues were coming from and just try to play what they know. Yeah,
definitely. Dylan was saying that they can go back to more basics maybe in a situation like this, but I think it's nice for a team like G2 to have the agency and take the risk to risk some drafts like this. But on the side of SK though, coming into what we can expect from the team today, it feels like whenever Markun can't get the room and the agency he needs to set up his laner for success in the early game, things just don't go well for SK.
Yeah, I think it's been a bit of both, because it's not like he's not able to set his laners off. We saw it against the first game they played when Irrelevant was on the Rumble against Adams, Olaf on the top side. He was able to get the Rumble ahead, but then they struggled to translate those leads. And then you have the other side of the coin, which is, well, it never happens, and I don't really get the laners ahead, and then nothing happens. They get he was outplayed by Shio in that series. Shio's been a phenomenal player as well, and Markun going up against Yike, another phenomenal jungler in the LEC. He really has a lot of pressure on him, because SK as a team is quite reliant on him. When we've seen SK as their best, it was when he made something happen in the early game.
Yeah, definitely. When they played G2 in winter, it was Elys's Markun in the early game that was able to go, to get the best out of G2. Broxa, what are we looking forward to in the jungle matchup, especially, and on the side of Markun to counter everything that G2 are going to throw at them here?
I think the problem for Markun is that G2 is better as a team at playing around Yike. Not only because they're really strong across the board in the early game, but Mickey and Caps just have really good synergy with him. When you look at SK, I think the only strong points in the early game from what we've seen so far have been Irrelevant and top, who always performs, Markun's ability to look for practice plays, but then when you look at mid lane, the biggest weakness of Certus is actually his early game. He's really good mid and late, but he has a hard time getting to that point. Thus, one of the support players who probably roams the least. Like, he almost never roams. Part of it is the champion pool, often prioritizing enchanters over stuff like Nautilus, where he did roam once last week, but the proactivity is just not there from anyone else, really, so it often becomes Markun just single-handedly trying to make things happen. A bit like what we saw Razork doing in the past, where, you know, he has to decide what to do. Like, is he desperately gonna try to do something crazy to win the early games, or does he take a step back and, you know, wait for mid and late?
Yeah, a lot of pressure on both of these teams today as they face elimination after this series. But it's time for us to toss it to the caster schedule, Ender and Dracos for G2 versus SK. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Laura. We are moments away from getting to picks and bans for the first game in this series between G2 and SK. Ender is...
He's vibing.
Yeah, just 3 regular height dudes chilling on the caster desk.
3 normal height dudes.
Now stand up properly, stand up properly.
Oh, my back.
That's fair.
That
You're
hurts.
so tall, man. It's
I also
crazy.
know you as 5'11" and 6 foot.
Is this how we are? Dude, I have to always look up to It's crazy.
But we're here for League of Legends, and League of Legends starts with a draft, so let's get into it. Woo! Woo, indeed! Single, very loud person, followed by entire audience. Here we are, G2 versus SK. These teams have only played each other twice this entire year. This is the first time they have met in a best of series. It's 1-1 thus far. Vi already taken off the board. Reminder, if G2 fall out of playoffs at any point, they are second seed for MSI, and then whoever wins our split will be our other seed, our first seed. So for a lot of teams trying to qualify on championship points, they're kind of hoping that G2 wins out. For everybody trying to qualify by winning the split, you're hoping G2 loses.
So let's see what happens. Fnatic already knocked out. Let's see if G2 fall victim to SK. Looked a little bit shaky against Koi in that game 2 and game 3, really over-indexing on heavy early games. So we'll see how this one pans out. And he's still up. We'll see if they take that away from G2. They have a lot of flexes that you can try and target, but on red side, some of these bans are locked. Things like the Draven is what you're looking at. Wukong, Ahri, these are the kind of meta champs we're looking at.
Yeah, of course, the Hans on Draven going to be taken out there. I'm a little surprised to see G2 banning away the Jace. That's a pick they've had a couple of more unique counters into. The Pantheon from last week, Malphite from earlier on in the split too. But even on blue side, trying to remove that from the field.
And similarly, it was a champion that they used to great success against SK, but it looks like their first pick instead is going to be the Kennen, an opportunity for Broken Blade to really pop off in this game. I think, hands down, the most powerful, is it safe to say the most powerful top laner in the
Definitely one of the most powerful blind top laners, 100%. The buffs have been great for Kennen. He doesn't have that many counter matchups. You're looking at Jace, you're looking at Aurelia, you're looking at things that can dash in on him level 6 and all in. Other than that, most counter picks just go down to tanks, really. You know, you just go even in lane. We've seen Jarvan, that hasn't worked very well, but Sion, Malphite, really the bread and butter, but Zeri I feel like is SK's bread and butter, and that's been left open, so they'll be very happy with that. They can lean towards Wukong, but I feel like Marcoon likes those early game junglers. Something you can do ganks or find action in the first few levels.
Yeah, 100%. The Vi not going to be an option for him this time, but actually a Viego of all things. A little bit surprised, like seeing that come in so early when picks like the Wukong are up, that feels very odd.
It does. I wonder if they have a plan going on here, but I think G2 can just go full team fight here. They can pick up bot lane if they want. They have been leaning towards Varus a lot, but I think Xayah can work. Wukong would be great with Kennen. You have insane dive for the Zeri. Something with lockdown would be nice, but the Vi and the Maokai are taken away, so that makes it a little more difficult to get on top of the Zeri.
I'm definitely of the opinion whenever you're rocking the Kennen, you want something else that can sort of go in first to try and bait out like any disengage tools on the opposite side. Not tools that can go in, but the Lucian Nami's a classic.
I'm just looking at Dracos' face. I'm just trying to see his reaction. What do you think? Give us your thoughts, Dracos, on the Lucian.
Unleash. No, I can't unleash. I have to hold back. We're professionals on a desk. I'm just going to say if this champion was good as a pairing, it would probably win more. That would be my only
All right,
point.
this is the censored version of Dracos here.
You can hear the full unhinged take next week on Euphoria.
Hey, right, so
shameless promo.
Shameless, yeah, indeed. Well, we'll talk about it on Euphoria. We talked about it already, Lucian Nami and things like this, but I think SK can just target jungle now. Wukong would be an easy ban. You can even look towards things like the Jarvan, perhaps. Depends what Yike wants to lean towards. His Gragas last week was also one of the biggest carries, and I feel like he loves those kind of farming junglers and allowing Caps to play mobility. Now, my question is this Kennen a flex? Cassio taken away already.
I feel like Yike's been an interesting case because in Winter Split, it was all about the farming junglers for him. And then so far in Winter, it's been so much about those ganking junglers, showing sort of like a different side to the playstyle. Has played a ton of the Vi throughout this split. But I don't know. I feel like he has a couple of his big options taken away here. Now that they're on sort of death's door here, G2. You lose this series, you are eliminated. I would like to see a little bit of a return to some of Yike's more pocket picks in the past.
Yeah, and when you look at how these two teams have matched up in the past, Marcoon has always been a huge source of early game action. He played Elise in both of their previous games. Viego, haven't seen it in a while, so I have to see how active he can be with it. Obviously, great follow-up CC, and see if Yike wants to match that, or if it's going to be a game like Lilia in Winter, as you highlighted, where he's just power farming and pulling ahead. And clearly, SK are giving it that respect because they banned the Bel'Veth away.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see some kind of Sion ban here for G2 or anything that can match into the Kennen, unless they want to target something mid like the Ahri or the Sylas. Looking at that Cassio ban, there's the Sion.
There you go.
But fun fact, Yike has not played a single game of Wukong yet since the start of the year. Even though Wukong's so prevalent, such a meta champ, I can understand now why SK is not actually targeting that champion, because it's not something he's played. Take away those farming junglers, take away things like the Bel'Veth. Now SK can match top here. Something tanky, something like Ornn would be very irrelevant-esque. Can even go towards something like the Gragas. Camille would be something if he wants to play more kill pressure, but doesn't have that much setup. Instead, they want to deny the Lissandra, but Sylas is up, so I'm a bit worried to see what Cap's going to pick into that.
But I also really love Lissandra Viego as a combination. Again, Lissandra initial CC, Viego follow-up. Both of them benefit very heavily from being able to burst a single champion down. Lissandra getting the passive, Viego getting the passive soul steal as well. So if you get ahead at all with this kind of composition, it's so easy to take care of fights.
Yeah, the threatened dives on side lane, that's something that you can definitely try to do. I feel like it does put SK into a tough position though, especially rocking the Viego in the jungle. As you say, the Wukong does come through, so I think that's a perfect topside in terms of the team fight to set up Caps and Hansama. But you do have to put Irrelevant on something that can start off fights. I think Lissandra on her own is maybe not quite enough up against some of the strong team fight tools on the other side.
This is the information game that SK are playing with. Yike hasn't played a single game of Wukong since the start of the year. Let's leave it up. Even though it's pairs well with their draft, take the risk. They took the risk. It didn't work out. So now Kennen Wukong is going to be deadly. Sylas is the biggest counter pick to Lissandra as well. So you've banned the Cassio to cover the Lissandra, but it has a couple counters. You know, you're looking at Syndra, you're looking at Sylas. So G2 have set themselves up for a lot of success in this draft. It looks like SK are just going to round it out with something along the lines of Cassante, any kind of tank to help this backline of the Zeri Lulu.
Certainly is going to be the case, but you talked about it last week. Heavy early game drafts coming in for G2 Esports, and it feels like a bit of a similar case this time around. Kennen, of course, going to scale very well into the team fights, but is a champion who can monster the lane. Sylas very powerful in early skirmishes. G2 bringing a lot of early to mid-game firepower, kind of balanced out on the opposite side by really solid scaling in the form of the Zeri from SK.
You're absolutely right, and I think G2's comp, let's compare it to last week, doesn't have to win the game in 10 minutes, doesn't have to win the game in 15 minutes. Mid-game is strong. Later stages can be all right, given the game state. Obviously, Zeri Lulu will outscale them all, but they have windows. Kennen with flanks, if it's ahead or even, will always be a threat. SK need to mark and defend this Zeri with their lives. Their dive is not that strong. They're focusing on resets. They're focusing on front to back. G2 don't have any front line. They need to stick together. G2 need to split them up.
I feel like G2's comp is going to have really good timers around like early dragon fights, like first, second Drake. When level 6s come online for them, like any sort of roam down from the Kennen is going to look really strong, especially with that Lucian Nami fighting in the early stages. So I'm kind of looking to them to maybe try and control bot lane, sort of stop some of the scaling options from coming coming online too early for the side of X-Kick and DOS, and then, yeah, start stacking upon those Drakes. If they can sort of leave this cannon on an island, I don't think there's too much gank threat on the opposite side to shut down Broken Blade.
Yeah, agreed. It'll be a very mid-bot centric kind of game. I think Yike has options up towards the top side if he wants to pay an early visit, but other than that, you're looking at mid-bot, especially around mid. See what supports can get around there, see if they can stack waves, see who gets the push. Zeri Lulu and Lucian Nami,
and they're both
out.
here. Look, you caster cursed. Congratulations. You might be qualified to be a caster now because both of those champions appeared after you explicitly asked them not to.
Does that mean I get to go home?
Yes.
Just kick me out of here? All right,
bring that person up right now. Goodbye, Ender.
It could just be a rotating third seat.
Anyway, time to get in the game. G2 Esports versus SK Gaming. Everything on the line in this best of 3. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the Thunderdome on the bottom side of the map for SK Gaming as they send 5 members down. Mickey's going to splash himself with water. Doesn't do a lot, but SK do get a bit of vision control. G2 going to respond in kind, so a little bit of lane control for bot lane, at least on the side of SK, even if it means giving up some information on jungle pathing.
I think you might be overselling the Thunderdome concept right there. It's Mickey goes, places a ward, 5 people on SK, clear it away with the sweeper, can go back, trade it over to a yellow trinket. A tale as old as time here, Dracos.
True.
But they lose vision all over their jungle for it. Like, everything. 2 wards on the bot side, even though they had 5 players down here. Also, the red buff being spotted out. So, Marcoon can't really sneak around this at all.
Do you know what I call that? Sucks. If you're Marcoon, that just sucks. Why do we go bot 5-man level 1? I mean, you can see the reasoning. Ward, bot, brush, the third one. You can get the push level 1, right? So the Zeri Lulu will have an 8 stacking wave potential. They can trade easily onto the Nami because she can't hide in the bush, obviously, and then it allows Marcoon to have an easier time in securing bot grab. Normally with this lane, we've seen it so many times this year. Zeri Lulu gets the push early. Lucian Nami obviously need access to all 3 of their abilities. Not much else will happen. So Marcoon could do 3 top camps and look for an early gank top. Other than
barely spotted out there.
Yep.
Yeah, other than that, there won't really be much action up there. Yike could do something very different here. Interestingly, he started bot side, but he sees that Marcoon isn't bot side. So what he can do is he can do Crux, Raptors, and then invade Marcoon's bot side of the map. We'll see how the pushing lanes go, because it looks like for now, SK have mid and bot, so that'll stop him in his tracks.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for Yike to walk in there. At the same time, just looking at the summoner spells across the board, I have to be a happy boy when I see the enemy support versus Kennen take the exhaust. I think having that as an option in team fights is just such a powerful tool for just stopping all the damage coming into you, because there's a point, around like 1-2 items, like Kennen can just one-shot your carry without heal up and stuff like this. So having the exhaust as option is going to be very nice.
What is that Kennen skin? It's wild. It's like Astronaut Kennen or something with like a chroma.
Oh, we're getting the zoom in.
Oh my god.
Little jetpacks.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
He looks like a teddy bear.
Yeah, with
it's like a little Build-A-Bear, and you put him in the astronaut costume.
Yeah. Is he small enough that Syndra can pick him up with her W? That's the question.
I think that should be a buff to Syndra.
Probably
when she gets all the stacks in W, she can pick up Yordles and just throw them around.
Anyone that can sneak between the 2 towers in mid lane, Syndra should be able to pick up a W.
I think that sounds balanced.
She can throw them into the towers.
Exekick. Taking a bad side of a bit of a trade there, but talking about Broken Blade, or in this case at least his skin, Kennen, a very successful champion for him historically. Last time he played at 2020 Spring, but overall this guy's a 75% win record. And when you look at Broken Blade's individual performance, not his team impact, but his individual performance, I think it's very important that he's able to have a comfortable pick, that he's able to be left in isolation. You can see here, he's been on his own island. It hasn't been going great in the past week in the series versus Koi, but now I think a really big opportunity for redemption when G2 are willing to blind pick him, such a powerful meta champion.
And obviously the context behind those numbers, 17 down in CS at 14. He was playing Pantheon a lot of the time. He was giving up creeps. He did have a bad matchup. He was roaming around. Marang said that Broken Blade's a very roam-heavy top laner. He'll sacrifice himself to get his team ahead. Not something he can do so easily on Kennen. He will look for more so for flanks, play the lane in isolation, so we'll see a bit of a different style out of him here. Yike up towards his top side, perhaps covering his top laner of any early ganks from Marcoon. A very even game so far.
Yeah, also is going to have the respawn timer on those Raptors, so places a ward right before he bases. That's going to see Marcoon and continue this early game tracking. So they've known pretty much exactly what Marcoon is doing at all times.
Kick, taking a huge chunk of damage here. Hanzo not able to get the double tap off on the passive, so not able to follow up. Good slow coming in from DOS to stop that trade.
And longsword 3 pots as well for Hen, so he's not really scared of taking a little bit of a beating. Both heals used, like I said, and now the bot push will come in. We'll see if Hans and Mickey can get a base, or if DOS will try to freeze that wave and stall as much time for his AD carry to get back and pick it up.
And this is
Gentlemen, a bit of a change of pace. I feel like every time we've watched these two teams play, someone is dead by level 3.
Yeah, I'm kind of falling asleep here.
No, man, you can't say that.
Never mind. This is the most exciting game I've seen so far.
Yes, that's more like it, Ender.
Yes.
Oh, baby.
Welcome back.
It's controlled League of Legends.
Yeah.
This is what the LCK fans like to call a Tuesday.
It's not actually not on Tuesday, it's a Wednesday.
All right, man.
It's a Wednesday.
Weird flex, but
yeah, he watches
respectable.
every game.
He watches
LCK,
co-stream,
LPL.
Twitch.tv/Gator.
LPL is on Tuesday.
But I think that,
yeah, it's slow.
And this is interesting to me because I want to see what Yikes can do on this Wukong. Like we talked about, it's a pick that we haven't seen him on. And more importantly, for Marcoon on the Viego, this is a champion who hasn't really existed in the meta for a very long time after repeated nerfs over multiple patches. But right now, they're just trading farm. No one really getting any greater advantage. Maybe there'll be a bit of a contest on this dragon. We'll see if G2 can get the bot push.
I do think there'll be some options. Maybe if Broken Blade can force Irrelevant to TP back to lane, you can see Irrelevant down half, low mana as well. If Broken Blade's able to hold on that TP, I could see a world where he hits level 6, runs down for Dragon, and then can TP back into the lane.
Yeah, Dragon will be where the Fiesta will kick off unless they can find a bot 3v3, but Mickey will spot Marcoon. I think these champions are very level 6 reliant. Lissandra, Wukong, even Viego in terms of gap closing. Caps will need that level 6 to take away the Lissandra ult as well. And now that we've ticked over, Marcoon's first to pull the trigger on the Dragon. Looks like he'll pick it up pretty much uncontested. It's got some decent vision, got some bot push. Mid lane's ready to respond whenever. And Yikes on towards this top side. Easy neutral for them.
Yeah, I think Certus was second to base and teleport back into lane, so got a quick push out there after returning, and that's literally all they need to go ahead and pick that one up. So a bit of a bullet dodge there, and now you can see Irrelevant teleports back into top lane. That'll be back up in time for the next dragon to go ahead and spawn. So that potential window that Broken Blade would have to use to his advantage to secure the objective has now been taken by a good dragon move by Marcoon.
Yeah, well played overall, and something that we have to keep our eyes on in the top lane matchup especially is just if Irrelevant's going to be able to force Broken Blade to ult in lane. That's often such a massive decider in terms of whether or not a matchup is considered good into the cannon. It's just, can you get him to ult outside of the context of a team fight? Is Certus maybe going to take too aggressive of a trade there? I think was hoping to just get some free poke into Caps, but still Caps trading up in the end.
Looks like Yike is using that Dragon take to walk into Marcoon's top side, take away some camps, get a little bit of information. Still a little bit far away from level 6, won't level up off this camp. The red buff spawning soon. Not sure if he can stick around and try to force that. He has not got Smite. Marcoon is 6, will have to back away, so don't think there's much that he can get done other than this. That'll be the trade-off for the Dragon, and Marcoon will have full information as to where Yike is when he sees that small Raptor. 2v2 should be in favor of SK at the moment.
Yeah, now Yike, though, is pathing down to the bot side. Obviously, his red buff is going to go ahead and spawn, so I'm a little bit concerned for Exakick and DOS in the next minute or so. Marcoon actually looking to play around mid lane right now. Level 6 online for both him and Certus.
Caps is going to respect the setup.
Maybe they're going to go on the cannon. Normally what you do here is you wait for him to go for a specific creep, but he's walked up.
Instantly going to ult to try to get the CC down. Caps going to try to heal back, has a stolen. Lissandra ult can just ult himself. Will use it to mitigate Marcoon's ultimate, but this should still be a kill. No, holding onto the flash for long enough to walk that one off.
Okay, well, it's a flash for flash trade. Marcoon had to use his to gap close the chain CC, but it's not enough. These mid laners can be deceptively tanky when they build towards the Rod of Ages with that catalyst. A lot of extra health, even has 3 cookies ready to burn worst case, but he'll be alright. Need to look for a reset up gank there. SK needs to wait for those ults to come back and try and find another window to punish Caps. Yike will be very aware of that though. X kick.
Getting cold here. Ouch. Huge chunk of damage. G2 not feeling confident enough to push that advantage, but will at least get the 3 back.
Yeah, they forced SK's bot lane on the tower because Yikes probably said to their bot lane, hey, mid-jungle have no ults, we need to force a Herald. Mickey, I need you out of base quick to respond to this Herald so we're not at a numbers disadvantage. So you can see Mickey's actually based, DOS is based. That push in by hands has made it so Mickey's freed up, and now we'll have a fight around this Herald we expect. But again, SK no ults on the Viego, Lissandra, I think they might just have to give it up.
Yeah, I mean, Exakick also went through with that reset, so he loses the entire wave to tower down there. Again, didn't necessarily know that this was going to be Yike's plan initially to kick this one off, so didn't want to be at risk of, you know, being dove when his support was going out of the lane. But that's quite a few minions now denied, and that means both top lane and bot lane doing very well on G2.
So essentially a free Herald here at the end of the day due to the ultimates used in mid lane, as well as that pressure point on the bottom side of the map. We should not be doing very well thus far for the side of G2, but now it's really on SK to capitalize on Caps' flash being down. If they're not able to repeat gank mid lane, they essentially lost a Herald and an entire wave of CS just because they needed, they tried to make this play in the mid lane.
I really like their Certus just sort of walking with DOS. I thought DOS was going to try to put down a ward, but I realized he doesn't have any.
What is he
He's
doing?
just sitting in the jungle trying to be a human ward before blast coning out.
Okay, well, he's going to get a bit of a trade on in front of him.
Sama is going to shoot him.
Yeah, okay.
Lulu's going to walk away. Okay. Not at the point in the game.
I was reading way too much into that. I'm like, look, Lulu's going to put a deep ward down here so they're going to be safe if they ever try to set up a gank around mid. No, just chilling.
Yeah, sometimes they're like, what's going on in the pro player's mind? Like, did he really predict all of these things? He's like, no, I just go in.
Yeah.
I just do the thing, and now Broken Blade's doing that. Small CS lead. Relevant should be able to pick up a couple of these creeps underneath the tower. Plate's going over. I think this is expected in a Cannon Blind matchup when you're picking things like Cassante. The thing is, let's be realistic, these lanes are not volatile at all. Lucian Nami want to get to Gale Force. Zeri Lulu want to scale. Lissandra, yes, wants to roam around the map. More so to cover, because lanes are getting pushed in. And Caps is really safe on this Sylas. That's why it's such a good pick into Lissandra. You can use the ult aggressively or defensively, avoid ganks, set up ganks. And so I think it's just neutral objectives that they can fight over. 1 minute on this next dragon. SK will want to build towards that soul. So we might have a fight around there.
Yeah, good news for G2 right now is because they have a winning bot lane as well as a winning top side of the map, they are pulling ahead in gold. They're 1k up before they've even used that Herald. So 200 that, of course, the local gold from Herald. But overall, G2 can try to break us out of this laning phase, not give the option for SK's bot lane to just sit and scale, but really need to see where Yike wants to use that Herald.
Yeah, it would be setting up around this dragon. And 45 seconds into it, Caps TP's back into mid lane. Broken Blade won't have his TP for this Drake, but Irrelevance isn't too far away from that one coming in. So there's a world where Broken Blade, like I was talking about earlier, resets now and runs down towards the bot side, so they could really try to force around this with the Herald too.
I think SK are scared of a dive. You can see they warded the lane bot. They've got double pink, they've got Certus over. They might double Blast Cone over the wall, but we'll see if G2 can escape in time.
Very far up. Exik already going forward. He doesn't even need the rest of his team, but Marcoon and Certus are on the way. Certus can throw the claw across the wall, has the flash as well if he wants to full commit for the play, but they're just going to back away.
Hans no flash, X-Kick no flash, heal used from Mickey. Winning trade for SK. They're trying to get that wave in, but now Caps is freed up to push mid. Do they overforce here, SK? Staying around here, Certus and Marcoon ready for this dragon. Watch Yike's positioning, see how he approaches this fight. Still has that Herald, very close to level 8.
Thomas still has Cleanse, Mickey still has the flash.
And Caps is moving down now too. They could get a pinch going. No flash on X-Kick. Puts him in a really tough choke here.
Candace over the wall. Caps now trying to get the engage. X-Kick untouched on the backside for now. Marcoon trying to reset the fight. That's going to be one reset. That's huge. That is massive for the exchange. Caps now next on the list. The Wild Growth not going to be enough. That is the skirmishing power of SK's composition shining through.
Massive communication there from SK. Really good target selection straight away onto Yike. Doesn't even get to pop the ult or the flash. No heal from Mickey. Forced earlier means he can't save him. And now SK sitting with 2 kills and 2 dragons.
Huge play there coming out from SK, initially starting off that play down to the bot side. It looks like they jumped the gun just a little bit, but here they instantly are able to focus down on DI.
Yeah, they stay together. That's all they need to do. They don't want to split up. They don't want to have skirmishes onto the side against the Wukong, the Lucian, the Sylas. These are such skirmish-heavy champions. If you stay together, protect that Zeri and single out one target, you get resets on Lissandra, you get resets on the Viego, and then you can start to move forwards, and we saw that there.
It's actually crazy, because like they just straight up won that fight, and I think like DOS ended up polymorphing the clone. That's usually one of the most powerful tools you can have in an early skirmish like that, and it wasn't even necessary for SK to clean the floor.
Marcoon blind queued and blind ulted the Wukong because it was not revealed. So well played from the side of SK to have that level of coordination to instantly burst down a target. That was something that was sorely missing, especially in Game 1 versus BDS in their series last week. The Rumble Wukong combo sounds simple on paper, but SK could not make it work this time around. They've simplified it even further with this Lissandra Viego. Caps now might be in trouble. Yike waiting over the wall means Herald is coming down, and I imagine I'm just going to go for a plate and a half here.
Yeah, it was about to time out, so he had to pop it right then. Actually, he wants to go for the fight.
Ultimate wants to try to spin immediately, turning it right back around, taking down the enemy jungler. Certus is able to make it out of that one. It's going to be 2 plates. Caps now locked up. Caps taking a lot of damage, a bit of a poke back.
Really unlucky for SK. Certus' ult was around 3 or 4 seconds away when G2 engaged that fight, so they ended up losing. Needs to be careful here. Yike has flash, doesn't have the Sunderer yet, so doesn't have the burst to get straight to his health bar. He's going to have to back away. A lot of gold over at Caps.
G2 recognizing their advantage and cooldowns there in that fight. Very, very big. Able to pop the Herald, able to get so many plates to the back pocket of Caps despite the earlier play, despite the 2 assists. Caps still wildly ahead in gold. Now we have the all-in on the bottom side. Executor could just be in trouble. He's just getting called down. Gale Force forward, 2 autos. Wild Growth, not wild enough. Hansama just popping off here on the bottom side.
Oh, DOS goes back in with the... he shuts them down. Now Mickey on DOS here. Mickey's not going to chase that one through. A fantastic play from DOS to trade 1 for 1 in the end.
Yeah, really massive. You could see G2 taking the advantage on itemization. Gale Force to non-mythic on Exekick. They win out on that fight. Really greedy by SK's bot lane to try and punish Hans with that no flash up. Luckily, DOS can trade back. Relevant still under fire on this top side. Looks like they're setting up some kind of 3-man play. Yike's base just got stopped there, so it looks like G2 on this next wave. Relevant might be in trouble. No TP ready for Certus.
Caps has ult up in 5 seconds too. They just have to stop this. With the smite, they can cancel that recall out. Now there's nowhere for Relevant to go. Certus is really slow to the play as well.
Lysandra coming up, but 9 seconds left on Lysandra ult. They need to get rid of the base. They're going to stop it. They're going to take it away. Irrelevant needs to get out of this play, but I just don't think there's anywhere for him to go. Layer the CC, layer the damage. He tries to get away, but Broken Blade tanking. Nothing going to come from the play, and now the tower is falling, and Certus can do nothing on the top side.
X-Kick and DOS were trying to set up some kind of play in the bot side river too, but it doesn't end up working. Sorry, Marcoon and DOS. Really nice movement from G2 immediately after they went out on the bot side without requiring mid or jungle support. They're instantly making a play top.
Forward, finding the stun on the Hansama. The exhaust now coming down immediately. The follow-up. Marcoon going to get the reset. Clean play in the mid lane to take Hansama out of the equation for a brief moment.
Flash is only 10-20 seconds away, isn't it? Good punish by SK. Cap trying to push on towards his top side. Doesn't have access to any tier 2 here. Just wants to get the waves in. Maybe SK looking at some kind of collapse. No TP on Caps, no TP on Broken Blade. He just used that bot lane. DOS really wants this, but I think Cap should be all right.
Can they burn the flash, though? Can they get a small advantage here? They're committing a lot of members. They're committing a lot of time. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, Broken Blade already pushing in. Instead, they're going to turn for the second Herald. Seeing Broken Blade bot lane, knowing he doesn't have TP, means SK are favored on the objective.
Yeah, he TP'd bot, right? Yeah, so they just have to give this up. I mean, he doesn't have ult, so when Kennen doesn't have ult, it's really hard to team fight.
And now looking ahead with SK picking up Herald a minute and 15 before the Drake spawns. They've already got 2 Drakes for themselves. I feel like SK, even though down in gold, hold on.
Certus can self-ult if he needs to. He's going to be forced to do so. Yike now spinning his way out of the fight. But Herald going down in favor of SK. G2, though, with a strong pressure point in the mid lane.
That's one on the Dragon, I think, there, G2. Yike going in on purpose to force cooldowns out. Zeri ult, Lysandra ult. When the game is so... X-Kick should be alright. Has the flash up in just a second. Broken Blade's gonna get that bot tier 1. G2 are gonna get mid tower as well. So as much as SK are responding with good skirmishes, G2's neutral objective control is quite poor, but their macro around lanes and getting these towers is on point.
I still feel like there's a world where SK can try to set up around the Drake. It's still 40 seconds away, so they're going to be able to push out both these waves in mid, potentially set up a Herald for themselves. And yeah, they don't have the ultimate on Certus, but you can see that's already halfway back. So all they have to do is stall out, I think, about 10, 20 seconds from the time the Dragon spawns before that one's going to be back up.
Relevant doesn't have TP, though, and he's sitting on this top side. If they really want to fight this, Caps can match on a 5v4.
True.
Need to be careful. I think it's all about mid-waves. If SK can get this in and get into river first, and having the setup first means that they can stall it out, slow them down. Watch Relevant on this map, see what he does. Looks like he's running down, so SK maybe confident enough to commit to some kind of fight. DOS doesn't have the summoners. G2 will lose the mid-wave push, so that does mean SK are really trying to get into this bot side river, but Broken Blade's waiting.
Ult and flash, Yike waiting in the darkness as well. Certus off to the side, Certus on his own, so 1 second till he has ult. He's going to be forced to self-ult here before the fight even starts. Using it now, but there's no backup. Unstoppable Irrelevant going to block the calling in the meantime. Broken Blade might not be caught out. He's trying to zoom out to safety. Certus still standing Irrelevant now in the midst of the entire team. SK can retreat, but they have lost control over the pit, and they should cede the Dragon.
All the damage going on to Certus. Has to use the ult and the stopwatch to survive there, so great play from G2. Sort of playing in the fog. Certus has gone over so many wards. They knew exactly what was going on, and if you can attack the flank before Certus can come in on the angle, that Lysandra is not a threat.
I like this response from SK, though. Just abandon the river. They know they have to commit 4 or 5 champions to get that Dragon, to make sure that SK aren't fighting. Get mid tier 1, get a little bit of vision up here, take away some camps. Mickey's trying to stop them. But yeah, a bit of a messy fight from both sides. Certus getting caught out initially, Broken Blade overextending way too much.
There's a couple times this game, though, especially right there with the big shove out in top. Irrelevant just sacks the entire wave and a half the Caps had pushed. So G2 are slowly winning incrementally on those side lanes in terms of getting the push out, then forcing around mid. SK are trying to beat them to making the play, but because G2 are always rotating down in time, there it's Caps using the teleport. They're just winning out slowly, and they take the Drake on top.
Relevant could be in trouble here. 1 Mark 2 gonna look for TP. Yike already over the wall. Irrelevant now trying to retreat, not nearly tanky enough to survive here. They're just going to try to burn him down, dashing on safety. Heal now coming in, but it will not be enough. Now on the backside, they could just be in trouble. X-Kick has to be careful. They've locked down, they've split their focus. Broken Blade now just having a time of his life on X-Kick. They split the damage, they split the target, and they will walk away empty-handed. Now trying to turn back. Now desperate to get Yike trying to get back onto Certus. At least they grab one, but SK fumbled the play on the bottom side.
They do. It's just a winning play for G2, isn't it? The initial pick onto Irrelevant was good. I think if Certus and X-Kick just played it a little slower, they didn't get too far ahead of themselves, try to single out one target so quickly. They had time to work with, but they really were a bit greedy. You could see it. Yike looked like he was out, but then Certus overforced onto him, which means X-Kick has to step up a bit too far. We'll see it here again.
Yeah, Broken Blade didn't even have ult in this play, so Yike is just trying to intercept the jump back from Irrelevant. I don't think Broken Blade misses a single Q here, chasing him down, eating through the minions, and then getting that one right there. And then they're able to turn on X-Kick as well.
Yeah, I think here they're scared the Yike's gonna get out. So Certus is saying, let's go onto the Wukong, let's not let him escape, we need 2 kills. Wow. But then, of course, Broken Blade is freed up.
Broken Blade also charged up his W passive off of the one minion that was in front of him. That guaranteed the early stun onto Exekick, so he couldn't actually escape. They were able to get so much more damage during the duration of that CC that should have been coming in 3 seconds later on the Q cooldown.
I mean, a lot of praise to Broken Blade in that one as well. Holding the third mark onto Irrelevant, waiting for him to time out on the W before he used it. Just very well played overall mechanically from the side of G2. Frustrating situation for SK to be in, because I feel like for a lot of these plays, G2 has always been trading up one, whether it's an extra tower, an extra objective, an extra couple of camps. But now SK trying to force something, but Caps looking to turn and burn. He's isolated DOS. DOS knocked up again. Caps looking for an easy kill here under the Lulu. Already the cooldown burned away, taking away the Silas, but Caps locked up, forced to go gold. DOS on their retreat. Mickey looking for a bit of revenge after the bot lane play, but the shield still coming in. Caps, now he's overstaged a little bit. Marcoon gonna find the reset. The Silas is big. Hot Summon now in trouble. Dash over the wall. Yubscon waiting for the abduct. Does he have the flash? He does not. Marcoon in no man's lane. He's gonna be forced to all back to the rest of the team, but the bubble lands and the jungler will die.
Marcoon tried to make the hero play there, seeing a low health Hans Sama, but it all falls apart. Hans finds Exekick in mid lane, and G2 just cruise through SK for 3 easy kills. There are pings onto the Baron that just has spawned, but I think it's a little bit too early losing Caps. They're going to be happy just to steal away the jungle.
Yeah, they won't net anything out of this, but the kills are what matters. Got a couple summoners out of SK there as well. Looks like SK are just splitting up too much. The initial Dragon fight, when they got the first 2 kills of the game, they were together. They were like this death ball, but now Exekick's 1v1ing Hans all alone. DOS is on the other side of the map trying to CC chain a Sylas, so you can see the split focus here again. Exekick's dashing in. And DOS is on the left side fighting against Caps. Your Lulu, Zeri are not even playing together. Irrelevant's trying to zone away Broken Blade. This is the skirmish potential of G2's comp. If you split up and try to match them in 1v1 and 2v2s, they will just outpace you in this mid game. Marcoon cleans up Caps, but then he's on top of 4 players, right? What can he really get done here when Certus doesn't take that claw?
That was tough. I mean, Exekick, they definitely needed him trying to hit Caps up around the Raptors. I'm not sure exactly what the idea was jumping into Lucian, because Lucian carves you up. One of the best things he can do is find like a single target, split away from the rest of the team, whether it's the burst damage of the passive or the ultimate, and he's able to get a full charge onto you. There is not much you can do in that, and especially not in a 1v3.
Certainly not, and I think one of the reasons that Lucian can feel less good or lackluster in these late game scenarios is because if he has to go full on 5v5, he's just going to lose out to Azeri. But if you can isolate someone in a 1v1, Lucian is still an incredibly lethal champion regardless of what point you are in the game, and G2 really starting to pull ahead, but again, have to crawl Broken Blade. It was a rough week last week, but 3.1k individual gold advantage. SK now going to try to force something in the mid lane.
Wasted Shreddius there.
But again,
G2 are going to collapse.
Walking away empty-handed.
Watch BB off the side. They want this mid wave here, G2.
Kennen, no flash, but he does have the ultimate tidal wave now coming in. Surtus trying to isolate BB. What else can they get done? Can they take the Kennen out of the fight before it even starts? Surtus now taking down Yike, immediately leaping in, but now the reset's going to come through. Will it be enough? Marcoon running for the hills, retreating with his life intact. Exekick still standing Irrelevant. In the meantime, is taken down Mix. He can dash over the wall, but Caps is quick to respond.
Not bad.
Available.
Not bad for SK. 2 for 1. Certus falls, but Irrelevant off screen. Solo killed Mickey, got his flash as well. Now the question is, Dragon's in 20. Certus has TP. Broken Blade does as well, but he has no access to the ult. How do they play the sequence? Irrelevant can TP back as well. Marcoon's coming out of base. 10 seconds on the spawn. G2 don't have the damage to get it down. So maybe SK have a window to fight this.
Yeah, the thing is, G2 can clear away some of these wards. It's going to be hard for SK to face check back into the river here. Waiting on time. DOS also going for the reset. So SK are actually just going to give this one away, even though they win out the fight.
Yeah, just going to drop it. They don't have enough time in their heads, and they're a bit too afraid of G2 finding some kind of tempo play on the opposite side of the map. We'll see this again. Broken Blade, good idea on the flank. You can see he's sweeping, hoping he's not on vision, but of course he gets spotted in a 1v4, instantly jumped upon. He thinks he can get Certus down in time with the stun, but the reset comes through in that 1-for-1. Marcoon gets the Kennen to escape, and on the left there, Irrelevant just murdering Mickey.
No one helping out poor Mickey in that situation. I mean, good on Hans and Broken Blade. Like, Hans got the entire culling out to kill Certus. That was absolutely nuts right there.
Marcoon's just hiding. They could get a nice little pincer here, SK, if Irrelevant has a good TP situation. Certus' ult is up, Exekick is up in 10, just playing it slow.
Ooh, have to be careful here, though. Might need to burn his ult to get away on this one, pending. But Certus waiting there, as you highlighted, means he will be able to walk away scot-free. Broken Blade, important to note, flash and ult available for the next fight. It's going to make him that much more difficult to lock down.
Yeah, Viego flanks aren't really that threatening, are they? It's basically a stun you're playing off. It's not really enough time. You really want something like a Wukong or a Kayn, something like that can really buy time to make sure your team can get in range.
Kayn?
What? That was out of pocket.
That was, I mean, technically correct, but just very random.
I just thought of Canyon at Worlds with the red Kayn flanks.
I mean,
oh no, flashbacks.
Irrelevant.
Flashbacks.
Here we go. Side step here. Engage coming in for Certus, trying to lock up Caps, but they have to burn through him. They can't. The CC layering, not perfect. Irrelevant now pulling Broken Blade out of the fight, trying to get that ulti down, but Irrelevant already getting taken out of the equation. Caps still just leaping forward, using the stolen ultimate. Exekick walking away, firing as much as he can, but they get nothing.
Caps does everything there. I mean, landing the chain onto X-Kick, forcing him back, then pivoting onto Certus. Great couple of kills G2 are able to find. And now their idea is to move over into the Baron. Yike still has ultimate. He didn't have to use the Cyclone there.
Yeah.
So now Marcoon in a really tough spot. He's going to try to steal this away, but Caps is on the flank.
Yep, surprise, surprise. Here's Broken Blade and Caps. They are not interested in flipping that Baron. X-Kick on the backside. Maybe he can try to get a kill back, but he's so damn low. They've delayed the Baron for now, but DOS will fall. X-Kick running for his life. He's going to need a wall to parkour over, but G2 are uninterested. They'll set their eyes on the finer prize. I take it back. Caps.
He's going to chase him.
He's a
on a
bounty
mission.
hunter.
I don't think he can get the kill, though.
Oh, but the setup off the camp.
Can he get the kill? X-Kick has his E up in 1 second.
Scond abduct, will make it out to safety.
Well, that's boring.
Hits him with the Kaisa Boba, but Caps isn't done.
No, he's just going to keep... I will chase him till the end of the game.
I'll chase to my death.
This man not shackled to a lane,
Call me nothing.
or anywhere else. He's
not a coward.
Caps!
Caps!
Oh.
But now Caps is in trouble.
He's gone from top to bot to... Can he kill Irrelevant? Can Irrelevant kill him?
Dash over the wall.
Should have E. He's alright.
Needs to get away from the Lysandra. Gets
No, he's
pulled
not.
back. The rest of the team absconding backwards.
TP coming in.
Healing. Finally, they have some healing mitigation. Caps will die.
Broken Blade's here, though.
He will.
Level 16. He can one-shot both of them.
What is this sequence of play now? There's the ulti.
Told you.
Oh, damn. Oh, damn. That is a big yordle.
It was a plan.
Take notes. Notes. If you want to take notes like a BB, that's the Ruby Chroma Astronaut Kennen skin.
Yeah.
All right, Dracos,
It's
calm
in the
down.
prompter.
Oh, no. Stop. Right, let's look at this fight again, because SK walk up on mid-wave and G2 just run at them. Irrelevant goes a little bit too far forwards. He has to ult here in a second as they go onto Caps. He's just a bit too tanky with the stopwatch. They can't layer the CC in time, or Roots means that you can cast that. Irrelevant, Wild Growth has fused on him, and then X-Kick's all exposed. Caps interrupts the Lysandra E there with the ultimate of his own, taken away from Certus. And then there was no real hope here for SK. They can try to play for a steal, but as long as G2 play to cover, there should be no threat.
Yeah, I mean, Marcoon, just absolutely nothing he can do. They sweep away the vision. Broken Blade's playing on top of red buff to spot out the entrance of Marcoon, and they're able to turn on him easily. And then we have the whole chase down nonsense from Caps.
Yeah, don't have to see that again. We know exactly what happened. We can just go straight to...
Oh, I think we might need to see it again.
No.
They are also ending the game right now.
Oh,
no.
Where did she go?
The whole hat popped off.
Well, looks like Caps TP'd in here. They got bot in it by the looks of it. Broken Blade's up in 1 second with his ultimate. Hence his frontlining.
Broken Blade.
Oh, he wants to ult them so
Level
badly.
16 Kennen.
Bit
They're
too
going to
far.
ult him if they don't chain the CC. He's going to kill everybody.
Caps has Wild
still
Growth.
alive for now. Broken Blade stunning, just absolutely obliterating Certus. Massive damage coming in from the Kennen. Irrelevant versus Yike off to the side. Nobody's doing any damage because it's Wukong versus Cassante. But now Caps is starting to turn. G2 still 5 members strong. Broken Blade, they can't do it. Wild Growth.
It's a big yordle.
Now going to abscond over the wall.
Senior can't W him now.
They're still going to want to maybe play off this win. That's a callback.
That's a callback.
Oh, no.
Irrelevant dashing forward. Irrelevant retreating. Broken Blade still holding onto the ult. It's Marcoon off to the side. Somebody can burst through the carry. No, not quite. Holding on. That's one down. Irrelevant still getting taken out of the equation. Certus on the backside. Broken Blade turning. They're burning, but he can't take the form. He can't get the possession off, so just kills traded back and forth the tower.
He can't hit anyone. He's so close to getting autos down. Yike went down super low, and now Caps is looking to turn around.
Stolen Lysandra.
How often can he get that?
He's not done. He just refuses to quit. Caps just keeps
What is going on? Like they're just endlessly chasing one another, but always running away every time the opposition decides to chase. Ends up in 2 kills for G2. Broken Blade falls. They get 2 inhibs. I think they'll be happy with that. Just going to take some recalls here. Set up Drake and play through top.
That's a 10k gold lead.
That's what we call min-maxing the Baron buff. You don't base until it's all the way gone. Chasing back into the base over and over again. Nothing SK can do. I mean, if Certus doesn't have the ultimate, and he didn't in that fight,
yeah, so
if he hasn't, maybe they can turn.
Yeah, Redwing just gets one shot. Yike manages to escape as well with the polymorph, with the tower shot. He takes a lot of damage. You can see he's still tanking the tower here. He's like, oh, hang on a second. Pops a stopwatch, and like you said, Dracos can't get the reset here. He gets stunned, dies there. Marcoon can't pick up the soul. And then Caps and X-Kick just have a little bit of a game of seesaw, or X-Kick goes in, then Caps goes in. They both just kind of run away from each other. Now, G2 will pick up that dragon.
And they're only getting tankier, which normally, you know, not always the biggest deal, these Mountain Drake stacking, but when the enemy team relies on a Viego and Lysandra resetting off of kills, not being able to burst a single person down is going to be pretty problematic. That said, not their biggest issue. The 10,000 gold difference between them, I think, a much more pressing problem, as is the almost 5,000 individual gold lead of the Kennen.
Are you sure that's a problem? I don't know. He doesn't even have Zonias. And my 2013 brain says, you gotta build Zonias on the Kent. No.
That's
not anymore. You take your time on that one.
He's got a stopwatch, though. He's got a stopwatch. I know you've been playing
DPS.
Valorant for a while, but he's got a stopwatch.
I know,
so
I
that
know.
counts.
He's working into it now.
He's working into it. Then he's going to be broken.
Then he's, yeah.
He's level 17 as well. 3 levels up his top lane.
This is around the time where Vedius would be like, look, there's only one more level he has left to gain, and then he plateaus.
Oh.
Here we go.
Mickey X, not going to take any damage. That is not a good sign for SK in the fights to come. Marcoon getting chipped away as Hansama remains untouched on the backside. They are being slowly murdered. Very slowly, however, as G2 continue to push in on the top side.
Yeah, Mickey should have some sustain. They still have redemption to work with SK. They don't really have the Sandra ult, obviously, or the Lulu ult, so this holding this tier 3, if they lose this, it's game over, so they may as well fight.
Leaping in, Yike immediately just gonna delete the enemy AD carry. DOS will fall as well. Broken Blade killing Irrelevant, killing Certus, and G2 overall just killing everybody. Commanding game 1 here from G2 Esports. They drafted for skirmish power, and they absolutely delivered across the entirety of game 1.
Turns out Yike can play the monkey. First time seeing him on that on the LEC stage, cruising on through. G2 clean up shop here in game 1 over SK.
Mid-game skirmishes were good. SK got a really good lead in the early stages. 2 dragons, 2 kills as well. Sitting pretty comfortably, but Broken Blade was winning in isolation. He was a menace in these fights, and G2 just found fights where they could split up SK.
It also seemed like there were, after the initial skirmishes went in SK's favor, that was the weird 2 versus 2 when the Rift Herald got placed in mid where they fell out. Then bot lane also engaged immediately after that. G2, it was Hans that got the kill there as well. So a few maybe minor mistakes that kept G2 very, very comfortable in that one.
Yeah, and credit to G2, consistently finding angles of attack to further snowball their lead. Once they had a pretty big lead, it was easy to see how they'd win fights, but they still managed to find weird picks. Caps doing weird stuff on a side lane. Broken Blade coming in to save the day, so it looks like a genius play. Overall, pretty classic G2 game. Need to see what SK can do to bounce back. In the meantime, let's send it over to the desk.
Thank you, Dragos. Back to us on this side of the studio. And before the game, we set the stage saying that G2 may go back to more conventional draft here. And looking at what they decided to go with today against SK on the first game, I think this is pretty standard to me, and G2 wanted to have solid bases and more agency in the way they play their games.
It was a very chill game as well, just going off from the draft as well. You know, Kennen coming in from the beginning, setting the priority on that ping, something new from G2, into Lucian Nami, Luluseri on the other hand. Everything is so stock standard. Nothing sticks out, so why would we bring it out? Well, because it's G2, and it's surprising to see something just this standard.
Yeah. I don't know what happened. Maybe Caps was pushing for a Vayne game, but after what happened last week, Dylan wouldn't let him. No. Now he was hard stuck and Silas. Sorry, sorry, Caps.
No, but it's nice to see G2 go back to basics. But although I'm not a fan of how the early game went. I think especially when you have Lucian Nami on the bot lane on the side for G2. And it was a very splitted approach from these two teams. SK focusing more on the neutral objectives when G2 was more focusing on taking map control and advancing on the map.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I think with the picks that G2 had, well, you see it, right? Kennen into the Cassante. It's super easy for Kennen to just start taking away some of this plating and gain an individual lead for himself. We saw the same thing happen down in the bot lane. With the Lucian Nami really taking agency. They traded 1-for-1 for the kills there. Caps, he can't really hit the plating. He's playing Silas into Lissandra. But G2 just purely prioritized getting the turrets for themselves and barely spent time actually getting the neutral objectives in the early game.
But that's the thing, maybe in terms of composition, as you said, because Silas doesn't have prior against Lissandra, he was not able to impact the side lanes or help in the way he was expecting to, which gave a lot of room for SK to grab this first objective, Raxa.
Yeah, and I think overall from SK it was, you know, good to see them looking for proactive openings and actually going toe-to-toe with G2 for a while. Obviously, at some point that turned around, partly because of Broken Blade just stepping up massively on the cannon, but at the end of the day, a pretty close start, and if SK come in with some, you know, adjustments in the next game, could be a competitive series.
And I think that's really where it hits, because I think that's where G2 breaks the flow as well. They get a gold lead because of the turrets. SK has the Drake. Going into the third Dragon, SK looks to have a good approach because, as we said, they were the team who got Rift Herald working from them in the get-go. And with this, they're actually able to just start out a pressure point in the mid lane. So we're in this situation. Let's count it, right? They have 2 Drakes. They have a Rift Herald. They're getting the priority immediately. Everything from SK here looks good. They see Caps on the top side, but Certus gets overextended. He's far away from his team, who's not in a position to actually back him up. So SK, once again, it's it's looking good initially, but when a pick comes out like this and G2 gets to be first of the objective, that's really where they're going to break them up. While Broken Blade initially looks like he's getting caught in the middle of them, the rest of G2 is coming in, the HP bars have already been burned, and the fact that G2 suddenly gets access to the Drake here really just breaks the back of SK. Now they can't rely on the pressure they were getting on the Drakes. They already had the gold in their favor as well. They have mid lane open, which now allows them to take control of all the other lanes as well. And it's not really much because no kill is coming through. It's just a trade of objectives, but it's a trade-off of suddenly what was the game plan. G2 stops what SK really wanted to do there, and from then it became really difficult for SK to find the good team fights.
Definitely, and we saw Broken Blade in this fight maybe being in a tricky situation, but we've been criticizing Broken Blade for his laning phase so far in the tournament, but here with the pick of Kennen finding the flanks, I think he was a key player in this G2 dynamic, Roxa.
Yeah, no doubt about it. If you have to choose one MVP in this game, it has to be Broken Blade, who, like you said, haven't always been the most convincing in laning phase, but often when it gets to the mid and late game, this guy has shown time and time again that he can put the team on his back and shine, and I think that's something that's always made G2 really special and part of why they've been so dominant this year. That it's not a team that has one or two threats. Like, every single player can carry, every single player can step up and do well, so even if you shut down one side, it doesn't really matter because the other side can just step up and bring it home.
But I barely saw any mistake from Broken Blade this game. It was legit just free matchup in the top lane. I get plating for myself when I come into the skirmishes on the sideline, hit every single ability as well. Most cannons look good because they find a good flank where they come in with the ultimate and do a lot of damage. Broken Blade looked good on Kennen because he got full value of the Qs, of the W, of the passives with the auto attack, always setting up a stun where he didn't even need the ultimate. Then the ultimate came in later for the team fights. To me personally, this was the most impressive game I've seen from BB in Spring.
Definitely, and with the whole G2 lineup also having the good vision setups to do so. Now moving on to the next game, SK chose blue side, changing sides here. What kind of priorities can we expect on the side of SK, and improvements and changes maybe in the way they approach things against G2? Because the early game was solid from them, I want to say.
Yeah, I think overall it reminds me a bit of us sitting here, you know, earlier going into the second game of the Fnatic Match series, where, you know, obviously there's a few changes that can be made in draft, but ultimately SK also got a draft that they're really comfortable with, champions that, you know, they've shown a lot of promise on in the past. Maybe you can get a different jungle champion for Marcoon and get a prior jungle instead of the Viego, but outside of that, I would be happy in their shoes. And I think it's just going to come down to, you know, realizing that they actually made a lot of good steps in this game, and from that point on, they just need to snowball cleanly and prevent G2 from finding openings to come back, which is easier said than done because we're talking about G2.
I mean, you have to not second-guess yourself in situations like this, GB, and just trust your approach you went with, and play fearlessly, which is, as you said, Roxa, easier said than done.
I think the overarching early game plan for SK was fine in the terms of their objective setup. I was really impressed with. I thought their rotation up towards the first dive that happened on top side was a bit lackluster because there was 30 seconds of Herald and no one was actually allocating resources. Everyone was going bot when no one was bot. But I think what SK really needs is a lane that they can say, this is what we're playing for. To me specifically, that's not mid lane. We saw a lot of attention down towards the mid lane here. Side lanes were losing out on just getting the plates taken with the turrets, with the out rotations from G2. I think what SK really needs is to say, we're either playing for top or for mid lane. We need to play through that. I think the safest is bot lane. And I think you need to attack them down here. You can still use Certus as a facilitator on the Lissandra, but it needs to go down to the bot side and really help get a win condition you can also play for in team fights, not just from the setup of objectives.
Reset, calm down, and try and find the right approach here. It is do or die for SK as G2 leads game 1 in this best of 3. We will be right back after the break.
Despite the earlier play, despite the 2 assists, Cap still wildly ahead of goal. Now we have the all-in on the bottom side. Executor could just be in trouble. He's just getting called down. Gale Force forward, 2 autos. Wild growth, not wild enough. Hansama just popping off here on the bottom side. Oh, Dust goes back in with the... Oh, he shuts them down.
Yeah, like they'll all come bot, Nice. There'll be like 5 bots soon.
No, by the way, no, okay.
Lulu from base, I don't know Viego, if he's from base or where he is.
We can maybe win this.
Yeah, guys. Nice! Go back. Leave it. Nice!
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to Game 2 between SK Gaming and G2 Esports. G2 feeling good, BB feeling good. Look at that smile. He knows he's on camera after a commanding Game 1. And for SK now, it's a do-or-die scenario. Win, take us to a Game 3, or be eliminated from the LEC Spring Split. Pressure certainly on as we get ready for the next draft.
Good news is, SK can choose blue side.
And they
blue
did.
side
And they did.
can give you more target bans. And you can first pick your OP. So they can deal with the cannon a lot easier.
True.
Which I think was obviously a huge problem. They can decide to ban that away if they want, or they can decide to drop a Jace ban, maybe look to first pick it, or drop some kind of, I don't know, Zeri ban, I don't know, whatever it is on blue side, Rakan perhaps, and try to take an OP themselves.
Yeah, I wonder if the Kennen is something they incorporate, because I feel like Irrelevant just played a lot of like the more tanky dudes up on the top side of the map. Has played the Gnar, but that would be something that if you could get that in your hands, we were talking about like before the series, we were watching the last one, like shocked to seeing it fall so late into the draft. So it's how dominant it has been globally. So G2 have already proven they can play that one, but something tells me it's just going to be an SK ban away on that front.
It's going to be a G2 happy game. I feel like G2 happy games often happen when they're 1-0 up and on red side, where they're like, yeah, we can flex that. And then they get to fifth pick and they're like...
I think the happy ship sailed last week.
I was promised no happy games today. I was promised full serious, full try hard, 2-0, and quickly done. So we'll see if G2 can keep their word on that.
Exactly, and SK are now facing elimination. 1 game away from being knocked out of the spring split here in the LEC. So all cards on the table if they've got anything prepped, if they've got anything in their back pocket. We already saw the Viego prio very high there for Markoon. We'll see if they change the plan, look for something like Vi, but we can see the bans coming through already. There's the Rakan from G2. Draven, Maokai taken away.
Yeah, keeping the same bans, even though they're sort of switching sides here. Because, of course, it was G2 that banned away the Vi. So options to leave that open if they want, but no surprises there. You got to get Kennen out of here.
Yep, there's a Kennen target ban as expected. Now, G2, do they ban that Jace? They banned it on blue side. Obviously, a lot more power on red side. You can flex it. Does SK first pick it to deny it from G2? There's the Zeri ban as well. So I think you're looking, yeah, Jace insta-lock there for SK. They'll flex that into both roles, expecting it to likely go towards... I mean, the interesting thing about SK is it's mainly Certus that plays it. Irrelevant hasn't really played it once yet, but I don't think he's a stranger to playing something like this top.
Definitely not. And even if it does go into mid lane, like Caps has a lot of different answers he can have into the champion. We saw Broken Blade on the Pantheon last week up on the top side, but I know from scouring Caps solo queue that it's definitely an option for him to play in mid. We've seen the more unique things like the Malphite in the mid lane too out of him, so we'll definitely have answers into this pick.
Yeah, Gragas will be the response to Jace. No matter what, where it goes, they're going to put the Gragas into it, unless they put Gragas in support, some Yasuo shenanigans, God knows what. But anyway, that Gragas will probably go to Caps or Broken Blade. And now normally you see things like the Aphelios or the Jinx being picked up with Zeri Draven being down. Xayah is also quite high prio. Vi is something you're looking at as well. But Alex Belveth locked in. Gonna skip that jungle pool. Now does SK go full top side here? Give away the Jace count, the flex, or do they look to prioritize something like the Sejuani and pick up an AD carry?
I mean, I think part of this from G2 is sort of reading like probably the Jace in mid, Gragas going to match it there, so want some AD in the jungle as well, makes some sense. But now, I mean, I feel like SK, what I want to see from them is like Markoon on something that can make plays in the early game. So I think Sejuani is absolutely a champion that can do that. When SK were successful back in winter versus G2, it was Markoon on the Elise playing heavy in the early game, looking to dive around that bottom lane. So now different look on the Sejuani, but still early game power to pair up and look for some ganks.
And when you're playing against a Belveth, you really have to get something done. It is not early game pressure matching early game pressure. Belveth, that scaling threat, we know Yike can make it work, just like he did with the Lilia, just like he's done on the past of the Belveth. But SK, once again, drafting a composition that's going to scale a little bit better. Aphelios, a late game terror. Do G2 Esports want to match scaling with scaling and go for something like a Jinx here? Or do they want to go for something a little bit more conservative like a Xayah? Instead, it could be the Varus.
Oh, I hate Varus so much. But it looks like they're going to go for it. I mean, it has good setup. Can play for poke, can play for on-hit. I think just picking up AD here makes sense, because what will happen is if you don't, then they'll ban away something like the Varus and the Jinx, and then you have to go for something like the Xayah, which isn't the end of the world. So I wouldn't be surprised if G2 spice things up a bit here. It's going to be Nila.
Jeez. Okay, Hans Sama said he had something spicy. I did not believe him because he always says that to me, but I was wrong. Here comes the Nila.
G2 are cooking, I told you. Happy little game on red side, you know. They're going to have some fun with it, it looks like. They need some kind of engaged support. I wonder if something like a Mumu now rises in priority, something that can go in with the Nila. Look for those dives.
Like Gragas? No, I'm sorry.
Hey, look, I know Mickey's been an enthusiast, but maybe not this game. Wow, that just changes everything completely here. Seeing a Nautilus ban, maybe a Thresh is another option to remove from the pool.
I also wonder if Renata is something that G2 are looking at with that Nautilus ban. If they're taking away hook champions, Thresh could be another one just to make sure the Aphelios feels a little less safe in these team fights. SK, then you're looking at the Gragas flex. You are also probably going to target supports, see what they can dissect from that ban. Actually, no, they're going to ban Lissandra, so I wonder what they're trying to blind pick here. Maybe they're just trying to cover off the Jace mid, and they want to stop the amount of setup that G2 could have to set up the Belveth. I think you're looking at things like Ahri, then LeBlanc as well, but I think Gragas can do the job pretty well.
Yeah, I agree. And I think like G2 can keep the flex alive here and potentially like pick something else that like is easily swappable between top and mid. That's like one of the staples from them. So even though G2 are playing red side, a lot of the time they'll still find matchups they like in both solo lanes, which is usually the weakness on red. You get one hard counter pick, but you have to give something up. G2 often find ways around it.
Yeah, G2 read it well. So what they're doing here, SK, is I think they're saying Jace is going top. We're going to ban mids that counter the mid we want to pick to kill the Jace flex, to stop you from being able to last pick a counter into it. And they wanted LeBlanc with the Lissandra ban. Now they're probably looking at things like the Ahri. So is that a ban for SK to deny that for G2 on 4, or is that something they want to pick up themselves? Sona taken away to stop obviously the scaling that Nila can provide with the extra experience. Things like this can also work well in range matchups. You think of Nila as this diver, can work well with range champions. Sona's one, Renat is one. We'll see what G2 opt into.
All right, Wild Thought is something like a Senna that was buffed on this patch. I know it was rearing its head in solo queue, but have not seen it manifest in pro quite yet. Instead, the Cassio now going to get locked in. Certainly a champion that we've seen a lot from in the last few weeks. Nuke, I think, giving us the most impressive performance thus far in groups, but waiting to see exactly what they want to respond here on the side of SK Gaming. Do they feel comfortable putting the Jace into that matchup? Can be very risky.
Yeah.
As you queue in on Jace, very easy to land the stun from Cassio.
Valuing counters pick support really highly here. Looks like the Veigar is going to be the pickup. Very meta-heavy champ, really good range into the Cassio. Makes sense, I think, but obviously now you do give away your support. Thresh would be the easy answer, but then I think you're looking at Blitzcrank from Mickey X. Could also blind something like the Lulu, but then maybe you're looking at the Thresh from G2 or Renata.
I mean, I really like the idea of the Thresh bringing it up, you know, sort of playing around the cage as well, get people into it. I think the cage is also really effective against champions like Bel'Veth, Gragas, sort of melee guys that want to be jumping on towards you. That offers you so much power, and the Renata does come through, like you mentioned.
So it's SK saying we're going to take away Renata. Yeah. We're not going to blind pick a support and allow you to counter pick with it. The Senna.
The Senna! What? Daniel Dracos? Who is this man? Freest prediction of my life.
Daniel Dracos.
To be fair, Reckless told me it might show up, but that's beside the point. But I will take credit.
Senna picked up for Mickey X.
Who scales harder, Veigar or Senna, though?
Well, they have Cassio as well, and Bel'Veth, right? So
yeah, that's nasty.
I think my big concern here is it's so hard for them to dive on a target with the vast majority of their composition. The only real reliable long range they have is going to be the Senna. Renata's going to eat so many of these champions alive, or rather, she's going to ult them and they're going to eat each other alive. That's going to be a huge problem in team fights.
I do have a slight concern for G2. Like, gap closing onto Veigar, Sejuani is hard. Renata ult is really good against their short range champs as well. I mean, obviously, Senna will be the longest range one, and Gragas committing 2. If G2 can pin a target down and get on top of it, the single target damage they have is incredible, right? And the follow-up they have is incredible. But the question is, can they pin that target down? Because Renata's going to buy a lot of time for the Aphelios. The Veigar is going to try to buy space. Let's see if they can get on top of the carries of SK and get some damage done. Caps and Yike and Enhance, they have so much damage that they can actually rush down Nash so quickly as well.
I think both sides actually have range to play with too, so they have to choose the exact right moments when they want to dive in. The rest of the time, a lot of ability to poke and fight tooth and nail.
She's on LEC. What do you want? There it is. Look, Mom. Here we are.
K-Corp fans in the crowd as well.
Yeah.
But this is SK's do or die game.
Do or die game against a wild composition from G2 Esports. Let's see how they fare as we get into game. Go up.
Now.
Here we are on Summoner's Rift, and if you've missed the draft, SK are doing a lot of things that you've seen before, a lot of things that are very powerful. Aphelios rearing his head, not too much in the LEC, but you'll be used to it if you've seen anyone else. SK Chance coming out, and on the opposite side, G2, they're cooking again. You saw it last week. They botched it. They did not make it through the Iron Chef Challenge. This week, they're out here. They're challenging. Looking if they can take down the SK Gaming, a.k.a. Bobby Flay here, to become the next Iron Chefs.
Sorry, I'm looking at a row of Fnatic fans chanting, "Let's go SK," louder than all the G2 guys in the audience.
Well, they got to support someone. And today it's SK.
All right. Here's the deal. Shout out to our stats team. Nilo, 1-3 in the LEC. Last pick, 2022 summer by Unforgiven. And this is the first Senna in spring as Mickey starts to trade a bit more aggressively. A nice handshake, clean level 1. And that's going to make things pretty tough for G2's bottom lane. I don't think they were expecting to win on level 1, but losing that hard on that first trade is difficult.
Yeah, Hansama already had to, Mickey already had to pop the potion down on the bot side. Definitely not what you want to see. I do also have to shout, I think the rumblings of the SK Chance reached Exakick. I saw a little nod of approval.
There it is, TSM. the great unifier in esports for chanting.
We're all friends here.
Except for G2 and SK, who are very much enemies. SK, can they bring us to a game 3? And the big thing for G2 is if this composition works, every team that has to play G2 from here on out is just like sighing deeply, you know? Like, when do you have to worry about denial? When do you have to worry about the Senna? Level 2 now coming in. Formless Blade coming up from Hansama, a bit of extra range here, but again, the level 2, the only reason that trade is remotely positive.
Oh, Yikes trying to look for something up top.
Flash forward, body slam, now gonna get the knock-up, gets the reset on the dash in, dashes into Relevant. Relevant, nice knockback to safety. They're gonna try to finish this one off. He's stabbing, but he can't quite finish.
Hans almost died as well. Look at the summoners in bot lane. Everything's been blown other than Mickey's flash. There was a massive all-in from SK. I think maybe DOS flash forwards with a handshake there. But G2, I think they got level 2 on the first wave without killing the last melee, so I think they caught SK off guard there with the trade. Marcoon looking on Yike. W's gonna miss. We can see mid push coming through. Certus is trying to collapse. This could be...
out. Knockup is there. Yike gets the reset, now flashing in. Yike now stunned up. Yike locked up. First blood coming in. Vigar gonna get a little bit extra AP on the back of that one. Broken Blade taken down. It is a disaster on the top side for
Caps
G2.
no flash.
Caps he walks in a bush to get the 1-for-1 at least, or to get 1 kill back rather. Certus now gonna be in trouble. Lots of damage coming in. Caps with the fancy feed, but cannot finish the kill.
That's a 2-0 Veigar in the first 3 minutes of the game. 31 stacks. The collapse was faster. Massive props to Marcoon. The flash repositioned to dodge the body slam, but also proc the passive. Meant it so they could get Yike down quickly.
Yeah, also just pathing into River to look for the fight there, having the prio out of Certus, knowing Relevant was going to teleport back into lane. Yike was actually looking for a little invade himself, you know, back to Winter Split Yike when he's on these fast-clearing junglers. He likes to get inside the enemy jungle. And it was Marcoon pathing immediately to try and fight him.
All right, let's watch this flash from Marcoon, because this basically decided the fight for SK. You can see he has one more auto attack here. He needs to proc the stun, and as he does, he's going to get flashed on by Broken Blade. Flashes to the side mid-auto attack animation. Makes sure he can proc the passive to get the damage. Nice flash from Irrelevant to land onto Broken Blade. He used the flash earlier on, and Caps thinks here, well, when Sejuani has Q up, I'm gonna probably die here, so I'll just trade back. Smartly so, gets 1 kill off the back of it, but that's 2 kills onto Veigar.
I mean, he almost got 2 there, like just the damage coming down because the cooldowns on the Veigar are a little bit large at the moment. Still, Certus now absolutely huge, and you saw sort of the power of the Sejuani passive. Yike couldn't actually fight him, had to time it out completely.
I'll just say that the Veigar having 33 stacks at 4 minutes is the beginning of what could very well become a worrying trend, but here comes Yike, the double knock-up instantly, the engage comes out, he's just stabbing the ground, he's stabbing dots, he's stabbing everybody, and it's a double for Yike in the bottom lane.
Yike is just a beast on this Belveth, man. I feel like I haven't seen it in a while. He's played well this spring split, but on these junglers, these pocket picks of his, he was dominating back in winter. He made a name for himself here in the LEC on picks like this, and instantly after being beaten down in the top river, he's finding a window in bot lane. Remember that fight, that 2 versus 2, where every summoner spell was spent? He's instantly punishing.
Top dive, maybe. Marcoon's hovering. Broken Blade's used the body slam. I don't think they have the damage here. Relevant's out of mana. Are they going to commit for anyway? Look at
Yike's here, Yike's here.
Yike.
This is going to be a disaster. Oh my god.
Goes a little bit wide. Knock him now going in. 1 kill, he dashes through. What the hell? He can't be caged.
He's gotten 4 kills in the last minute of gameplay. Double kill, bots run top. Double kill again.
He's like 2 kills to Veigar. I'll raise it. 4 kills on Yike. Oh my god. The man is unhinged. He is everywhere on the map. G2 now up almost 2,000 gold at the 5.5 minute mark.
What is going on? SK went 3 for 1 in that river. The game was in such a fantastic spot, and now you blink and you miss it.
It's a stack battle between Yike and Certus. Certus is winning because it's easier to get Veigar stacks, but I don't know for how much longer, because this is a very beefy Belveth.
Top dive. Marcoon goes way too early. What's he? He misses the Q point blank as well, so he has no way to get out of tower. Certus isn't even there yet, so blunder from him. Irrelevant, no flash. The cage is dashed away from.
Last second dodge out from the cage.
Yeah, great play from Yike. I think the bot setup as well was really, really clean on that double knock. Now SK trying to fight fire with fire. Marcoon's down towards this bot side, but Yike's here to match.
Oh, nice dash backwards from Marcoon not to get caught up there. That very well could have been his life.
Yeah, small CS lead for the SK bot lane down here on the Aphelios, but see the 1,000 gold lead onto Yike when he bases. He's going to get closer and closer to that Kraken.
It's like whiplash. I think 3 minutes ago, it was
not my
600.
Tempo.
Yeah, definitely not Yike's tempo. 600 gold lead for Marcoon after that first play, and now it's a 900 gold lead for Yike.
Jeez. That's the crazy thing too, is he sort of dropped tempo. You'd expect him, you know, after you lose in the top river, you just go into farming patterns for the next 5 minutes. But no, he's sacking time in his jungle to camp inside a bot river.
Caps no flash.
Hold on.
Can they get
when he goes for this main minion.
Level 6. going
Surprise.
for it. Nice call out there. Enter 1, 2, 3.
Where's the ult? Where's the ult?
Forced to ult now coming out. Trying to buy
everywhere.
one time, but to the skies. Caps living for now. The ult is going to come in. Certus. Gonna get
he got the root.
kick. Now locked up. Here comes Yike. They have to be careful here. Red, white guns. A lot of potential response damage. Just going to be happy with the chunk out.
And they had bail out there as well. Yike. Also, the wave wasn't big enough, so SK respond with the play mid. Caps didn't have the flash up yet. Good fancy feet from Irrelevant to dodge away from the ult. Manages to pick up the kill. Now G2 bot lane going to push this wave in. Should get a lot of plates here. Can even base and get some nice tempo for this Baron. Help their jungler on the Dragon. Broken Blade will get a plate off the back of that.
Hey, look, I don't care how fed this Bel'Veth gets. If Veigar keeps going the way he's going, he's going to be able to press about 2 buttons, and that Bel'Veth is absolutely going to pop. So I really like to see Marcoon and Irrelevant both playing around mid lane, sacking a little bit on top side. Actually, Irrelevant dropping quite a little bit of CS to make that play actually happen. And we're going to need to see Marcoon continue to stay active. That was the biggest thing I was looking at, compared to the Viego back in game 1, where he wasn't quite as much of a factor in the early game. Now on that Sejuani, needs to keep putting himself in spots to fight.
That's not... Wow. That's just a bluff. He just kept hitting Caps like he was not about to get one shot there. Now his mid laner's here.
Bit of dodgeball going on here. Caps just going to get farmed for a couple stacks. 71 on the Veigar. Now Irrelevant's trading aggressively on top. Marcoon's here, level 5 though. Broken Blade has to flash up. Yike's going to cycle through his top camps, get level 6 off of Red, and I think there might be a fight around Herald.
And credit to SK. They're keeping their, their foot on the gas. They're still making plays. They're not letting themselves get distracted by the fact that Yike is individually pretty far ahead. Marcoon's starting to recoup some of that deficit, and this is important because this could be their final game. They need to put everything on the table here. Certus, 74 stacks now, getting stronger and stronger in this one.
See the power of the Nila. Look at Mickey's level. Level 6 now. DOS is just ticking over level 4 to level 5 now, so that massive level XP advantage is giving them the upper hand on this top side. Trying to get Certus' flash here. Not going to land the root, but Marcoon's on the bot side. Looking to pressure mid by the looks of it. SK are dropping this Herald, knowing that Yike's up towards that top side. Maybe looking for some kind of dive, some kind of play onto Mickey. Don't think he has the damage by himself, but you can see how safe Mickey's playing it.
Yeah, he's going to take the long way around. There were options for Yike to path down if he wanted to, but he's actually more happy just to go ahead and take the Herald, knowing that's going to be a big chunk of cash he'll be able to collect in just a little bit, even if it means his bot side jungle, but it might mean Hansama.
Yeah, it's really awkward for SK though, because Marcoon gets spotted, they know the dive's coming. Caps and Broken Blade will have TP ready in case they pull the trigger. So they won't get anything response, and Bel'Veth with Herald is going to do so much on these side towers. I think they can Herald top and dive here. SK kind of needs a force.
Irrelevant has no man either, so clearing away this wave is really tough for him. He's trying to intercept it early.
Bomba takes him back. Irrelevant now trying to find the 1v1, running out to safety. Yike can dash in, can try to finish the kill now. W coming in, the knock-up, the reset. Unstoppable now is Yike, he can turn his attention towards the top side of the map. Hansama stepping forward. Just trying to keep Exekick and DOS in their side as Marcoon fishes for the ulti, but will not find it. 1, 2, 3, looking for a 4 stack, but that's the shield coming in. That's huge! Senna with the backup. I don't even know if they needed it, but they make it look good. And now Certus. Oh, here we go. Thunderdome going to keep him safe for a second here.
Yike no flash. Certus does have his and the ultimate, but he's getting chased down regardless.
Baby cage not enough. That is a full-ass man in the mid lane, or void woman as it turns out. You need a bigger cage for Yike.
Just slap, 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 slap. The Veigar hits the floor. Oh my word. Yike running over SK.
Might just get a full mid tower here. 15 seconds on Certus respawn, but look how many spawns from the dying creeps with the Herald onto Bel'Veth. Can put it down and get a full tower with the true damage, but Marcoon's here to defend. Marcoon, I think he's really frustrated with the game state. His top lane's getting done.
Is he dead? Dash back, stabby stab.
It's a really frustrating game state. They can't dive bot, they can't make a play mid. Irrelevant's falling behind. They might lose a top tower. He has to try something, bless him. So he tries something mid and it backfires.
And Caps didn't have to use the flash. He just turns around with the ult, the support from Mickey.
It's a horror movie. Yike just does not stop. Should be careful here, though. Exekick can look for the CC, so he's just going to dash back out to safety, courtesy of the true form there.
He still has the Herald as well, so he's just going to recall.
No. It's just alien. Surprise! There's an alien inside your jungle.
Yeah. Oh my god, he's got Kraken Slayer Merc Treads at 11 minutes into the game.
They're going to pray that one of the people on this team is Sigourney Weaver, or they are in deep, deep trouble. If you don't understand that reference, you're too young. I'm sorry, I can't relate to you. It's going to be hard.
I'll be honest, I made that reference. Never seen Alien.
Damn it. I followed you into the darkness. I thought you had my back.
Nope, absolutely not.
Irrelevant in the back. And just keeping the pressure here on top side. The Jace has not been able to do anything. I don't think it's Irrelevant's fault, but the map state, as you highlighted, Kadril, it's difficult for everybody on SK.
SK can't make a play anywhere. They really can't. They're getting pushed in on every lane. They lose 2v2s, they lose 3v3s.
Certus.
Okay. Cap still has flash, but you can see Yike just permanently covering. Still has that Herald as well. He's going to have to pop it down soon.
Yike is uninterested in his own jungle. He would like Marcoon's jungle.
Yeah. Level 7, 1.8k gold up. Another playthrough with G2's bot lane. And I think the biggest winner here is Mickey. See the gold difference between the supports.
Oh, flash in. Gonna try to finish the kill. Gonna try to lock him down. Squissy's hand grounded. Goes golden. Marcoon needs to come over the wall. Immediately locked it. Can they turn? Can they fire? Back. Mickey's ult will take the kill and make it a 1-for-1.
Even then, I mean, Marcoon's there for the counter gank, but Mickey, once again, pops that ultimate to influence mid. 1-for-1, gonna be a fine trade, I think, for G2, considering Marcoon was in the area. Yike also gets all the farm here.
Just keeping the true form going as well. Should fade away shortly.
20
Relevant
seconds.
Broken Blade trading back and forth.
Marcoon still wants to go top lane. He doesn't have the ultimate, but he's taking this pathway to get all the way around up top side.
Do they have the damage to kill Broken Blade? Maybe if he dives, they can kill?
Broken Blade doesn't have ultimate. He does have flash, and he's really extending now.
Broken Blade taking a lot of damage, suddenly realizing he's in trouble. He's going to try to get over the wall, but there's Doss. The handshake not going to connect. He is uninterested. Hillbilly Gragas on the way out. Oh, man. He's just refusing.
The reversal.
Oh, where is he going?
I think they spotted him on
His
vision.
ult's up in like 10 seconds.
Run, baby, run! Hillbilly Gragas will
Down
get taken out.
Smited as well. What does G2 get for this? Herald mid, bot tower is going to fall. It's just every play Marcoon can go for on this map state is just such a losing play. He's trying his best.
Yeah, I mean, it's also 10 plates to 2 right now in favor of G2, if I did my math quickly. Also, the second Drake going to be there. There's almost certainly no way SK can realistically contest for that one. So, best case scenario, Irrelevant gets some plates on the top side. They can keep farming up. It actually looks like they want Exakick now to be picking up minions in mid lane. Has a little stronger wave clear, I suppose.
And I mean, this is the struggle, is your strongest point on the map is Certus, and he's even. He is even with his opponent. Everything else wildly far behind. Only 100 difference on the top side, not too bad, but 1.7 in the jungle, 2.1 in the support, partially just due to support itemization, but Relevant executed.
See a massive chunk of XP over to Caps, though. You really want to make sure, even though they get executed, you're in range for experience. And Caps does just that. SK need to slow this game down a hell of a lot. I mean, they have Veigar, Aphelios, Renata. They need to just try and wave clear, but the problem is G2 are going to keep forcing and stacking Drakes, and they're going to keep forcing down these tier 1s.
That's the difference. Last game, it was SK that had the early Drake, so even though, yeah, they had some scaling elements, like, they were chilling. You know, they could afford to give some over to G2. This time, definitely not the case. 4 minutes away on that next one, but, I mean, in terms of, like, items coming through at that point, yeah, maybe, like, lethality will be completed for Irrelevant, but in the meantime, it's just going to be, like, running into your jungler. Marcoon's never going to be able to farm again.
Good news is he's not that far behind in experience, so they can try to force fights. The bad news is Herald is spawning in 40 seconds, and what will happen is Bel'Veth with second Herald when she's ahead is a nightmare. So if they can weather that storm and maybe lose one tier 2, they can hold on till Soul Point and try and take a fight on 2 or 3 items. Unless they make a mistake and get sucked into this chaos that G2 want to ensue, the game might blow completely wide open to inhibitor levels if they do around that second Herald.
Tier 1 taken down only means that the control over the jungle in favor of G2, SK's jungle, just goes more and more in their favor. SK now trying to force the play, the flash in, but Caps buffers, the ultimate gets out in time. The chain CC should be enough to take down the Cassio.
Everyone's on the way,
running
though.
For his life. The shield now coming in, but that's Caps down. Yike off to the side, tower still standing. SK, a small positive play as the knockup whiffs. Hansama looking to get it started off, though only manages to grab Marcoon with the ultimate there. They're now on the retreat. Berserk coming through. Hansama not quite going to walk into the cage.
Ooh, the first time I've thought of this interaction, but the Berserk can maybe cause players on G2 to actually sprint into the wall of the Veigar cage if they can't find a target. So spreading out maybe even problematic for G2 in these later fights.
And while they found the kill, it looks like G2 are still going to be able to find the second Herald. You highlighted it already, Kadril, but this can be hugely problematic. The true form from Bel'Veth basically permanently unlocked, it feels like, but this form obviously even stronger.
And this is SK with Spring on the line for them. Lower bracket now. I think Winter, they had a bit of a breakout. Were able to surprise a lot of people. Even in the BO1s here in Spring, had many good moments, but now G2, the last game it was slow, they end up winning out at the end. This time, from the get-go, it's just been G2 dominance, and Yike running them over.
It's SK's only real window they found is through mid, is through Certus onto Caps. They have the chain CC layer, no tenacity on this Cassio, you have to imagine, other than the runes obviously can't build towards Merktread, so locking her down is what you need to do, but she's going to get tankier and tankier with that Rod of Ages. SK now grouping up again towards his top side. They know G2 want to crack open top tier 1. That's the last of the outer towers, so they're defending it with their lives, and that's buying them time, which is important. But now, Yike coming out of base with this Herald, I wonder where it's going to be placed. If they can get a pick onto Irrelevant with a Herald on bot, they could be looking at an inhibitor. And SK are setting up, patiently waiting. Maybe G2 overextend. They know they can't beat them in a straight-up 2v2, 3v3, 4v4, but if they can isolate Caps, that'll buy them more time.
But I do think we also have to appreciate what the series means for G2. It is an elimination series, and even if they have the luxury of knowing that MSI is secured, remember that at the start of the season, they were the team to beat. And even in a kind of questionable regular season, they were the team to beat. It was only after they lost the best of 3 to Koi that people even started to cast a glimmer of doubt onto this team. Starting to wonder, maybe it's Vitality, maybe it's BDS, but G2 making a statement here against SK, showing us not only can they draft the crazy, they play even on some of the standard compositions as well. Definitely a force to be reckoned with if they are able to go deeper.
Yeah, and if Yike spent the majority of spring just playing all these, ganks, so many games on the Vi, just showing a more present, gank focus, less tempo in the jungle style, then going back to the Bel'Veth here and absolutely dominating on it. It reminds you again what a dual-bladed threat he can be. Coming into the postseason, multiple different styles they can play. G2 can still get those big flexes down on you.
No. This is Herald going. You can see Broken trying to chunk out Irrelevance so that Yike can come down here and place it. They're really looking on tier 2s on side lanes right now. You saw G2 up towards top. They tried to find Certus if they could get a pick and force. That's the idea. Now they're looking bot. So SK are actually cross-mapping. They're not defending this Herald play.
Let's try to gain caps again, guys.
But I mean, maybe they feel like it's their only option. It's so hard to match.
I mean, it kind of is, right? But the problem is, as we've seen before, the disengage of the ultimate is so huge. He can turn with the damage he has, and you have Mickey's ultimate always going to be there as an option to support.
Drake's up in 20. That'll be G2's sole point. SK just really frustrating game, isn't it? Just slowed down, but G2 are keeping up the pace. They're waiting for break points. Void Staff maybe looking towards an Infinity Edge on the Aphelios, and then maybe they can try and take an even fight. Needs to be pixel perfect though in locking down the Bel'Veth.
I think it's so hard too because the Neela is also not someone that you can underestimate in a fight. If you burn everything on the Bel'Veth, you might just kill her, but the damage reduction on E is massive. You have to layer the CC, so even if you can put that together perfectly to take Bel'Veth out of the equation, you've got 2 more 80 carries on the side of G2, and yes, neither one is quite as scary.
Double TP.
But now we see Certus getting collapsed on here. Can just throw down the cage, but Broken Blade and Caps might not mind too much. SK looking. Need to get Certus out of here. They can't really retreat into their own territory. Das playing with fire just to walk into his own jungle.
It pushes them so far away from bot lane, and Yike just looking for a 1v1.
There's nowhere for him to go. Knock back, but he's under his own tower. Yike going godlike as he finds the solo.
I mean, Yike continues to crush them, and while the rest of G2 force SK out of their jungle, what's open? Mid lane, Dragon, bot lane, they're collecting on both of these lanes, these inner turrets as well. Yike could keep running down to bot lane after he clears that one away if he wants to continue to threaten Inhibitor Tower. We're only 19 minutes into their going.
Locked down, a lot of follow-up damage coming in. The shield is pretty solid. The Berserk now coming out. Caps still CC. Caps will finally drop. SK holding on to mid lane for now, but it's Yike on the bottom side. Yike, the hidden threat again.
Yeah. Nice pick though. 4 ultimates used for the kill. Caps didn't even have to flash though, but it's still a numbers advantage.
Going in. All the cooldowns are gone, and that means it is time to feast on the hopes of SK, Yike, Mickey, everybody not afraid on the side of G2 to dive under this tower, but Irrelevant now coming in. Execute. Now trying to turn and burn. Trying to find his opportunity. Irrelevant wants to finish off Mickey. Yike now looking for the knockup, but he can't quite find it. Execute. Free firing with the flamethrower into the backside. He is Sigourney Weaver. He's here to kill aliens. He'll find the double. He's looking for the triple onto Yike. Yike. Maybe desperate to turn this back. One more dash. Irrelevant now following up. They need this shutdown. They need to kill Yike. EQ, where will it go? Yike with the sidestep to survive the knockup. Backstep from Irrelevant. Irrelevant still stepping forward. He can swap to cannon form in just a second. Cannot finish the job, but hope blooms for a brief moment for SK.
Oh, Execute comes online right there. It's Irrelevant on the respawn, and X-Kick starts picking up kills. If there's anyone to cut down G2 coming after them, it's X-Kick now with the Infinity Edge finished off. SK are sprinting to get back onto the map. I was thinking maybe they want to contest around this Drake, but Exa just still wants the minions up on the top side. If he can get big, that's a condition for them to try and come away with.
Push too far back, they can get kills, but they can't get objectives. That'll buy some time, but G2 should be able to pick up that Dragon, and they're going to start threatening this Nash. The Nash is going to go down so quickly, so they need to get vision up towards this top side as soon as possible. Once they see Yike and Caps killing this Dragon along bot wave, that'll allow them to move into this top side jungle. They've weathered a bit of a storm, but they're not out of the trenches yet. Good kills though onto X-Kick. Best thing about this is he still has his summoner spells to work with.
Gets the IE as well. Getting stronger and stronger. We know how powerful Aphelios can be. There's a reason it's so popular internationally. Mickey's getting more and more range. It's going to make it hard to play these fights, but if they can set up the cage, if they can get the perfect opportunity, maybe they can get something done.
See here, Marku, nice Q there. Broken actually eating away. He didn't decide to block the ultimate for Caps. He would have died most likely with the chain CC, but he walked into the Veigar cage there. Yeah. So now G2, even though they lost Caps, they thought, you know what, we'll still take this 4v4. I think we're confident enough. Broken Blade actually E-flashing in, and I thought here the game was basically over. It looked like it, right? You could see Surta's instantly dead. Hansama's on the backline. The ult actually gets pushed back by the handshake of Dosso, then flashes the knock-up from Yike. Yike then goes too deep to try and get Marcoon, and Mickey has to flash to get that kill, so they've used so much gap close to get onto SK that they're stuck. X-Kick has blue gun, and he manages to melt through them.
Oh, yeah. Clean play. Gale forcing back into the front here. Blue plus red.
Q down over the wall, just for a bit of extra damage, extra movement speed coming in. The onslaught from the Severum, and that's very close to death there. If Belvet gets a kill there, maybe that fight turns in favor of G2, but well played now as G2 take control of the mid lane. 5-man group up for SK. They are a death ball at this stage of the game. If they split it all, they'll get picked apart.
Yeah, they just want to move straight back into the Baron. The tough thing is they have to be a little bit careful when they go to the Baron because it puts them tight up close.
Yeah.
Potential for the cage to come down and be hugely valuable.
So quick though, SK have to get here quickly. Marcoon's in the vicinity. They don't have Sejuani, but they have to stop this.
The Casio, they eat this thing alive. Marcoon stepping forward, taking a bit of poke. Shock blast off to the side.
They need to finish here, G2.
Down. Execute
it's a flip!
Guns for a fight. They might just try to flip it. Yike now trying to finish the job. They're going to get the Baron. SK can they take the fight after. Perfect guns now for Execute. He swaps off the Gravitum. Yike off onto the flank has to be watched. They have to engage on the 4-man core of G2. But Caps with a clean ultimate onto Mickey. Maybe it's enough to start the fight off in favor of G2. Execute on the backside cannot get it done. Yike will not be stopped. He finds the flank. Execute, no hope left. G2 take the Baron. They take the fight and they're looking to end the game.
Just a crushing performance from G2 through and through. TPing down to the bot side. They're going to take everything off of this play. Not comfortable just taking the Baron there, no. They look for an opportunity to turn it straight back around into the face of SK and it crush them.
That was SK's last stand, their last stand here in spring, and it failed 5-0 to G2. Beautifully executed by them. Caps' ult was fantastic. Broken Blade with the knockback to secure the Baron. They won't lose the game here, SK. But they're as good as done. I mean, G2 could try and stay here. They have so much Remora, so many minions. Maybe they just siege through and just look for the end.
Overwhelming force. Irrelevant just doesn't do enough damage to stop this siege. The baby cage comes out, but it'll hit onto nobody. One tower down, a second to follow. G2 can just walk it in. Yike, leaping in, a bit of damage. They're all grounded on the backside. Lambs to the slaughter. Their season will end at the hand of G2.
23-minute game. Yike, the second he got those double kills on side lane, just ran away with it, didn't he? Execution around the Nash was pixel perfect, maybe a little bit of an overextension. Something to look at on the bot side of the map when they went a bit too deep, but other than that, I think the game was basically in their hands from the get-go other than the first early skirmish.
Yeah, after that, just no matter what they did, they just kept trying to focus down Caps. Every time, the best they got was a 1-for-1, right? With Mickey X helping out those ultimates from bot lane, from spawn. Caps turning it around and fighting his way through. It was good defensive play from him wherever they were coming to hit him. And it was Yike carrying on every other aspect of the match.
That man on your screen, walking away now, was absolutely everywhere. Every time SK thought they had a dive, there was a big tentacle knocking them up, finding a quick double. Such a frustrating game for SK.
You always got to be looking out for the worms coming after you in the tough situation. I mean, what else do you call Belveth? It's like it's a worm with little tentacle things coming to mess up your day.
It's a space.
It's a manta. That's right. That's
Whatever it is, it was very successful. She was very. I don't know, man. It's hard to keep track.
Unclear.
Void creature, very successful. We learned.
Yike, very successful.
Very successful.
And like, just give me a little bit more of that Belveth, you know? Give me more of those carry champs. I missed it a little bit, getting teased here and there, but
I agree.
For the most part, it's been meta for Yike, and I feel like that's boring. You know, Yike, keep busting it out. Need to have a stern talking with Dylan Falco on that front.
I feel like they're taking turns. BB got to cook last week. Yike in the bot lane got to cook this week, and
I mean, Hans also got to do a little cooking.
Yeah, some of the recipes taste a little better than others. Vote for your player of the series on @LEC on Twitter, though. Broken Blade, Yike, Mickey X.
Yeah, don't forget about the Kennen performance in Game 1. Everyone's going to remember the
Gragas performance was also good, I think, to say.
Yeah.
But when you 2-0...
Quick games as well.
You're going to look good. You're going to look
dominant there, G2.
Someone's making really uncomfortable eye contact with me, and I'm feeling peer pressured. So I'm going to say vote for Broken Blade. No particular reason. But there's a very ruthless...
I mean, his cannon was enough of a reason.
That's true.
You don't have to just chill.
Almost a 5K.
You can be
individual
honest.
goal.
I need your energy every day, Ender, when you're here for these champions. The Kennen, the Belveth, he's feeling it all.
All my favorite champions. Look, if it's from the Void or purple in any way, freaking love it.
Maybe Broken Blade feels the same way. We're not going to find out about that in this interview, but we'll find out about something. Let's send it over to Yinsu and Broken Blade.
Thank you very much, guys. We might find about that. We'll see. We'll see. That's right. I'm joined by Broken Blade here. First of all, congratulations. Much better this week, right?
Yeah, much better, of course, right? I think last week we forget about that. Very happy with the games today.
Yeah, particularly you individually as well. We saw the Kennen come out. What did you make of that?
Yeah, I think first game was really good. So I felt very comfortable playing it, and I think they didn't have a good answer. That's why they banned it in the second game. Second game, though, I could have played it a little bit better. But we always look to improve, right? I think still very happy about the game. Yike played very, very good to Bell with, which they also banned in the first game. So I'm very happy. Yeah, just happy.
I'm happy as well to see you happy. I think there was a lot of maybe criticism and questions about the Pantheon last week. Didn't see it this time. I did speak to your coach earlier about what he thought, but what did you think of it? Are we going to see that ever again?
The Pantheon was kind of like, how do you call it? Like just out of the blue, you know? Like we're like, okay, let's just play it. And it worked in the first game. In the second game, it really, really backfired. So it looked really bad in the second game. It looked really good in the first game. And then we're like, okay, maybe we should just stick to what we're good at. And we did, right, today. And it showed. Like, we had much, much cleaner games. Even though the second game, we had a little bit of too much fun. I think, yeah, I mean, it was just like, it wasn't really practiced. So it was like, okay, let's just go for it, you know. And when everyone's like really hyped to go for something and it works the first time, like, okay, let's just go do another run, second game. But then they, you know, like answered very, very well. Koi played better than us as well in that series, so they just won. But next time, they will lose.
Oh, how confident are you now? Because obviously, they're going to be feeling confident as well because they just beat you.
Yeah, I mean, we're confident, I would say. I mean, we're G2, right? We're always confident. We always play with confidence. And I want to take revenge on them. So does our team. So it's going to be a feast.
Oh, what I will say, though, you know, when you tell me the Pantheon, it was kind of just something that you came up with. It sounded a little bit last minute. Is that the case? Because your champion pool is massive. So I don't expect anything that they're going to throw at you and you're going to feel like, oh, I don't know if I could do that. But how much realistic preparation do you have?
I mean, obviously, we always pick something to win, right? So I thought in that moment, okay, let's go for Pantheon against Jace. Because I thought it was going to make us win, right? In the first game, it did. We had really, really good plays, as I said. In the second game, though, it didn't. And I think Shugenda is playing pretty well on the Jace, you know, and it showed. So for tomorrow, let's see who will, you know, beat each other, you know.
It does sound like you think it's going to be you, though.
Yeah,
yeah.
I think so too, yeah.
You know the answer already. And lastly, your jungler also had a great game today as well. He's actually with the desk in PGL right now, so I think he can hear you. Anything you wanna say to him?
Well, obviously, great game by Yike, but don't get cocky. You know, it's Belveth, your best champ. So stay humble.
Oh, okay. That's some firm words you have there. Firm words. Thank you so much, both of you.
Well played to him. Well played to him. Good series.
Anything else?
No. Cheers.
Okay, cool. That's it. Thank you very much, Broken Blade. And I'm going to toss this over to Law to close everything out with PGL.
Thank you very much, Jitsu. Welcome to the LEC post-game lobby where I'm joined by GB and Yike. Yike, thank you so much for joining us. Congrats on taking down SK today. BB was giving you a shout-out saying that you played well. Of course, you heard this. Not get too cocky. Anything to say about
that a habit
this?
of yours?
Does that happen? You don't strike me as the kind of guy who gets cocky.
I guess
Maybe I'm wrong.
when we hang out in real life, I could be a bit cocky when we play solo queue or something, especially when we play with or against each other. Because right now, I guess, yeah, I'm spamming a lot of Belvet in solo queue, and
Nice.
I played it now as well, and it went pretty good, I think, besides the first blood. And yeah, I mean, when I win a lot, like in solo queue, I'm like, I can get really cocky.
All right. Solo queue madness, solo queue shenanigans, of course, it makes sense. But GB, we were talking about G2 resetting the mindset, going for a more traditional approach in game one. And this is what they throw us in game two.
I mean, I was so happy. I was saying this beforehand when we went live as well. Like, where had this been all along? I've been missing this. I loved what I saw in winter, and then in spring, it was a lot more facilitating. How did it feel being back on the Belvet as well?
Yeah, for me it feels really nice. I mean, this is like one of my favorite champions in the game, and I feel like I can play her really well. So it always feels good when I can get the carry champs and when I can just, I guess, take over the games, because my team also likes to play around me sometimes. So it feels really nice when I can carry games.
Yeah, and I know I think you've been tweeting recently the fact that you wanted to play some of your pocket picks and the picks that you like the most. So I think Belveth falls onto this category.
Yes.
But I think we should create a cooking book, Cooking with G2. Tell me about the recipe for this draft and how you came up with it. Naila especially, it's not a champion we see often in the league.
Yeah, so I mean, the Belvet pick was just me. The team was asking me if I wanted to play Belvet, and I was just saying yes. They just asked me, do you want to go Belvet? I said, yeah, sure. And I went
because it was on 2 already as well.
Yeah, I know, but they also went Viego on 2. So I was like, okay, I'm going to match that. I'm going to do the same, but with Belvet. So that was really nice. And then, I don't remember, when did we go Nila? In 3?
No,
or 4?
Yeah, no, 3. 4.
Was it? Nila on 4?
4, I think. No, I'm confused.
Yeah,
okay,
I don't remember.
We'll
but
get to this in
I mean,
yeah.
Nila is a champion that we also is a pocket pick for hands, and we practice it a lot. And I think we play really well with the Nila. And yeah, we play Nila Senna this time, but I think we have a lot of combos with the Nila, so I'm not leaking any combos. But we have a lot of combos, and I think we are cooking a lot right now.
Nice. Sometimes burning the kitchen, sometimes it works. GB, take on this draft, Nila, Senna, 2 champions that we don't often see. What's your take on what G2 pull here? And how often can we expect to see this champion?
I think I resonate more with what Dylan said in the interview earlier as well, the fact that we have all these drafts, but it's really about finding out when is this draft the correct draft to pull out and not just play it because you know you can play it, but play it into the context of your opponent. I think a lot of people make the mistake, not in the G2 fashion, but let's talk about B1 Vi, right? When Saya can be open or Siva can be open, all these options where you actually just shoot yourself in the foot by doing this. It's about drafting with intent. And I feel like we saw a bit more of that here as well. So I thought it was quite nice. I think a lot of people underestimate Nila quite often, specifically in a 2v2 scenario, because they think they get the kill. All of a sudden, you can actually hit her with auto attacks, and then they get the kill, and then, boom.
Yeah, an amazing champion. I hope we can see it a bit more. Focusing on last week and how you guys bounced back, Dylan was saying that it was not a bad draft per se. It came down to the execution, rather, and how you played out the early game. How did you prep for this week, knowing that last week didn't go so well? Because also we had Larson in PGL saying that teams are catching up to G2, and things that they could do in the past and get away with, they can't anymore. So how did you come back from last week, and what do you think of teams thinking that they're catching up on you guys?
Yeah, I mean, I think last week, I guess we were underrating like other teams because we were really confident. I think we were really confident, and I think we showed that in the game 1 when we like played really well, really clean. But game 2 we made some mistakes, and the game became hard. And then game 3 was like just a hard game overall. So we were a bit sad with the result. Like we really thought we were going to win that series, so it felt really bad for us. And I think this week has been really good for us. I think we tried to, I guess, change up the drafts that we did. I think we had a lot of drafts in mind, and maybe that's like too much for us. I think we want to try to narrow it down and make it like, so we had like maybe 4 or 5 drafts that we can play, and that's much easier for everyone and like for the team and for me as well. And I can play Belvet, so I'm good. I'm happy.
It all just comes down to that Belvet.
Give Belvet to Yike. You will have a happy player, of course. You'll get the rematch against Koi. Once again, that's the story we'll dive into a bit later. But you guys winning today means that SK is eliminated alongside Fnatic. GB, we say goodbye to this team. We will see them again in summer. How could we reflect on their season so far? Of course, Fnatic made it to the group stage this time around, but I'm not sure we saw the improvements we were looking for on the side of SK especially.
Yeah, I think for SK specifically as a team, they're probably going into the break feeling a bit regretful.
Yeah.
But luckily for them, they have a lot of time to reflect on a lot of their regrets, on the kind of systems that they need to set in place, and also maybe refine their identity, because they were really scary in winter, and then in spring, they kind of fell down a little bit. I think for Fnatic, it was a story about a team that built itself up. Yeah. And let's be honest, after that game 3 versus Mad Lions today, we could have said that it was maybe Fnatic that was going on ahead. Mad Lions was the team we were going to be talking about now. It's about that building process. And I think with the week 1 that Fnatic came in with and the results they have now, of course, they're not happy in the grand scheme of things, but it's way better than what we saw then.
Definitely. A lot of time to reset. Also, maybe too much time. We'll dive into the format maybe another time. But this game 3, as you said, was a classic fiesta. Carzzy got 19 kills, which was the most kills in a single game in LEC history. I didn't expect such a bloody game. I don't know if you've been able to watch the series.
We watched the game. Okay. Everyone was screaming when we watched the game. It was really crazy. I feel really bad for Fnatic because losing a game like that must feel really awful. And especially knowing that they're eliminated after that. So I feel really bad for them, and I hope it will go better for them for summer.
Yeah. And on the other side, SK that you were facing had 2 of your previous teammates in the likes of SK and Exakick. How was it for you facing off against them? Does it mean anything special to you?
I mean, it felt really bad to win. I mean, it doesn't feel bad to win, but it felt really bad to win versus Exakick and DOS because they're my old teammates. I played with them for 1 year, and I really like them. Like they're such good persons, and I would have hoped that we would not eliminate them. I would have hoped they would be on the other side or play versus another team, because it always feels bad to win versus all teammates.
Similar question to the one I asked to Goldberg. What kind of improvements can you expect from SK and from Fnatic coming into summer? Of course, they have 2.5 months, I think, to reset everything. Maybe rearrange the lineups if they want to. But hopes for these 2 lineups on your side, Yike.
I think Fnatic was on a good way to become, I guess, better than last, like in winter. And I don't know what happened in the end, but I think they had the momentum in the regular split for sure. And in the best of 3s, maybe they lost them a bit, but you could see the potential in them. I think they're actually a good team, and they can for sure get further than top 7-8 that they end up in now. And I think same with SK. I think they played really good in winter. Like they were one of the best teams, in my opinion. I was actually scared to play versus them the most, maybe. And that's why it feels bad for them as well to end 7-8. So I think they deserve like higher. I don't know what's happening for them right now. Maybe it's just like some inside stuff happening, so can't really tell, but I know they're like all talented players.
It's really hard to tell. Hopefully they will have enough time to reset and be ready for summer split. But moving forward with the teams we have left, tomorrow we have more League of Legends and best of 3, as Astralis and Mad Lions will face off in the first game, and Koi versus G2. Again, it's becoming a classic in the LEC. Any first thoughts on going up against Koi again? After what happened last week?
I think everyone in the team really wants to beat Koi now after we lost to them. I think that's all we've been thinking about since we lost to them. Like, not to disrespect SK, but we only thought about Koi mostly, at least me, because it felt really, really bad for me to lose to them, because I thought we should have won. And it's going to be really fun to play against them now again. And I think we'll play much better.
Astralis versus Mad. I know that Leader was tweeting earlier that this would be a clean game. I think something along those lines. But when I see Mad Lion going up against this team, I'm like, it's going to be a bloodbath once again, I think.
Yeah, but is it even a hot take saying that Astralis is coming into as favorites tomorrow?
Yeah.
Because I feel like Astralis are favorites going up against Mad Lions, and watching today's series didn't necessarily make me more confident in Mad Lions either. Yes, Astralis is by no means a perfect team, but if you're going to answer aggression with aggression like we saw today versus a player like Leader who might ping in Aurelia, you get like an explosive matchup where he just gets ahead. All of a sudden, that might be quite dicey to play. So I think Mad Lion versus Astralis is for sure banger. I think Astralis is favorites.
Would you agree on this? I'm wondering if teams still underestimate Astralis, or if we're happy.
Oh, we overestimate them.
Yeah, I don't think people underestimate them anymore. I think they've shown that they're a really good team. I think they're all talented players, and it's going to be actually going to be a big bloodbath, that game. I think Mad Lions or Astralis are the 2 most crazy team, I guess. And they will for sure make it like big fiestas. So that's going to be fun to watch at least.
A banger to watch for sure. Quick reminder on the championship points that we have, because a lot of you guys online were a bit confused, as we are sometimes, to be honest here. If G2 wins Spring, our second MSI seed will be decided by championship points. And championship points for the update here, Mad Lions are now ahead of Vitality, but if Vitality reach finals, they would be at 150. So we're basically rooting for Vitality if we want to have more at stake here, I guess.
Or praying for the downfall of G2. Not saying that we're doing that, but I'm just saying if you accidentally lose, then winning that title suddenly seems very interesting.
We can't say that when we have Yai here.
I said, it's just like, I'm not saying it, I'm just, putting it out there.
All right,
it's fine. It's fine.
I'm not praying on the downfall of you. I'm rooting.
Yeah, we like
Fantastic.
Yeah, you do good.
Yeah, I don't want to take too much of your time. I know you have a series to play tomorrow. On that note, we will wrap it up here. Thank you so much for joining us today. Congrats on taking down SK once again. GB, you rock. You're amazing. I'll see you again.
You're amazing.
You're amazing.
You're amazing.
You're amazing. You're all amazing. That concludes today on the LEC. We will be back tomorrow for the final day of the group stage. Stay tuned. Take care. Have a good night. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye. That was a bit messy, but it's fine.
like I'm single on a Sunday night, trying to get you out of my head. I don't know her name, she didn't ask for mine, but I'm not here to talk. Another drink, I watch it go. Down, 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 like I never met ya. Round, 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 but I can't forget ya. Down, 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 like I never met ya. Round, round, round. Another drink, I watch it go. Down, 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 like I never met ya. Round, 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 but I can't forget ya. Down, 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 like I never met ya. Round, 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 but I can't forget ya. Wake up in the morning, it's already night. Think I'm hanging on by a thread. Don't know my own name, but yours is on my mind. I can barely walk. Another drink, I watch it go. Down, 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 like I never met ya. Round, 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 but I can't forget ya. Down, 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 like I never met ya. Round, round, round. Another drink, I watch it go. Down, 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 like I never met ya. Round, 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 but I can't forget ya. Down, 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 like I never met ya. Round, 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 but I can't forget ya. Down, 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 like I never met ya. Round, 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 but I can't forget ya. Down, 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 like I never met ya. Round, round, round. Another drink, I watch it go.